can't step to my throne. They ain't working like me. I did this on my own. You asking where we been, huh? I don't know where to begin, huh? All this dirt on my skin. I just came here to win. I'm more than a man, I'm a monster. Somebody call a pastor, doctor. I got a 6th sense for imposters. So now I'm coming for the whole roster. It's not a game, why you playing with me? You could double back, lose track, try and hang with me. It must be in my veins, something you can't tame. Cause I break the chains, can't control me. I got the power, I got the keys. Cause I break the chains, they try to hold me. I'ma push back, just wait and you'll see. Please excuse me, your honor, but you can't hold me no longer. Can't you feel the vibrations? I broke out and left traces. Go ahead, try catch me if you can, man. You'll be looking all night, I'm the Sandman. New York, London to Japan. I'ma show the whole world who I am. Boom, major look, huh? Yeah, this one is for the books. All these chances I took still, I move straight on these rooks now. Hold me up or hold me down, have my back or hold my crown. Either you with me or not, but you better give all you got. Cause I break the chains, can't control me. I got the power, I got the keys. Cause I break the chains, they try to hold me. I'ma push back, just wait and you'll see.
nothing to it. Go ahead and bring Goliathon. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm more reconcilable, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions. Know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that, y'all. Here we go.
I'ma show you who I am. I am unbreakable. I don't think you understand. Watch me escape this.
Welcome everyone to League Night. It is another night where we are going to explore what's happening in leagues all around the world of diplomacy. My name is Brian Preval. I will be your host tonight, and I am going to be surrounded by the usual cast of characters. First, let's welcome to the stream the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mr. Ed Sullivan. Ed, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm trying to figure out what that plant is behind you. It looks very sad.
It is was a gift for what was it? The Grinch that stole Christmas. That's the little Grinch Christmas tree behind.
Right.
So we're keeping it alive just barely. In addition to being a lover of poor neglected plants, we also have a fellow Windy City Weasel. Welcome to the stream, Corey. How are you doing? Corey, you are muted.
All right, well, at least I'm continuing my own trope of being muted repeatedly. I am good. Super glad to be here yet again.
Wonderful. And last but not least, we have Mr. David Hood himself. David, welcome to the stream.
Hey there, Brian and Corey and Ed. This is going to be awesome. I love the intro, by the way. Really good.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a little thing I've been working on along as a little side project. So enough about us. Let's begin right away. What are some things you guys are looking forward to for tonight's broadcast?
Well, I'll
go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I'll just say I'm looking forward not only to seeing our Virtual Diplomacy League games, but also seeing some coverage of the French Language League, which is going to be new for our program and new for our hobby on the English-speaking world, to be looking a little bit into the world of the French-speaking hobby. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's the ability, diplomacy has exploded of late. The amount of games that are being played, and it's being taken off globally. I'm really excited about being able to get into some global stuff. But right now, we're going to start out looking at the Virtual Diplomacy League. So I want to show you, first of all, our current standings. So for the VDL, after 1 month of play, in first place, we have Morgante Pell. Second place, we have DBN's own Brandon Fogel. In third place, we have Miles Holcomb. Fourth, Andre Janico. In fifth place, Tom DeGrief. In sixth, Nick Armentangelo. I practiced that today, and I still got it wrong. Peter LeBeau in sixth. Natty Schaefer is in eighth. And Michalis Camaritis and Wes Ketchum are tied for ninth. Corey, what stands out to you about this list of players?
Well, I mean, I'm particularly loving here that somebody has gotten on top. Well, has passed Brandon Fogel. I'm a fan of that quite a bit. Yeah.
And Ed, you've been a active player in the VDL. I always like having a player's perspective. What are your thoughts on this list?
Well, Brandon got that score because I was second in that game, so you can blame me for Brandon's showing there. First of all, there are a lot of new names from VDL, but there are a lot of good players. The name that surprises me the most, not because it wasn't deserved, but because it was literally insane, was Nick. Nick Abatangelo's opening as Russia on last VDL, where he went all north. Like as far north as as Russia could go, and just puts the fleet into Romania and a board top, was a delightful game to watch. I loved your commentary of it, and I'm glad that he's on there. And there's so many good players here that people may not know about, like Michaelis. I've played with him He's a frequent commentator on the channel on YouTube, and I'm glad to see he's playing more of VDL. And I think everyone will get to know him more. And Andre Janico is a great player as well, if you don't know him.
Yeah, absolutely. David.
Well, the thing that jumps out at me, frankly, is the diversity of location from which all these players join us for the VDL. You have Morganti in Vermont, you got Brandon in Florida, you got Miles in Australia, right? You got Andre in Portugal, you got Tom in the Netherlands. You know, keep going all the way down. You just get all kinds of people from everywhere, and that's exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that I have really been trying to do with League Night is start to meet some new players and get to know the people in the hobby. And so, Corey, I believe you did a interview with one of our new players. Why don't you introduce this clip we're about to watch?
Yeah, so Katie had an absolutely amazing showing here at the most recent tournament in whipping. I believe that she came in third place. It was well deserved. I was on her final board with her and found her to be an excellent alliance player, excellent all-around player.
Great job, Corey. Who else was on that board?
I mean, I don't know, a couple nobodies. I wouldn't worry too much about it. It was mostly just me and Katie, right? No, I'm kidding. So she was really great to talk to. And yeah, I'm looking forward to sharing her clip.
Awesome. Well, here we go.
All right. Hi, Katie. How are you doing?
I'm good, Corey. How are you?
Pretty good. So you just came in at third at whipping. How do you feel?
Surprised, maybe. I don't know. It's great. It was a lot of fun. I certainly didn't expect to do very well. But it was fun. It was a blast. I had a really good time.
I'm glad you had fun. Hopefully we'll see you at some more virtual face-to-face games.
Definitely.
Awesome. So I have a question for you. How did you get started playing diplomacy?
I just started on web diplomacy with some of my friends. Someone just sent out a link and was like, hey, join this game. None of us knew what it was. I didn't even realize it was an actual board game until like my third game or something. We were really just in over our heads. But yeah, it didn't take me that long to get hooked. I think it's just a fun game, and I've been playing on WebDip for probably 3 years now. And then just ended up making the transition to, well, I guess it's not a transition, but started playing virtual face-to-face a month ago, I think. So
got it. And how have you liked that switch from WebDip?
It's definitely different, but it's really exciting. I was definitely kind of nervous about the shorter deadlines, but it wasn't as much of a problem as I thought it was going to be. It's been a lot of fun. I think the normal games that I'm used to now on the extended deadline phases on web diplomacy seem kind of slow now that I have this experience, but that's okay. They're different, but they're both fun, and yeah. Yeah.
So do you primarily play extended press diplomacy?
Yeah. I am not a big fan of Gunboat. And then, this is only my second weekend ever playing the sort of live games.
Besides the timing, what do you think is maybe one of the main differences that you've seen between playing over on WebDip and the couple of games that you've played with the virtual face-to-face crew?
I think it seems like this is a little bit more of a tight-knit community. Definitely on web diplomacy, people have played with each other before, but I don't think quite as much as they have in at least the the virtual face-to-face servers on Discord. I think that the negotiations are a little bit different. You have a lot more time to sort of build a relationship with somebody on the extended deadline phases. I think people get a little bit more invested because you're playing with this game for 3 months or something, and then a stab is a lot harder to deal with in that situation. It's just faster. It's just faster live. I don't know.
No, I totally hear that. A lot of folks who are coming from the, written press community into virtual face-to-face have said very similar things. So what was your favorite part about whipping and that whole experience?
I got really lucky with some good neighbors. Which was
I'll
kinda
take a little
funny.
bit of credit, at least for the
Yep.
second game on that one.
Yep, that's kind of funny now. But yeah, I just clicked really well with people in both of my games, and it was fun to make that happen so quickly because like I said, I'm used to it taking longer, and yeah, it was it's kind of like trust falls. I don't know. You get to really early on just sort of see if you can work well with somebody and make things work out, and it's fun. I like the people I played with.
That's awesome. That's really good to hear. Well, I'm glad that it sounds like your entree into the virtual face-to-face world has gone really well, and I'm sure that players are going to be very excited to play with you here in the virtual face-to-face crew, and also now over on WebDip. So I'm sure your reputation will come with you to some
Great.
extent.
Well, we'll see.
Well, thanks so much for talking with me, Katie. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Sure. Thanks for having me.
Talking about diplomacy as being similar to a trust fall. I have definitely experienced that feeling before. So, David, what are your thoughts on that interview?
Well, it is really always exciting to get players relatively new to, to our part of the game, the face-to-face, virtual face-to-face world. It's just always great to see players coming into that and enjoying themselves, which, by the way, is the point, is having a good time. And she clearly had a good time at Whipping last weekend.
I think.
All right.
Oh, go ahead.
Nope. After you, Ed.
Two quick points, which is one, VDL and Tour Britain and the League games are great gateway drugs for players like me who were primarily online, just sort of like what David said, to come in because it's very friendly. It's a league. It doesn't have the competitive strain of, say, a major tournament, and it's a really low cost way of entering. But you can right away see why Katie, at least for someone like me, can see why she did so well. She's very pleasant disposition. She doesn't, she's very calm, measured, pleasant person to speak with. And when you're looking for alliances quick, when you're only hearing someone's voice and you don't know them, I can see why she didn't have a problem making allies.
Well, in the comments, Doug Kent said, Katie Kickbutt was a great player in Whipping. I told her she'd finish the tourney 4th in the middle of the round 1, but I was off by 1 space. Doug, you're going to compete with Fair and Jane for the Crystal Ball Award if you keep up predictions like that. Yeah, it's exciting to see some new players have some success. I think Katie's going to be playing tonight, so we'll watch her later in the game. Before we do that, though, it is time for a new segment. It is time for the meta moment. So the meta moment is going to a place where all of the DBN analysts are going to discuss a topic that was interesting to them about the current state of the meta. So with that, we're going to go ahead. I'm going to kick it off, and I'm going to bring up France and Germany should stop letting England have Belgium in spring of 1901. When Russ Dennis did his legendary tactics video, he mentioned the England picking up Belgium as almost like a normal kind of segment, like a normal behavior. And I don't know what world Russ lives in. He's a much better England player than I am, but that is not normal, nor do I think it should be normal. And I think the stats will point out that that is not a healthy environment for England, or it's only helpful for England. So my encouragement to everybody is to stop it. Stop. If you're playing France, if you're playing Germany, Germany has the most success in VDL games, either bouncing so that nobody gets Belgium, or that they get it, but it's only slightly better if they get it. And in some cases, our statistics are showing it's even worse. France tends to do a little better when they get it. But England does massively better than everyone else. So I just want to encourage everybody, take a minute, pause, think about it. Stop letting England have Belgium. Any thoughts on that?
Well, Russ is always pro-Russ. That's the first thing you've got to know. So if he's playing England and he wants to be in Belgium, there's a reason. But my slight disagreement with you here is it depends on what your goal is as F or G. Unlike Corey, I like an EG, and I like an EG as G. So putting England into Belgium isn't the worst thing for either one. It just depends on what your goals are if you're F or G. If you're an FG, I agree. Don't put England in there.
Yeah, I don't know. If I was England, I don't think I would want to be rocking the boat to the purpose of picking up Belgium in SO1. I would not choose that at all. But obviously, if England gets it, it seems like the statistics are saying that that's favorable to them. I do wonder what the reason for that is, right? Because it's not just picking up the dot. It has to have something to do with the negotiations of their surrounding players. So it would be interesting to find out maybe what the attitude is of the England that picks up Belgium.
Bill McNamara beat me to the punch here, but I was going to say I don't know that anybody's going to let England take anything in the spring of 01.
Spring of 01, you pulled
that was going to be my insightful attack against your graphics.
I'm gonna call.
Yeah,
I'll blame Zach.
Yeah, good. Get a Zachary Moore attack right here at the beginning too. On your major point though, I actually think it's refreshing that we're talking about Belgium. There are many really good players that profess to not care who gets Belgium, and I have never understood that. I mean, it's not the most important thing in the world, but it's relatively important who eventually gets Belgium and how that plays into the alliance structure. So I'm just glad we're talking about it as opposed to ignoring it like some people do. I don't care. I'm not going to worry about Belgium. It's a mistake.
That's insane, right? Because people say, oh, well, I don't care about Belgium. And then they get all up in arms when you've got 3-build France. Well, then, yeah, you do care about Belgium. So what are you talking about?
No,
there should never be a 3-build France.
I care about a 3-build France, but Belgium, for the Ed Sullivans of the world, is a good trust building exercise. I don't care about Belgium, but you can take Belgium. It's a good way to build your alliance with somebody to give them the extra trust that they need in you.
All right, well, let's move on. I've had my minute. Corey, you are next. What do you want to tell the community?
So I've heard this. I don't know if you guys have as well, but with the rise of the AIR, you start getting people who are saying, oh, I have a preference for which country they are in that alliance structure. And there seems to be some kind of thought process that Italy is the worst off in that group, which I think is incredibly insane. Italy is still a powerful country, regardless of whether you're in an AIR or otherwise. And I don't understand why everyone is saying, oh, well, I'd rather be Russia or I'd rather be Austria. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. But I love Italy, so it could just be me being in love with that country. Maybe other people don't know how to play it well. Chris Brand, most recently.
Wow.
Just saying.
Calling out the Italy expert himself. I love it.
I mean, how many Italys do you know, especially one who's as good as him, who could try and stab Austria twice and get nothing either time? Just ridiculous. Ridiculous.
He doesn't know what he's doing, that Chris Brand. Well, maybe if you watch more of these our commentary here, you'd learn a little.
Clearly.
David,
that's what it is.
School Chris Brand for us.
Chris Brand? Oh my gosh. Don't even get me started.
Beyond hope.
The many times that I have shook my fist and said, Chris Brand is a lot of times. It's happened a lot. But with respect to your underlying point, Corey, to get back to your underlying point, I think it's relatively silly to complain about playing any power in the AIR alliance. If you want to get into your triple and enjoy then you don't get to complain about that. because
No,
you had
the
a
country
choice,
you
which was
wanna-
not to do it. You had a choice,
Well,
which was not to do it.
Exactly.
The country that you don't want to be is Russia in the AIR, I think. As a guy who's captained a lot of AIRs, and probably more than anyone in the last year, it doesn't work out well for a lot of Russias. That's the quick turning point on those guys. It happens a lot.
So, are you personally taking the blame for all these AIRs out there? Because I wanted to know who to blame. I wanted one
Right,
person
me
to
too.
blame.
First of all, I don't think you need to blame me. I love them. I think that they're a necessary tool. It just turns out not so well for Russia eventually.
It's not a necessary tool when it comes to the point of like it just being the constant default. Then it's just A, boring, and why would we want to play the same game over and over again? And B, it's
boring to
predictable.
you.
It's because it's boring to everyone, Ed. I don't know what you're talking about. It's boring to everyone at this point. Okay. I'm not saying you're not going to get a good result if you're in an AIR. Obviously, that doesn't bear out with the statistics. It's just if you want to play a game where you already know the outcome, go play Clue. Like, why are you playing diplomacy? That's ridiculous.
Oh my god!
All right, well, Ed, this one may come a little personal to you because I think David's got something to tell us. David.
I was going to use Ed Sullivan's name in my meta minute. Get ready for more patched up stabs. Now, up to now, we've been basically saying, here's what the meta is, and here's why we don't like it. That's not my goal here. I'm trying to identify what the meta is in the current hobby, and I'm specifically in the league play. In the league play right now, because it's the springtime, is don't do as many stabs. So get into some kind of AIR alliance and don't anybody attack anybody. Just kind of go, fine. I'm not arguing the point. I'm just saying that the reason we're seeing that in the springtime is because we're not going to see that as much in the fall. As we get close to the end of the season, I think more people are going to start pulling out more knives and getting some better individualized results. They're going to have to in order to separate the wheat from the chaff as we get towards the end of the BDL season and as we get to the end of the qualification season for the DME and the Invitational. Ed Sullivan.
Okay. Yes, but I want to take your point, go a step further with it. You don't see a lot of stabs in VDL usually for that reason, right? It's a league game. The smarter players play the long game. They're just trying to increase their statistics to make the top 7. Fantastic for those players. But players look at scoring systems. I played in this scoring system, and you get a 5-game bonus. So even if you don't execute stabs, if you play 5 games, you get a bonus in VDL. And if you had 5 good results, even if they weren't all board tops or even if they weren't solo board tops or, high board tops, you're going to do great. But I would argue even further than you, David. This is the part that I think, the DBN Invitational is carrying that non-stabbing issue over to the actual tournaments. Because the better people do more consistently in each tournament means that they increase their chances of getting to DBN. And so I think that's one of the reasons you've seen typically less stabs, more alliance play in these games because people are playing for the Invitational. That was certainly my motivation. And so I think you're right to point out that the meta considerations are impacting the players at a micro level.
Well, Ed, I think you've got something to say about that from a player's perspective. What's your meta minute?
Same thing about the VDL, right? Which is we look at these games and we have fun. And a lot of times, as the guy on the other end of the critique, it's like, oh, it's Ed doing his Ed thing. But I would just encourage people to look at the scoring system, just like I was talking about, and why players might be doing things that are counterintuitive or why they don't go for that big stab. Because everyone's watching this commentary and everyone is seeing what's going to happen in the next game. Everyone knows everyone's games now. And because of that, it's a real value to, at least for me, it's a value for me personally to have the reputation I do, except when I don't, to have it.
I was going to say, Ed, what reputation?
A couple times, just a couple. But it's a long game. And I respect the players that are playing beyond the one game that they're playing this season. And we're only in April.
Well, that has been our Meta Minute. It's a little fun. We're going to experiment with whether or not we're going to keep that one up. We are, in the spirit of experimentation, we are also going to. All right, Chris Kelly, I've got to answer this one. Feel called out. Why does Brian keep referring to Ed as having player's perspective? What are Corey and David chop liver? The difference being that Ed has played in many of the VDL games, has been an active lead participant, and was a DBNI qualifier. Corey and Ed are just great players. That's all.
No, yeah, I'm pretty sure my rank was like 234, so that should tell you how much I'm playing in the leagues.
DBN's not going to let David play.
Yeah,
I don't only have a board named after.
I don't remember how to play. I'm a little fuzzy on the rules.
And everybody's seen me play, so they know that's also true. Let's move on to our next segment. We are on to overreactions. In this segment, we are going to make a statement. It is going to be a strong statement, and we are going to have to defend it from each other. I'm going to start. Why Morgante Pell is the new John Anderson. Morgante has had a fantastic couple of games. He has been on a hot streak. He has been winning. I think he deserves his place at the top, but every single player that is kind of a newer top hotshot has to start dealing with everybody else recognizing them as the hotshot, and everybody starts coming at him. And I think that it's going to be a rough couple of months for Morgante while he has to learn when people are no longer going to want to work with him. They're going to be attacking him right from the get-go because he's the big name. Every successful player, every world champion that I have interviewed or talked to has said there is a completely new skill that comes whenever you have to start playing from behind or playing without immediate neighbors. So Morgante, I think you're a great player. I am picking on you specifically because I think you have a ton of talent, but get ready, buckle up. I think you're just like John Anderson, and Tanya Gill also had the same challenge. You're going to have to learn how to play from the front, and that's a different game.
Yeah, I'm not even going to argue with that one.
You're not going to.
Sorry.
Go ahead. No,
I was going to say I'm not even going to argue with this position because it's obviously true, right? The second you have a winner of any major thing, their name goes right on the top of, the list of people to kill as quickly as possible or keep bottled up. And I played my own part in it just very recently at Whipping, keeping Morgante, small. So yeah, sorry, Morgante.
And Peter McNamara, yes, he is leading the VDL right now, and that is exactly why we're having this conversation. John Anderson was leading, Tanya was leading. It's tough to stay in first place in a league, and that's part of the beauty of playing a league, is you have to play with the same people over and over, and how you treat people from game to game will be a factor. So.
Let me provide a counterpoint before Ed does. When actually, Ed, you were going to talk about Morgante. Go ahead. I'll follow up. Go ahead, Ed. Go ahead.
You've double defamed too. You've defamed Morgante and John Anderson with this question. Okay. First of all, they're two different players. John's struggles didn't relate to the fact that he was number one. John's struggles related to the fact that he's an incredibly transactional player. And people got onto the fact that he lost trust of people next to him. And I can't believe I'm going to defend Morgante since I've been opposed to him so many times. Morgante's more like Hyman Roth in Godfather 2. He always made money for his partners. Morgante is a very good alliance player. There's a reason why Maxime allies with Morgante a lot. There's a reason he provides value. He's great tactically. He's fun to play with. You just have to know where Morgante is going to take his spots or pick his spots. And the more inexperienced player can fall prey to him. And that will be a challenge for him. But I don't expect he's going to fall off because I think he provides a lot of value and he is an alliance player at least through 3 or 4 years in the early game.
I just want to say that it is also a skill that good diplomacy players learn to deal with the fact that they've had recent success and still be able to divert attacks against them. I will use a couple of face-to-face examples. David Miller from Maryland has won the last 2 live DixieCons in a row. So you win one, you come back with a lot of the same people, and you win again. Chris Martin did it in 1998 and 1999. Won the World Championship in 1998, came back to DixieCon, the same site, same people, won it again. It is a skill that you have to learn once you get a name in the hobby, and Morgante, if he hasn't already learned it, is probably fixing to.
Well, that was my overreaction. Next up, David, we'll stick with you.
I have had it. I've absolutely had it with this. The Russian fleet in the north is really important. And I don't just mean important to the Russians. So fine, if you want to have an EG alliance and you'll kill the Russians, fine. But if that's not true, figure out a way to make a deal with the Russians to keep their fleet alive, even if you have to give them a center to do it, so that that fleet can help you in the north. Because once the Russian fleet is gone, it's probably never coming back. So if you're in the West and you need some help, which, by the way, you almost certainly will, then don't willy-nilly take out Russia and don't give them a chance to use that fleet in your favor. And if you're Russia, don't give up the Northern Fleet unless you absolutely, positively have to. I'm tired of this.
Well, I mean, David, I tend to agree with that for the most part, but I think it's all contextual. Like, there are points at which it's better for Russia to just say, you know what, I am no longer a northern power. I've got problems down in the south. I'm going to make a deal with England. England, you just take it with one, go do something else. We're going to have a detente, and I'm going to go attack the Turks or attack the Austrians or something like that. There are a ton of units down in the Balkans. Yeah, it would be great to keep that Northern Fleet, but as a player that I feel like Russia is a very extremely resilient power. And if you are patient enough, you can take back St. Petersburg with proper diplomatic pressure and rebuild that fleet if you need to.
If by can you mean 1 out of 100 times, I agree with you.
Oh, who to go with here? Who to go with? David. David wins. I learned this lesson to my benefit, actually, from Nicolas Sahagay, who was crushing Russia from the east, and then Russia disbanded the Northern Fleet, and I was playing England, and he was like, you were of no use to me after you disbanded that fleet. Russia can stay alive. The East will not take out Russia so long as Russia can provide value. That fleet is critically important to any Eastern powers on the stalemate line. So I agree with David.
All right. Well, next up we have Corey. Tell us about your overreaction.
Yeah, so I think if you're German, the EG is a terrible choice. It's not that it can't work, and it's not that if England is a fantastic player and you know them well and they're an alliance player and you trust them, that you can't make it work. The problem is that if you don't have that relationship, England is always going to be looking at you when they're done with France, who I'm assuming is their first target. Maybe it's Russia, but probably not, right? So even if you convince them, hey, we're going to go get France, where do you think they're going to go? Like, especially in a timed game, you think they're going to be like, yeah, let me send all these fleets somewhere else. No, they're going to come for you. It's absolutely insane. I don't know why there's such a strong preference from German players, it seems, to go with an EG. The FG seems much, much safer given the constraints of most of the games that we see and when they actually time out. I really don't understand this at all. I probably would almost never pick England as my partner if I'm Germany. Almost never.
Corey, you will when I'm England and you're Germany.
That's different. That's what I said.
You're going to pick the EG because you and I are going to work this out. It can be worked out. You have to be careful about where England's fleets go. But yes.
Totally. But I caveated it. I said if the person who's in England is a good alliance player, you trust them, etc., then you can make it work. But for example, would I put Morgante Pell in England as Germany and pick him? Heck no. Heck no. Absolutely not. David, sure. But
great.
No.
I'm glad we have that established.
Have you played with David? You think Morgante's bad?
Wow. Wow.
I don't think Morgante is bad. I didn't say Morgante is bad. I'm just saying I know Morgante is gonna get his, and I'm not gonna partner with him probably. Morgante, don't use this in our future games. Definitely in our future games. Totally down to work with you, bud.
I think what you're saying is England is not a good alliance for Germany, right? So the
Yes.
EG is good for England. The EF
Yes.
is good for England.
Yes.
But I think if you, what Doug Moore, at least the takeaway I got from Doug Moore's video on legendary tactics of how to play Germany was do your best to get ENF fighting and pick the power that you can take advantage of due to them fighting. That's essentially what I took from that. And as Germany, I think you have the ability to do that. You can see how things are going to shake out. Did someone move to the channel? How did, is France looking to pick up 3? So if you as Germany can get ENF a little friction in that relationship early, that's fantastic for Germany. And it gives you better options, the best of which is not being squished in the middle of the board.
Well, certainly if you're an EG, right, it's likely that you have friction with France, right? Either you both have friction with France or England decided to open to the channel and so they picked the fight, but I just don't think that from a German perspective, England is going to be your best choice, particularly not for league games, maybe not even for tournament games, but since so many tournament games will play until they're done or close to it, I think that changes why you might choose a certain partner over someone else. But very, very regularly, you see England's who turn the second that they've gotten all the dots they can out of their first opponent, they're going to go for Germany. Particularly if Germany does, I can't remember who hates it, but the double army build. I could just totally see that. It just makes it so easy.
On that note, Ed, you've got some comments about some conversation going on in the hobby right now. What's your overreaction?
Okay. I'm tired of DBN just saying, oh, I hope we don't take out Turkey first again. Oh, it's so boring. Oh, it's awful. Like, look, Turkey gets the reputation it deserves for a reason. If you are in the East and you do not take out Turkey first, guess who's going to be nipping at your heels? Guess who's going to have a chance for that, wonderful late unseen comeback that they always like to talk about? Yeah, you're going to make good press. You're going to be able to go up 3 builds as Turkey in 1907 and everyone get to talk about you. But if you are in the East, you do not want that conversation to be about, they let Turkey survive. I mean, Morgante was down to 1 center in DBN. You got to take Turkey out. Take Turkey out. Then you can go fight with each other. I'm not saying you have to have an Eastern triple, but Turkey must go. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of people loving Turkey, except when I'm Turkey. I play a good Turkey, so I'm not worried about what I'm saying. But get rid of Turkey.
No.
Man,
Incorrect.
that is a strong statement. If I'm reminded in Roman history of the statesman standing up of the Roman Republic, and at the end of every speech, regardless of the topic, it was Carthage must be destroyed. Didn't even matter what the topic was. Carthage must be destroyed. Ed, you need to get off of this Turkey kick, man. You can AT works for Austria, and IT works for Italy, and RT works for Russia. It totally depends, man. It depends.
Oh my God. If all those alliances you just named depend on one thing, T being generous. If the complaint was that England can take advantage of Germany in the last one, well, England can take advantage of France. Turkey, as a corner power, can take care of them all. And Turkey can go after A. Turkey can go after I. Turkey can go after R. I mean, so get rid of Turkey, man. I don't like the yellow pieces.
Apparently not.
Yeah, no. Hard disagree here. Hard disagree. Keep Turkey on the board. Let Turkey out. No way. No way. Turkey's a great partner. Great partner. If I'm Russia, I'd much rather, just generally, all things being the same, much rather have Turkey as my friend. Much rather.
Well, guys, it is time for us to get into some actual games here. We are going to start out just to let everybody know. We are experimenting a lot right now. You'll see that in some of the stuff we've been doing today in the pregame show. We're experimenting with some of the formats that we're doing some of our videos. So bear with us. I think some of this stuff we may like, some of it we may not like, and give us feedback. Post in the comments afterwards. Let us know if you like a experiment that we're doing. You're like, hey, this is cool. I want to see more of it. Let us know. Hey, this is cool, except if you do this. All of this is experimentation, and to let you know, a lot of this is experimentation in anticipation of playing face-to-face games. At some point, we are going to need to figure out how are we going to cover face-to-face games, and so we're trying a bunch of stuff. We're throwing spaghetti against the wall to see if it'll stick, and so bear with us, and hopefully we'll find something that everybody enjoys.
You're throwing Morgante Pell against the wall.
and we'll find out if he sticks.
I mean, I have a suggestion. I think we should, put in a mute Ed button where, we set up like a Patreon, and if you donate some number of dollars, we'll mute him for a while. Like, we can still see him arguing, but he'll be muted. So it'll just be fun for us. Just a thought.
I don't need a Patreon to do that. I can just
just do it for fun.
Right now. All right. With that, let's bring up our very first game. We're going to look at, give me one moment, VDL game 46. And since I accidentally clicked on the only 5 likes button, JJ, thank you for that. If you are enjoying the show, please give it a like. That does help YouTube kind of recommend this show to other people who like games, strategy games, and other analytics. It'll look at the stuff that you enjoy and it'll recommend the video like, hey, this person likes that. I'll send this to other people who might also like that. And that's good to grow the community as a whole. So with that, VDL game 46. Let's get started. In Austria, we have Tom de Grief from the Netherlands. In England, we have DB&I Diplomat of the Year, Peter McNamara from Australia. France, we have I think one of a newer player to the DB&I has played a game in the VDL. Eskil Sandblom from Stockholm, Sweden. In Germany, we have Alex Nagel. In Italy, we have Chris Wardy from Great Britain. Russia, we have the Baron of Kirkholm. And in Turkey, we have Gary Sturley, tournament organizer for the Tour of Britain from Macclesfield, Great Britain. This is a great lineup. Anything anybody wants to say?
Well, the only thing I'll say is you can tell what time zone this thing started in because you've got the Europeans and the Australians, which is great to see. I can't wait to see how this turns out. We've seen some of these players before, and then there's Peter McNamara.
All right.
Gary Sturley is a very good player. And I love playing with Gary, and very calm, reasonable, and despite him being Turkey, look for a good Turkish performance here.
All right. Well, I'm going to leave you guys to this broadcast, and we're going to start out with Corey and David calling this game. Ed, you'll be joining me soon.
All right.
Let's do it.
Let's do it for sure. Corey, have you ever played with any of these folks yourself?
I definitely have played with Peter McNamara. He's very well known even within the virtual face-to-face world. I don't think I've played with Gary Sturley. I do know him, and I've definitely played with Tom. Not too often though. How about you?
Yeah, I have not played, I don't think, with any of these folks except for Peter. I have played at some point in the past. Oh, here's a spring 1901 moves. Do you want to start off, Corey? Do you want to look at the Eastern openings?
Yeah, sure. Looks pretty standard. Realistically, everything looks very smart, very normal to me. We're seeing Italy go to Tyrolia, which seems to be happening pretty regularly. I don't remember this Italian opening too much when I was in the face-to-face world, like back when we were all just playing together, but it definitely seems to have come about and seems to be a fan favorite, I guess, of the players.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's been a fairly popular thing, but it goes in and out of fashion. I
Yeah.
did it. I did it in a Nexus gunboat game, and after the game, the guy that was playing France or playing Germany just completely reamed me out about it. I'm like, man,
Oh, interesting.
this happens like 25% of the time. What are you complaining about? But it just goes to show you how if you don't play with the same people, you don't see the same things. I'll tell you what jumps out at me in the West, which is the German, push to the West instead of going to Denmark. So that you can put two guys on Belgium for the fall. You don't see that often, that opening very often, probably less than 10 or probably 5% of the time or something. So it's always interesting when you see it.
It is interesting. It makes me wonder who Alex is thinking is going to be his first target, right? Because he's leaving Sweden open for the Baron. No friction there whatsoever. And obviously with France's supported entry into Burgundy, maybe Germany is saying, well, you know what? I'm just going to go straight for it.
Perhaps, yeah. Let's see what happens in the fall. Did you say something about that Turkish opening, by the way? The one where Smyrna goes to Ankara, which has become extremely popular these days.
Yes. Yeah, I heard, and I don't know this for sure, but I heard something about, keeping Smyrna in place may be one of the best moves if you think that there's a chance of a Lepanto. Obviously, as Ed was talking about earlier, this meta of get rid of Turkey is prevalent, regardless of where you stand on the issue of should we root out Turkey or not. So I guess I'm not really surprised. I think it's unfortunate just because I think Turkey has better options. If Turkey's playing a fair game from my perspective, I wish they weren't having to defend against this Lepanto opening essentially every game.
Well, look what they did in the fall. The fall move has just come up.
Interesting. I mean, I struggle to think that Russia was aware of this or not, right? I'm sure they had some kind of DMZ for black, but maybe if you're Turkey at this point, you just can't trust anyone. Maybe it doesn't matter what the negotiations are unless the person in Russia is your mom, maybe you just have to do this kind of stuff.
Well, look at Russia. They put the fleet in Romania instead of the army, which is typically not a pro-Turkish thing to do in the sense that you're not giving yourself very many options against Austria when you put the fleet in Romania. So I think you're right. There must be some kind of mistrust between R and T.
I'm not surprised by it, right? It just seems normal. So Italy picks up Tunis with Apulia. People are it's not another one of those issues that people are really divided on. Should you pick up Tunis with the fleet or the army? So I find that pretty interesting, although, relatively standard. And my assumption probably is that Italy is borrowing Trieste. I doubt that's a stab. We'll have to look at the future turns, but it's so common at this point.
I guarantee you that France is not borrowing Munich in this situation.
No.
That is not a borrow. The Germans, yes, you got Belgium. Good for you. You lost Munich and the English bounced you in Belgium. So sometimes the fleet move to Holland can be poorly received by your neighbors. If you're going to force your way into Belgium, then they're going to respond to that. When you don't give the French anything else to do, they'll take Munich, and now they got 3 builds.
Yeah, it is interesting that they chose not to cover Munich. I think if I'd seen the support into Burgundy, it wouldn't have mattered what you told me. I was still going to cover Munich. Sorry, not Denmark.
Well,
he got bounced out of Denmark as well. So, I mean, he did get his 2 builds, right? Holland and Belgium, but still.
But it's a net 1. Now, there's an argument for just, if you're going to go to Munich, the French are going to go to Munich, fine. You're going to kick them out in the spring of 2002, almost certainly, which is what he's going to do after he builds in Berlin. But anyway, Russia gets 2 builds. The Italians, of course, get their usual 2 builds when they borrow or take Trieste. Otherwise, any surprises here? I'm not sure I'm seeing any surprises. Let's see how they build, though.
Yeah. Interesting.
No build in St. Petersburg, for example.
Yeah, I guess I'm not terribly surprised at that. Maybe Russia is having conversations with Peter, and Peter is not interested in attacking Russia or gives them the impression that they're really going to go for Germany. Otherwise, why would you bounce them out of Denmark? I don't know. I guess I'm not surprised, but maybe it has more to do with what their relationship is with Gary, what Russia's relationship is with Gary.
The French builds were surprising to me, but the build Army, Brest, and Fleet Marseille, I would have probably thought about doing the other way around. Because here's the situation now: we're into spring of '02. The French have moved that fleet that they just built into Spain. Whereas if it had been built in Brest, it could already be somewhere interesting like the Mao or an English Channel or whatever else.
Well, it's not like MAO is not occupied,
That's
right?
true.
Because Portugal is heading to MAO, so maybe you don't need it. I do find it interesting. I assumed it's Eskel saying to Peter, "Hey, let's EF here and go for Germany." I'm assuming that's what it is, and maybe Peter even conditioned it, said, "Fine, let's do that, but no fleet in Brest." And then he doesn't have a choice. If you want another fleet, it has to be Marseille. And maybe it's for good reason, right? Because it looks like Naples just entered the Mediterranean Sea, but he probably did that because of the fleet build.
Well, that convoy to Albania does not smell like a Lepanto invasion, does it?
No, I mean, hopefully I'm going to get what I want here and Turkey's going to get out of the box. Maybe it's an IT. Love it. Totally down for it. You guys eat Austria. Sorry, Tom. And go on your merry way.
Yeah, the Russians have forced Black Sea, which because the Turks could only defend either Black Sea or Bulgaria, so they lost the Black Sea.
Yeah, it does seem like a strange set of moves then. I think maybe if I really was going to go hardcore Russia, I don't think I would have waited to fall to open to Armenia. Because it's not like Russia doesn't know, right? If you open to Armenia, it's not like they're going to be confused about what you're doing regardless of which season you do it in.
Unless you're in Chicago, where they think opening to Armenia is like walking, out your door and smelling the roses or something, as opposed to the anti-Russian move, which it almost always is.
It always is, and anyone who's a Chicagoan who tells you otherwise is a liar. So
wow. There are liars in the Chicago hobby, surely not.
There's
The only other thing I want to say about spring of '02 is the English fleet move to Skagerrak instead of Helgoland is interesting, isn't it? Because that could be anti-Sweden versus just anti-German.
It could be, and I mean, maybe it's going to be a crime of opportunity, whether they go for Denmark or Sweden, just based off of they went for Sweden. And Denmark. All right. Ooh, and Silesia picks up Berlin. All right. Well, it looks like Alex is not long for this world.
Well, Alex, I'm assuming had it, probably told England to take Denmark because he's looking for a friend. He's clearly fighting the French, looking for a friend.
And the French went to English.
They did. So this is an interesting jumble in the West. The only thing good that I'll say about this is, the French have got a really good position where their armies are.
Oh, excellent position. Eskel is doing a fantastic job.
Absolutely. On the other hand, the Russians have lost Sweden. The Turks have lost Bulgaria.
Mm-hmm. They're knocked all the way back again.
And the Austrians took Trieste because the Italians took Greece.
Yeah, well, obviously it wasn't borrowed. It is frequently borrowed, but not always. There are certainly players who, when they play Austria, seem to almost never want to have that conversation. Even having the conversation of Italy borrowing Trieste is enough for them to be a complete red flag. I've experienced it myself, where I just, thinking it's normal for the meta, and Austria does not agree.
The Italians moving their fleet to Tunis, they were assuming the French were coming, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that they had a conversation, right? And Eskel says, "No, I swear I'm not coming for you." And my guess would be that this completely diffuses the situation, right? Because France is no longer in the Med. Chris can go fight Austria and doesn't have to worry about covering two fronts. And France is making a major play against almost all of his neighbors. So maybe Chris needs to be worried in a couple of years.
Moving to the English Channel in the fall might not have been great, considering England was building too, because that guarantees where it's being built, and you can see what was being built.
Yeah, especially given that France didn't pick anything up.
True. Yeah, they stayed the same. I mean, their armies are in great position, but English fleets.
Well, actually, how did they pick up Berlin and not get a build?
Because they lost Munich.
Oh, right. Okay.
Oh boy. Bye-bye to the German guy in Belgium. Bye-bye Munich. And Germans are doing what they can, but wow.
Yeah, with no support from Peter. That's really interesting. So English is supporting Picardy to Belgium, and England, at least from the negotiations, must trust them just barely enough to believe that they're not coming from them immediately because Peter's pushing further east into Russia.
Well,
I don't know if I would do that.
As we said in the 1980s, and I was alive then, trust but verify. So Peter may have been trusting, but he also has Wales and Yorkshire, so he's okay.
Yes, and I did see the comment. Oh, so sorry. I saw the comment about the AR. Yeah, I mean, they're crushing it right now, right? But Mr. Barron over here has serious problems coming for him. So I think it's a little bit too early to say that the AR is really dominating this board.
No, it's definitely too early to say they're dominating the board. Let's see how it goes with the fall turn, though.
Ooh. And Russia loses Warsaw. I mean, I guess why not, right? If you know you're going to lose a dot and it just looks like something you can pick up and you don't think there's any possibility of picking up anything that you're going to lose. I mean, I get it. I get that for sure. I kind of like the Italian moves. They're moving in towards Gary. So maybe it wasn't going to be, a let's go for Turkey at the beginning of the game, but it's certainly become that. It makes me wonder if that's because of Turkey's weakened position. If they'd gotten, some kind of leverage over Russia instead of it being the other way around, maybe Chris would have chosen to go a different direction.
Yeah, that Greece being ordered to Bulgaria is interesting. Could have been a misorder, could have been who knows what, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah. And 2 builds for France. Yeah, so he's really chugging along.
Those armies were in really good position. We talked about that earlier.
Good. Yeah, so good.
And there appears to have been in the EF moving together. We'll see what Fleet Brest means, but it might not mean anything, but we'll see.
I don't know. The board tells me he's going for Peter, but it's possible that isn't what's happening, but yep.
Oh boy. Yep.
He's going for Peter.
You think that's a good decision?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, probably. I mean, Peter has all of his fleets. 2 of them are, firmly stuck over there by Russia. It's going to take them multiple turns to get out and defend. He only has 1 army, which he's now convoyed away, which is a surprise to me. I would not have expected Peter to do that. I guess I'm a little bit surprised. A little bit surprised by that.
Well, I just appreciate Eskel saying to Peter, "Thank you for Berlin. Now here's North Atlantic."
Yes. Yeah. I mean, if I'm Peter, right, and I see that there are really no French units in position to go for Italy, then I have to know that he's coming for me.
Well, that's right? When he didn't build Fleet Marseille and built Fleet Brest instead, that was a little bit goofy. Oh, look at the convoy. Look at the convoy.
That's a good one. Is that 2 convoys and one is not successful because English is convoying Belgium over and that doesn't work. I mean, that makes sense, right? Wales can only protect one or the other. So one of them is going to go and the other one won't. But who cares?
He was using North Sea to hit Holland so that the Germans could take Berlin back. So that's why he couldn't use North Sea to cover London.
Yeah. My guess is it's a little too late, but we'll see.
Peter might have been hoping that the convoy was going to Clyde as a move, as a positional move instead of the center itself. He may have been hoping against hope. Hey, Peter was wrong.
Sorry, Peter.
Peter was
no
wrong.
Allies here for you.
We should have said in the East, the Russians were able to snag Bulgaria, which is an interesting situation considering the position they're in other parts of the board.
He's so close to actually getting the Russian fleet out in the south, which we rarely see, right? We rarely see that originally. And he built another one. Oh, I totally missed that. So 2 fleets in the south. Way to go.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he built that early on. So the Italians have moved to Piedmont. Put a little, we'll see. Maybe that is a pressure tactic on the French, or maybe that's to get purchase on Tyrolia. We'll find out.
Well, either way, Eskel's going to build another fleet and make sure that he's good regardless. Eskel is just really rolling this board. I mean, his position is great. I'm really struggling to see who realistically can put up a defense against him. I'm not seeing it. You know.
Well, he's not so big that he doesn't need an ally. And who is his ally?
No, but I think he very soon, maybe even by the end of this year, will be big enough that he doesn't need an ally. You know what I mean? Like, especially if the East remains on their let's kill Turkey, and they are. So Chris does move to West, which is good. But Iberia can be covered, and MAO is still full.
I think Wardy moving against the French really changes the complexion of the game here somewhat.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like him and Austria and Tom have kind of figured out just to let bygones be bygones, because Tyrolia is holding, Vienna moves to Bohemia. So now there's coming to some kind of resolution, which is what I was saying. Like, if the East decides to, change direction, then they can put up some defense against Eskel, but if they didn't, then he was just going to roll the board, and he still might. Well,
it's I think it's significant. Not only did Wardy move completely west, he really moved west.
Mm-hmm.
Let Turkey up off the mat, basically had him pinned in a way, and left the Aegean.
And Turkey. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, even if it's an AI alliance, they're clearly not gunning for Turkey as fast as they could have. I mean, that fleet couldn't stay in the Aegean.
But Turkey's I'd be very surprised here if Tom or the Baron doesn't pick up Khan here, because it can't be protected. So if they want it, they can definitely take it, one or the other. So that move to the move to Sev is just going to be a trade. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. It's unfortunate because I don't know if you're Tom. Well, maybe you do prefer Baron other than Gary in this particular scenario. But you'd
love to take the corner yourself if you're Tom, if you can figure out a way to do it.
But if you have to, I guess it just depends on whether or not you think your biggest threat is keeping France in, or really committing to picking up the rest of Gary's dots.
The English losing the North Sea is obviously critical here.
Yeah.
That's a real positional issue. I mean, there were lots of guesses to be made here, but I'm going to assume that Peter did not think that he was going to lose North Sea, or maybe he thought he was going to lose the North Sea, so he didn't even try to stay there.
Did he retreat to English, or did he actively move there? I missed that.
I think he was in English before. He came in there, I think, in the spring turn with support.
So where did North go after got kicked out?
Well, he was covering Edinburgh.
I see.
To make sure the French didn't take Edinburgh, but he could have done a self bounce or something, but he didn't do that. I guess he was worried about the Russians leaking into Norway. That's what he was worried about.
Oh gosh, look at that! Russia's down to 1.
Yeah, here we go to Spring 06. The Russians are kaput. The Germans are almost kaput.
Yeah.
And look who's gotten into the mid-Atlantic. I mean, that's what I said earlier about Chris Wardy coming west has certainly changed the complexion of the game, I think.
It did. Good for him. France is continuing to clean up the island, though.
True.
Yeah. Oh, and he retreated into London. So is he picking up those last two? Because he supported into Eddie. That went. And North retreated to London.
Well, it's the spring.
Yeah. I wonder if Peter thought about that, about the retreat position.
That's always the issue with North. That's always the issue with North Sea.
Yeah.
You lose it, and there's an enemy unit there. Even if you can ever get it back, that enemy can usually retreat somewhere cool. It's one of the reasons why you don't want an enemy in the North Sea.
Oof.
All right, here we go for the fall. Bye-bye, Baron of Kirkholm, trying to move to Clyde with their fleet.
That seems so strange, right? Because if he hadn't moved, he wouldn't have been able to be dislodged. He has support, right, from Bulgaria.
Yeah, he would have had support if he hadn't done that. That's true. Wow.
I mean, maybe the Baron wanted out of the game, but if he didn't, that's an unfortunate mistake and lesson to learn.
Look at that support of the Italians into Brest. I mean, we talk about stalemate lines, that those kind of centers for Italy, that's on the other side of the board.
And
So-
Wardy apparently now trusts Tom well enough to bring him into Tyrrhenian Sea
True.
with Rome and Naples and Tunis undefended, frankly, because why would West bring you in if he's then going to worry about covering Tunis from Austria? Interesting. And Austria retreats back. So Tyrolia is dropping down to Trieste. That's an interesting choice.
That actually is.
I would, if I was Wardy, if I was Chris, I'd be a little bit concerned. It'd be like, yeah, I'm bringing you up here, but why are you leaving this position we needed? Just because there's a German army in Munich does not mean that that battle is won, right?
Well, Wardy was clearly worried about it because look what he didn't do with Piedmont, and look what he did do with Piedmont. He didn't even try for Marseille. He's supporting Venice because he's not totally sure what the Austrians are doing.
I mean, yeah, but that could also just be, oh, I really hope he goes so that he can't build Fleet Marseille, right? So it could just be that guess of, do I go there or not?
It could be, yeah.
And now Eskel can't build another fleet. I don't know if he necessarily needs one, but the option is gone.
I might have built an army in that situation anyway, just because he needs to put some pressure on Brest at some point.
Interesting. Oof. And Peter has 2 poles.
Peter has become the United Scandinavian instead of the United Kingdom. United Kingdom of Scandinavia.
Way to go, Chris.
Yep.
And Gary is to 4. Now he's not.
and he's back to 3. So.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, Gary. Tom is looking pretty good to me at this point. Tom is looking pretty good. He's got solid unit placement for defense purposes and to continue to take Turkish dots, which obviously he cares about because he's doing it. And what is this move here? Naples went to Tyrrhenian and Tom retreated back to Ionian. So slightly better positioning probably for Wardy's perspective, just as far as his dots go, but interesting.
And because there was now a Turkish fleet in Smyrna that was free to go west. So they're probably worried about the Ionian a little bit and so forth.
Gosh,
but
that's
let's see that the English fleet in mid-Atlantic is another thorn in the Sandblom side. So we'll see how he deals with it in the fall. He does take the Italians out of Brest. Does take the English unit, does take the English center in Norway.
He does, and it looks like it's a big bounce in Kiel.
We're burying the lead here, Corey. Look who took Venice. That they supported themselves to Tyrolia in the spring and then took Venice in the fall.
And Naples.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have been, I don't know, maybe Chris was and just felt there was nothing he could do about it, right? When Tom came back from the line down from Tyrolia, I would have been worried. Because the argument of like, oh, I need these armies for Turkey is not true. And yeah, that's bearing out. Way to go, Tom.
Gorgeous.
Excellent.
To see in 1907 for Austria to go up 3 is always gorgeous. Will we see Fleet Trieste? Probably.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Because he wants to force it now, right? Oh, yes. Very good.
Although, as you pointed out earlier, the French position, even with all the goofiness and the Italians attacking Brest and all that, the French position is still really good.
It is, right? Because they just have a couple of stray units, and that's really just a matter of, force these people to disband. Maybe you can't disband the actual unit by attacking it, but you can by taking German and British centers. So if he's picking those up, then that fleet in MAO, fleet in Denmark, wherever could go.
Well, the Germans are actually playing one short, which we'll see if Tom takes advantage of that, because those Germans are all really facing France, facing the west.
Interesting.
Oop,
a lot of black arrows.
The wandering Peter McNamara. He's an Australian on walkabout in North Africa. So that could be interesting.
Interesting. And so it looks like he has switched again. Is he switching again to go with France at this point? Because Denmark is not supporting Berlin to Kiel. It's supporting to hold.
Correct.
Interesting. So he must be just saying Janissary.
And in exchange for that, the French have moved to Skagerrak. So.
Yeah, very strange. I mean, not for Eskel, but. Excuse me. Sorry. But definitely for Peter.
Is this a race between Tom and Eskel here? Looks like it.
Yeah. Wardy picks Venice back up. with no opposition whatsoever from it. Oh, okay.
They
So
made a
maybe
deal.
they made a
They
deal.
made a deal. Yeah, I think so.
So it looks like we have two Janissaries here, Wardy and Peter. Like that's
I
what
don't
it
know,
looks
but
like
the
to me.
Turks supporting the English into Tunis in fall of 1908 is also a beautiful thing to see. You don't see that. You just really don't see that very often, particularly when neither one of them, both of the Wicked Witches, are toothless. They've lost all their teeth,
Chris,
but they're still taking out Tunis.
did you see that comment? David, I'm being maligned in the comments
I'm
section.
going to ignore, as usual. I'm going to ignore Chris Kelly's comments.
That's always smart.
Particularly when they're about Corey Neslin. I'm just not going to listen. All right.
Oh, okay. So okay, I guess then, David, if you were gonna pick like Eskel or Tom, who do you think is gonna win this race faster?
Well, one thing to consider is that Tom has got Warsaw and Moscow. I mean, Moscow was contested with the French, but it's not like the Germans are trying to protect themselves against the Austrians. So that might be a reason to favor the Austrians in the long run here, even though they're 2 behind at this point. They've still got a couple more game years to go. The French position's really good, don't get me wrong, but the Austrians may have a better diplomatic position. We'll see.
Oh, interesting. Because Eskel had the opportunity there to force Norway. It could not be stopped, and he didn't pick it up. And he would have retreated to Finland. I kind of don't think that would have been the worst thing ever. You know, because it looks to me like Eskel's trying to push this line, right? Tom is a little bit more circular in how his units are positioned so that he can expand out maybe in a, circular way, whatever. I couldn't think of the word. But Eskel's got a line, and I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't pick up Norway, that he went for Denmark instead.
I think it just diplomatically, Germany's not with him, and England's not with him, and Germany is. I think that might just be what it is.
Gosh, at this point, though, don't you think you might? Well, maybe you don't.
You can take it later. Take it later.
Oh, and so much for taking it later.
Oh boy,
game over.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
I don't hate this score though. You know, Tom played a really good game. Eskel played a very good game. I don't know if it would have ended this way if it had continued a couple more years, right? Like, I think the positions would have changed, but excellent work on both of those players' parts. Very well done.
I mean, Eskel had a better position than the Austrians. And the Austrians did have some centers they could have taken, but that might have just taken units off the line against the French. So maybe that's why Tom gave up on it.
Yeah.
Really a well-played game from beginning to end by France. There's no question about it. Agreed.
Well, Corey and David, thank you so much for that. That was a really fun game to watch. Well done to Eskel for that 11 centerboard top, and Tom for making it a race. I was not really sure how that was going to play out till the very end. So, all right, Corey, we're going to give you a break, and we're going to let David and Ed call this next game. So, Corey, thank you. And Ed and David, good luck.
I'm going to need it. I'm working with Ed Sullivan on this game. And he's muted, which means I get to do most of the talking, which is going to be great. Yes. Anyway, and as far as I'm concerned, you could stay muted because that's going to make it easier for me to win my points.
Shut up.
I can't wait to see the lineup for this game.
Who are these no names we've got?
I don't know. All I know is I'm not calling a game with Ed as a player, so that's going to be an interesting situation to be in. Evan Sweetheart from Ohio is Austria. Looks like Tim Sars from the Netherlands playing France. Roni Mordvinov from Israel. You know, he's probably the second Israeli player we've had in virtual face-to-face over the last 12 months. Simon Bath doesn't have a place for it, but it looks like we've got a new player. That's always exciting. Katie Gray from Indiana, the one that was interviewed by Corey at the top of the show. Sabi Ahuja from Chicago. And then Nick Amatangelo, which is how you pronounce Nick's name, I think, from Nebraska as our Turk.
Well, his nickname is Taj, so I'm going to go with Taj.
Is it really Taj? That's easy to say.
Taj is what he does on Backstabber.
Got you. Okay. Well, the lineup is certainly interesting with the relatively newer players, and you can see a lot of blank spaces because the blank spaces are, means they don't have as much of a history with us.
Yeah. I'll just say Evan's a good player. Played with him several times. Simon may not be known, but I played with him in a virtual game, a house game, about a month ago, and I found him to be very good and very knowledgeable about the game. Katie obviously did a great job last week. I played in a game, and Sabi plays a lot of gunboat, and Tanj is just crazy. So let's see it should be a fun game.
Oh, yeah. And Evan's another guy that plays a lot of gunboat. Ed, you want to take a look at the West?
Sure. Okay. In the West, we got a standard English opening. We've got the as you labeled, the controversial French opening, which I think is just normal play. And I think we have a normal German opening as well. So don't really know what's happening in the West, but take us over to the East, Dave.
Well, we do know what's happening in the East, which is a DMZ of Galicia, demilitarized zone. Nobody goes to Galicia, and nobody goes to Black Sea. So that's actually really interesting. We did some analysis back in the fall about openings and how Austria and other countries had done with openings, and actually moving to Budapest, but as of last fall when we did the statistical analysis, was the best opening for Austria statistically. Now, I don't know if those stats are probably not going to hold up over time. That might have been a blip, but it certainly means that it's not terrible for the Austrians if they make a good deal with the Russians going in.
Dave, what do you think about Venice hold? I've seen it come in and out of favor.
Yeah, it can just be a default position. I don't want to do the immediate move to Trieste. I don't want to go to Tyrolia. I don't really know what else to do. I don't want to make the French mad by going to Piedmont. I know, I'll just hold. And in fact, at various times in the hobby, this has been the most popular Italian opening. It has a long history. Again, we see the Russian fleet into Romania, this time supported unnecessarily by the Turks.
Well, in the West, we've got Corey really happy because the English did not get into Belgium, with Germany helping France move Burgundy right into Belgium, and Germany helping, not that it was necessary, but helping Bothnia into Sweden.
Yeah, it's the second time in a row we've had a 3-build France. So that's probably
always very dangerous. And then in the East, what do you think, Dave? I'm sorry, I jumped over you before.
No, that's all right. Really, the East, I'd already mentioned that the fleet goes to Romania instead of the army for the Russians, which makes sense given the DMZ in Galicia.
You saw that DMZ though, but do you think it's just an RT versus AI right now?
Well, the Austrians moved their army to Trieste because they weren't sure what the Italians were going to do in the fall. So I don't know that there's a lot of love going on yet between A and I. We'll see what happens after the builds. I think the A question is France going to really build 3 units? The answer is yes. 2 fleets and an army.
I like it.
That's probably the most popular way to do the French 3 build. If you're not going to wave one, is to do the 2 fleets in the army. Gives you the most flexibility.
I think it does. And we see the move here by France, moving the units in position, and Germany, however, took a little risk. And look at this: Russia helping North Sea into Denmark, playing balance of power up there by Sabi. Otherwise, the Germans decided Helgoland was more important for now than Denmark, but they're not going to get Denmark back.
I don't know that I have ever seen the Russians build a northern fleet, north coast of St. Pete, and then help the English into anything. You know what I mean? That is an interesting situation. What is Barents Sea going to do except be a thorn in the English side? And the English have accepted their help to Denmark anyway.
Well, it might be transactional, right? We might see Norway in Russian hands without anything that England can do to stop it.
Yeah, that's true. The other thing that's interesting is there really is an AI war. Italy didn't understand that because they sent their fleet to the Eastern Med, which does them no good way out there. But there is, in fact, an AT here. The Turks and the Austrians have together taken out Ionian, and the Austrians have moved into Tyrolia with support. So that's not good for Venice.
Evan, be careful about letting Turkey get so big. We'll see what happens.
Oh my! Look at the Germans helping the Italians keep Venice. That is an amazing move from Simon and Katie.
Look at that.
Um,
Look at Well, what else do we have going on in the east there?
well, the big thing is they hit Ionian. Instead of the convoy working, the fleet gets dislodged, which means the convoy didn't work at all. Because the Austrians had decided to go kill the Turk army in Bulgaria instead. So this is really an AR maybe, and the Austrians, which we've known from the beginning, they had friendship, but this may actually be what I call the army machine alliance, hoping to get the Italians and the Turks enmeshed with each other so that you take them out as an AR, which would be fascinating because we haven't seen that very much in the recent hobby history.
Well, Dave, in the West, as you know, I'm a lawyer and lawyers can't do math. So I clearly was mistaken about whether or not Germany had a 3-on-2 advantage on Denmark. They did. They took Denmark back, even with Russian support. The big surprise was Sabine not going to Denmark, but instead putting her fleet in Norwegian. I'm still struggling a bit with why the English would prefer this. But okay, here's where we are.
Well, maybe it literally is going to be a friendly fleet for the English to help fight off the French. Maybe that's what's going on here. If so, it would be a very rare situation of that kind of ER alliance. Let's see if it continues into 03.
Okay, I guess France got a talking to. Roni's called off the attack. The Russian fleet, Norwegian, is just an adjunct now, I guess, of the English fleet, moved to North Atlantic, presumably to help. Germany loses Denmark. Denmark's the new Belgium. Did you know that, Dave? So Denmark is now in English hands again, as Germany fends off attacks from Russia, still has France on side and England. But we definitely have the ER versus FG, but France right now has other things to do, and right now that's attacking Italy or moving into position against Italy.
Yeah, the convoy back from Tunis to Apulia is to get that army into play, and it's probably good for the Italians that they were able to do that, although it means they've left right when the French get to North Africa.
Yeah.
But you can only do so much when you're the Italians and everybody around you apparently wants to kill you.
All right. In the fall, France wasn't happy about the move to North Atlantic. So I'm going to take Mid-Atlantic back, and I'm going to move to Irish. I think I would have preferred English in that situation, but clearly didn't know what the fleet in London was going to do and didn't want to bounce. Germany is full on right now against Russia and taps Denmark with no real hope or want to take it back. I think this time around, the German disband will be crucial.
I will just say again, how fascinating that we have an ER alliance, which is rare enough as it is. Then you've got an active AR alliance, which may actually have turned into some kind of rat because it looks like they may have made a deal with the Turks now. Or maybe the move to Bulgaria was by consent with the Turks. I don't know, to kill that army and rebuild it into a fleet.
Let's call it a tier alliance. Turkey, England, Austria, and Russia. Also, they're bringing tears to my eyes to see such an alliance.
Yeah. Good pun, man. Good pun. All right, what do we got in winter of 03? Germans have to lose a unit because they couldn't take Denmark back. But otherwise, not a lot of action here. New fleet from the English. Let's see how long this England-Russia thing goes.
Well, it's going for now. Okay, as we move into spring 1904, well, we still sort of have French-German cooperation, I would say normally, but for the little sneaky spring move into Holland.
Oh, it's just one center. It's not that much.
It's purely there for defensive purposes. I'm going to say if I was France, I thought North Sea was going to Holland was just to help you bounce. Who knew? That North Sea wouldn't move there. The English take the Channel, which is obviously very good, and France prioritizing the North Atlantic, I'm not so sure was the best idea. given that they're totally out of position there now in the west.
Yeah, you got enemy fleets in English and Irish, and Brest is open with no army that can help you defend it. Ew. Positionally problematic. The Austrians did take Venice again, so Katie's back in hot water here. And now the convoy to Apulia does work, so Katie's hot water just got hotter. The Turks in Lyon is kind of, if you're going to do a rat, you really want to push those fleets west quickly as possible, and they're trying to do that here by going to Lyon. It's not a question of being anti-French, it's just pushing the units positionally. If you get further west, that means that now you can support a move from someone else into Turanian. That's the theory behind it. But look at the Russians going to Galicia. I guess to get that's probably to keep the Germans from going there is probably what that is.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Worried about Silesia.
Yeah.
But it's not a bad place for Russia to be.
Russians are back in North Atlantic, so they must think that's not a bad place to be either.
Yeah, in the west, obviously Mid-Atlantic had to cover Brest, but there was maybe good reasons for France to think that they could have didn't have to do that. But on the other hand, what were you going to do in North Atlantic? So I'm okay with the French moves. But the Turkish fleet in Lyon, as long as the tier stays alive, it's not good for FG.
Indeed. That's quite true. He did leave Holland, though. Did you notice? So did not take Holland from the Germans. So it really was I'm going to hold this away from the English kind of situation. So spring of 05, we've got this we've got this FG versus ER versus a rat. We'll see how that goes. The only thing I know is that Katie does not have a friend, and she sure would like one about now.
She doesn't have a friend, but she has the Ionian.
She does
That's
have
kind of all you need sometimes.
Yeah, if you can retreat your fleet forward into Turanian, you're like, okay, fine, take Ionian. Now I'm in the Turanian. The Russians actually have made some progress in their land war against the Germans, which is good because you would hope the Russians at some point would get something out of this. They haven't really up to now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I actually feel a little bad for Sabine here because, Sabine's now in the North Atlantic, moving to Mid-Atlantic. She's getting that unit way far forward, which is probably not where I'd want to be, but I can sense the pressure from England. The Germans are back. Sorry, the French are back in Holland. And I'm not sure what I think about the Lyon move to Piedmont. Probably just meant to tap, not knowing that Piedmont was going to go back to Marseille, but a little out of position now.
Yeah, it doesn't really do you a lot of good in Piedmont. I guess the question is that Russian fleet going to get to Tunis like Peter McNamara's English fleet got to Tunis in the last game? We'll see. We'll see. Not this turn, though. The fleet in Mid-Atlantic is actually holding with support. Does anything actually happen this turn? Well, okay, the Turks take Rome, so that happens. That's significant.
Yeah, and, the French took Holland, so we got another disband. Oh, I guess we don't, because there's 4. Yeah, we have a disband from Germany up. That's not good, but maybe that's going to induce Sabine to make a move here. But I don't know if Sabine can make a move right now.
So, yeah, Sabine still has not gotten a build out of any of this. I'm not saying it was a bad idea, but they still haven't gotten Berlin. Also, maybe that's getting ready to happen after this disband, though, because Germany can only do so much with 3 units. Losing the army, well, that's still bad for Sabine in terms of getting some progress. Right. The Russian army, the French army, Paris is really going to help France defensively here. France takes the Mid-Atlantic back,
right?
Because they had 3 fleets on it.
They took the Mid-Atlantic back.
Why did that work? English Channel. The English Channel convoyed the army tries to convoy to Picardy instead of defending Mid-Atlantic.
Yeah. I see.
Yeah. The only problem I have with that is what else was Paris going to do but go to Picardy? So
that's true.
I'm not sure that was a good guess. I guess Paris could have gone to Burgundy or something, but
Gascony maybe, but I don't think so. Picardy that's where
the Italians go to Naples, which is probably not good for the Italians because that got the Turkish fleet into the Ionian. Katie's just in bad in bad straits.
I will point out that the English took Belgium.
Ooh,
and it can't be taken back.
Indeed, that is quite true. Maybe that was the point of the convoy to Picardy, was to prevent that from. But wait a minute, you can take it back if the Germans support you to Belgium.
That's true.
Mid-Atlantic hits the English Channel, then you can take it.
I think Germany's given up right now on trying to fight the power and is just trying to be kept alive.
Look, the Russians finally get Sabie finally gets a center in Denmark.
Yeah,
it makes perfect sense.
It does. I'm sure it was arranged.
Yes.
Now, what does Sabie build? That's the key.
Second game in a row, Ed, where we've seen a very gaudy +3 from Austria later, in the late mid game.
Fleet Trieste this time? Yes, we do.
Of course. Yes, indeed. Evan representing Austrian strength. Now, if you're in a rat, I'm not sure. Well, of course, Turkey's had to lose 2, so I guess that makes sense. Turkey's sort of off the team in a way.
Turkey's off the team, but like Austria has a pick of which ally has lost its usefulness.
Well, the fact that Russia built a fleet Seb kind of answers that question. Turkey in Turkey losing the 2 fleets that are furthest west, that means Turkey, nicks out of the deal here.
And that's arranged in Bulgaria as a pass through to Constantinople right now.
Yeah, I would think so too. Yeah.
But look at Austria over the line.
Yes, into Burgundy. They got ketchup leaking into the west here.
Oh my God.
There we go. Let's see, the Russians briefly had Spain, but now they're back to mid-Atlantic. English take out Belgium. The Russians, we didn't mention this, but the Russians in the spring finally got Berlin after trying for like 5 game years. Finally got Berlin, but the Germans are still alive in Marseille. So there's a little bit. There's a little bit of German left. The Italians actually bounced back here for a fall turn. Right, they're getting ready to build. They took Rome back from the Austrians.
They did, but it's looking great for Austria right now. This is Austria's glide path, I think. I'm not sure who Austria. They got a disband. How did that happen?
Well, they lost Rome.
Oh, that's right.
They didn't pick anything else up. I mean, they've still got some interesting position. You got the army in Picardy and so forth. But in terms of centers, Sabie actually is the one that picks something up there.
Yeah.
And of course, as I said, Katie getting another unit back. Katie, 3 fleets. Maybe trying to defend the situation here. Army would have been a little more defensible, but maybe this way she thinks she can even keep Tunis under this situation. I don't know. Or make herself useful as a puppet.
Austria disbanded Picardy, which I suspected given its positioning. So, no big loss.
Is this Austria's game? Is this Russia's game? It's hard to see it anybody else's. Well, maybe England. Here we are in spring of 2008. Who's going to take this? Who's going to take the board top here? You think?
Well, I've kind of been on the Austria train, but Sabie's looking really good right now. With the move to Romania, can't give a lot of comfort to Austria that a stab isn't imminent.
I'm enjoying this for our meta because we haven't seen very many what I call the Great Northern Alliance, the England, Russia, and this has worked really well so far. And they're still working together. That bouncing keel is all just arranged to have a stable border. So we'll see. English take Brest. Italians have lost Rome again, which was going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, the thing here is that at some point, the West had a decision to rally or not. And for whatever reason, they decided not to rally. England invited Russian help early, and, they've stuck with it the entire time. And that's going to benefit the East. So this wasn't going to ever be a board top for England, but I'm happy that England got something out of this, got Brest. And so we'll see how it continues. It's curious where it's going to go from here.
Well, I will say this as someone who's a big proponent of diversity in diplomacy. I am really glad that the answer to the question is not always X. It is sometimes Y, Z, A, B, or C. And this one, the answer is an ER alliance and an RA alliance. That's awesome.
Well, David, you taught me that it's not the pieces on the board; it's that the players are the pieces on the board, and that they're the pieces you got to move. And so, if it turns out to be English Russia, it turns out to be English Russia.
I completely agree with that. And the alliance partners are all +1, and the other people are not. So this looks like it might be moving towards a conclusion. We again have English in North Africa. I would like to point out it's an army.
Well, what else were they going to do?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Wow. This just continues to march along here.
Oh, but look at this. Maybe it's arranged, but we got Austria and Berlin and Black Sea and Bulgaria East Coast.
That's got to be arranged.
Arranged.
Berlin wouldn't have left like that unless it was totally arranged. So that's got to be arranged. Gascony continues. Sabie in a game last weekend hit Gascony 6 times with French units for no reason, and Sabie this time is hitting Gascony with Russian units for no reason.
It was very important for self-bouncing reasons, David, which I know you love, to have 3 units go to Gascony all at once.
Occasionally, I do think self-bounces are good. But anyway, the bye-bye Katie Gray, man, she just had she drew the short straw in this game from the beginning. It's actually surprising she's still alive by the time you get to the end of 09. All right. Gascony has just completely been battered into submission by everybody on the board. Man, what did the Gascons do to deserve this? I don't know.
Gotta think it's over here as well. Did Sabie take the words up here?
Yeah, well, the Russians have voluntarily left Smyrna,
but they took Spain.
That puts it 11-11. If Tim doesn't care about this may be the end of the game.
Got to be over
with an AR alliance dominating from the beginning of the game. 1911, it's over. Yep. I tell you what, I just love to see unorthodox, and it's not really unorthodox. An AR alliance is perfectly fine. The issue has usually been with AR alliances that you don't have enough fleet power in the mid. In this particular game, the way they got around that was using the Turks as their fleet power and then jettisoning them later. Really outstanding game, particularly from Sabie, but really from both of those alliance partners. And SARS in England, hitching his horse to the wagon there was probably smart in his case. He still got a pretty decent result, and it did better than he would have.
Because the VDL games are time limited, there's really very little chance for the West to be totally obliterated when the East gets over the line. And so I think Tim made a wise choice of just being from a bad spot early, deciding to be the sort of beneficiary of the remaining Western powers, and good for him to do that, and good for the AR. I frankly doubted a little bit about Sabie's play early, and Sabie made me a believer.
Sabie made a lot of people a believer in that game. I'm not saying that Sabie was the only good player in that game, but Sabie's play really was what's the word I'm looking for? Was conspicuously good. That's the word I was looking for.
There is one thing I've learned from watching Nikola play Russia is that he taught me to play Russia patiently. And the commitment that Sabie made in like 1903, 1904 to continue sticking with the Northern Alliance was impressive. Most players, myself included, probably would not have stuck that out, and was rewarded for it. So really impressive.
Yeah, that was really an outstanding game to watch.
All right. Well, David, we are going to give you a break, and Corey and Ed are going to call our final early game round of the VDL. Thank you, David. And Corey and Ed, I'm going to leave you to it. Let's see if I can get this transition working this time. We'll find out. And the answer is no. We're getting a little closer. All right.
By the time we've been doing this for 20 years, we'll have it down,
Yes.
Brian. Don't worry.
Yes, I for a little in the weeds here. You can see I moved my setup today, and it's having a couple little minor glitches, throwing a wrinkle into it. But
I don't think so. This is more exciting than
Here we go.
C-SPAN, Brian.
it's definitely more real. All right, Corey, Ed, I'm going to leave you to it. Thanks.
All right. So with these players, who do you know on this list, Ed?
I know Michaelis is a great guy from England and very good player. John Jameson from Scotland, who's in, he's
Vancouver.
eponymous. Matt Lynch is just a fantastic guy. And Wardy's a great guy. JJ, he basically sucks, so I don't think he's going to do very well. And then Tom, who I haven't played with, but has just one good result after another, and seeing his place in DBN at number 5 shows, well, if anyone can play well as Turkey, maybe Tom can do it. How about you?
I definitely know everyone here except for Ethan. I completely disagree about JJ. He is fantastic. Love that kid. A+ guy in my book.
Because he always gives you his centers.
Hey, you know what? It's not my fault that he prefers me to you, Ed. Okay? There's a reason for that. All right? There's a reason why almost everyone prefers me to you, Ed. Just kidding. Just kidding. Do you want to take the West or the East?
I'll go with the East.
One? You got it.
Okay. Well, in my limited experience with Michaelis, I know he likes to play an AI, so I fully expect this to be an AI as we see here on the moves. The Russian moves are fairly standard Southern opening, and the Smyrna hold, which is sort of the alternative to Smyrna moving to Ankh, a modern variant of it. So the more radical variant is Smyrna to Syria. We didn't see that from Tom, but nothing out of the usual, nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah, I would echo that sentiment here in the West. Very standard openings for everyone. I like the move from Paris to Picardy. Maybe this is going to be a conversation about who picks up Belgium. Maybe we're going to see yet another 3-build France, or maybe they're moving there to bounce out Matt. We'll find out, but everything is pretty normal, I think.
Right.
Okay. Unopposed Belgium. So we do have another 3-build France from Ethan. We'll see how that goes. And then, John picks up Norway, pretty normal. And Denmark doesn't contest Sweden. So good job.
Well, I think the interesting thing is there's no bounce. I mean, John is is this an FG or was G worried that John might bounce him out of Holland, which is certainly within John's playbook. Moving to London's interesting because it takes away the opportunity to build in London, which may have been John's point, but trying to work out John is always very difficult. But in the East here, we do see the AI with Ionian moving to Aegean, which I hate the Italians to go to Trieste and then move to Tunis. So this is the way to do it in my book. Good on Michaelis for making that deal. But we see a bit of the RT going as well with Ukraine going to Romania and Black Sea being demilitarized. So we definitely have an interesting AI versus RT shakeup going on in the East, which tends to blow up when one party seems to think that they're not gaining enough.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting. I know your views on Turkey, obviously, but I'm really hoping here that JJ and Tom are going to work it out. I don't think we've actually seen a really effective or true juggernaut in a while. I'm always down for that. And I agree with you about Trieste, right? Like if Austria is going to be willing to lend Trieste to Italy, then you don't want that to be a 5-build, particularly in 01. So I get that. Not a 5-build, but a 5 cent.
And Italy should do that. They have Tunis in the back pocket, right? There's no downside to that happening for Italy. I think it's good for both.
Yeah, completely agree. So France, like we said, is going to be 3-build France. If I'm not France, I hate that. I hate that it's a 3-build France. If I am France, it depends who my neighbors are. But John is picking up 1, Matt picks up 2, Wardy is getting 1, and McAllis 1. And Turkey gets a build for keeping Bulgaria. So good job. All right,
Yeah.
double fleet build from France.
That's not good for John. And then he built an army Liverpool, so either he is just being John and did something strange, or he knew something was coming. But that move now to London, I think, really hurt him a bit, because he can't contest. Well, we'll see what happens. There was no Brest fleet to the English Channel.
That's true. I still, though, if I'm John, though, I'm still not loving Brest to Picardy, right? Like, that still doesn't say anything good, especially given that Portugal is going to MAO and Marseille headed to Spain. So, I don't love it. Don't love it. Let's see. What else
in the East here, we've got...
Wow. Okay.
I don't really know what to say. Either they trick Tom, or Tom is going to make Russia Turkey now. But at the one level, Austria supports Bulgaria into Romania and takes it with a double support. But then Austria backfills with Bulgaria, and Aegean moves to Khan, which clearly Turkey did not think was going to happen. So the AI, I think, essentially tricked Turkey here, and I don't think this is going to be very good for JJ either.
Very surprised by that set of moves. Like, very surprised about it. Given what I know of Tom, that's amazing to me that he could be tricked like that. Also, if he had a good relationship with JJ, was there something in the negotiation that broke down that made him lose some confidence, right? Because if I had a Russia that actually stuck to the DMZ of not going to black, there would be trust there, right? I would be not as willing to kind of stab them later. And it was only like a turn later too.
Okay, so lies were spoken. John, the thing about Michaelis is Austria is he's a very calm English gentleman, even though he looks young, but he's also Greek, so he's got salesman in him too. So he's got the whole package. And so I'm assuming that's what he did to poor Tom in that case.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
mean, obviously he did an about face. So Tom is coming back. And he does get Khan back, given the cut. Interesting.
It's not a disaster for Tom. Okay,
No.
It's not a complete disaster because, he's got no disbands. He's got Constantinople back. Italy convoyed to Tunis. The AI improves position such enough that Trieste goes to Tyrolia, which is, just fine. And Russia has to, move out of Warsaw. I don't know if they had to do it, but they moved out of Warsaw.
Yeah, interesting choice on JJ's part for that. But what I find interesting here is Ethan's moves. Like, so MAO goes to Brest, but Spain doesn't follow up into MAO. Now, granted, John doesn't have any fleets over there, right? So MAO is not under any kind of immediate threat. But it's still just very weird to look at. I don't know if you feel the same way, Ed, but I feel like this double fleet that seems to be crossing by land instead of by water is just weird to me.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with that. And I'm wondering here, I think France has made some sort of bargain, right? Which is John's essentially killable at any time. But, so let those armies make their crazy orders on the island. And, well, I guess we'll see what happens. But it's interesting, France's play.
If you're going to do this, why would you have these builds, though? That's what doesn't make sense to me, right? If this is how you're going to roll, why be three fleet France right now? Because you're not using them like they're fleets.
I agree.
And they're handicapping you from the perspective of, like, you can only go to coastal regions. Like, I'm sorry, Ethan, this looks very stupid to me. I hope you have a good reason for this.
All right, well, he's in the English Channel now, so give the guy a break.
He's there. All right.
He's in
only
the English
a year
Channel
later. Fine.
He can set himself up for Tunis if he wants to going forward. John's in a little better position now with the fleet back in the North Seas, made a bargain with the devil with Russia, but maybe not since Skagerrak goes into Sweden, which is good for Germany here. So I think you had the West and I just took it over. I apologize about that.
No, you're good. I mean, this isn't a surprise though, right? Because John's partner here isn't Matt. So if there was a unit available, I don't know why Matt wouldn't just take it. Like,
Right.
good for him. He's getting attacked. He needs the builds. It looks like Austria is picking up Romania, piffing the Turkish unit. Yeah, they're back to attacking him. So Tom is going to lose Constantinople, Romania. He's not going to be able to really hold any of this. I think
Not
once it
looking
goes
good
down
for
to
Tom.
2, that's it. Yeah.
Not looking good.
No.
But now's the turn, right? Like in this spring or fall of 04, we're going to see who's going to win on this AIR business.
Yeah, I mean, look at that convoy, Tunis to Smyrna, and it actually goes through. So Smyrna must have been assuming that the convoy was going to go to Syria, right? So he goes to Syria to bounce it. It wasn't. Oh, that's rough. That is rough. Good for Italy, though, right? Because they basically now just circumvented Michalis. Right, they have
Good
now
for
a fleet
Italy.
and an army over there. That's awesome.
I tell you what else is rough. Having an army in Liverpool, disbanding it, then convoying your other army out to Denmark, only to see those useless French fleets all get into glorious position. That's rough for Mr. Jameson.
No, and this is what I don't understand. John, you are not a bad player. Why the hell did you leave the island completely undefended? Like, what is this? Like, what? Why? Why? You're just asking for someone to attack you. The second you move your last unit off the island, that's it. That's when the countdown should start for when England's going to get knocked off the board. Like, no way. I mean, he does build Fleet Liverpool, so that's good, right? And France is abandoning his position. Got it. That makes sense. But see,
yeah.
Ethan, you needed to be doing all this stuff like a year earlier. If you'd done it a year earlier, you wouldn't have had to like roll back your units to go fight Italy because you'd have builds. You would have been able to.
This looks like my game is France. Every good decision, just a season too late. Right?
You don't just mean as France, you just mean all of your games, right, Ed?
Yeah, all my games, right?
Yeah,
because I'm always a day late and a dollar short.
That's what I thought.
I mean, had position on Italy, gave it up. Had position on England, gave it up. Now we're back to Italy. Didn't move North Atlantic. You know
what? Now I kind of want to be a little bit less mean because now that I remind myself that this is Mr. Ethan, I don't know him. Maybe this is some guy who doesn't understand who John Jameson is, and doesn't know Wardy, so maybe he got, snookered, right? Instead of playing the game maybe he wanted, maybe he's new. I don't know. Do you know him?
No. I don't know him, but what I think here has happened is a serious conversation must have occurred in the West about, are you guys not paying attention to the East? And there must have been a discussion about the threat of the East to the West. And
look at all those red lines.
A lot of red in the West, a lot of black in the East.
What convoying nonsense is happening here? North and English tried to convoy Denmark to Brest. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Why would you assume that they wouldn't cover Brest? Like, why not go to Picardy? I mean, maybe he's saying, "Oh, I'm gonna lose." Yeah, so he's like, "I'm gonna definitely lose Denmark, so let me move, but let me move to a place that clearly isn't gonna work."
Well, he would have had a disband either way. Like, it was a Princess Bride moment, right? Maybe he didn't think that would happen, but he's trying to outthink everything, but he still got the disband coming.
Well, sorry, John. It's not working for you.
I mean, the problem with the West is they can't rally. They're not rallying together. They're not They can't get on the same page.
And Matt lost Munich. I don't know if you saw that, but he's lost Munich, which is unfortunate. So he's not going to have any adjustments, right? Because he took Denmark, but Munich is gone.
I'm loving Michaelis's position here. He's got Russia in front of him. He's got Italy in front of him. Michaelis is definitely capable of a stab. And let's see what happens.
He is, but it's not that easy. Okay.
By the way, Peter, you need to tell me how to pronounce snooker. if Americans don't say it right.
Snooker.
Okay, well, it looks like Michaelis isn't stabbing, just moving up on the line. Meanwhile, Russia takes Berlin. There was a bounce in Ukraine, so that's curious, but
Not surprising though, right? Because what else is Moscow going to do? Because McAuliffe is either going to pick Wardy or JJ to attack, right? And
Right.
even though McAuliffe had all those armies on the edge of Wardy's territory, he can cover all of it. So there's not really any guaranteed wins there. But if he keeps Chris on his side, particularly continuing to bounce in black, then there are builds waiting for McAuliffe. Unfortunately, they're with JJ's centers.
I don't know if we're going to see that as much as we're just going to see the continuation of the AIR, right? I mean, it's working great.
Mm,
I know you like stabs, Corey. I know
love
you like to
stabs.
lie.
Hey, I don't lie that often. You don't get to be mad at just because you get eliminated from the boards that I'm on, all right? It's not really so much a me thing as it's a you thing, but that's fine.
Right. It's
no,
true.
I'm kidding. Well, okay, so what have we got here? I knew it was a
did make the
stab.
move.
I knew it. Yeah. So we've got here is an AI, whatever the hell you want to call it. Poor JJ.
And a good one.
A good
JJ
one.
too trusting again. I think I was right. Look at this. Austria takes Munich. Austria takes Sevastopol. All they do is sacrifice that little known place called the Black Sea to do it. But this is just wonderful. Russia does pick up Denmark.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter that JJ got into black, right? Because Khan in Bulgaria, no, it's all right. It's all right. It's not that big of a deal. And Italy is starting to pick up Iberia with Spain. So, Portugal, Marseille are soon to go, I'm assuming. Oh, no. Well, John's still alive, and he gets a build. Good job, John.
Yeah.
McAuliffe has 2. Oh, a 3. Down 3 for Matt. I'm sorry, bud. And Turkey has been eliminated. Well played, kind of, Tom.
Except for that one time.
So the curse of Turkey continues, as you are happy with, I'm sure, Ed.
Yeah. I like that Germany kept the North Sea.
Yeah, well, if you're going to disband, I mean, you might as well keep the one unit that's most likely to be the most annoying. So, that's what I would do. If I know I'm going to lose, the units I keep are the ones who look like they can be the most annoying. So I'm down with that. I'm down with that choice.
Yeah.
All right.
So it's bad for JJ. Really bad, JJ.
Not unless he can flip McAuliffe, but I don't know why McAuliffe would at this point.
No.
Now I kind of want to see McAuliffe build a fleet. Build Fleet Trieste. Let's do it.
No.
Lame.
He built in Budapest, I think.
He waived a build, right? Because he was +2. And he only built in Budapest, so
who knows?
I think that's a wave. All right. So English is John is picking up Belgium. All right, cool. North heads to York. Now he gets his pick. Eddie is undefended completely. London would be a guess, so he's going to go to Eddie for sure.
Yeah, Germany's not eliminated is the headline.
He is not. And McAuliffe continues to move his units up towards Russia and towards the French and English little battling thing going on over there. So good for him.
So JJ, I think, is playing it the right way here, which is he could have moved to Warsaw from Prussia. He could have had support, but ultimately, right, I think the decision he's making is, okay, I got stabbed. What's the best I can do in this position with Michaelis? And I think he probably made the right choice.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. So, Chris and Michaelis are pretty close here. Who do you think is going to be board top between those two?
Oh, I don't know if it's definite, but I really think Michaelis has better options right now than Chris. And I also think Michaelis has a lack of fear to do it if he needs to.
Kind of looks like it. I mean, maybe this was arranged or whatever, but Ank going to Khan without that bounce from Bulgaria and Armenia going to Sev, that's interesting to me.
I
That's
think that JJ agreed, right? He's on full on Janissary now,
yeah.
and the deal was you've got to disband Black.
Got it. Yeah, you're probably right. So +2.
Although it doesn't look like he has a disband, or maybe he does.
He
Yeah,
does.
-1.
-1. It's just that it's red over there right now. That's why it's confusing. But it looks like France also has to go down 1. So Ethan is down a bit. Unfortunate, based off of how the game had been going for him prior. I wouldn't have expected him to be in this position.
It's a very well coordinated Eastern triple, but I think you had the right instinct, which is you got maybe 2 hours left in this game. You've dominating position as Austria. Italy's locked up now in the Med. What does Austria do is going to be the key storyline.
I don't think this is an Eastern triple, Ed. It's not a AIR if Russia is basically a puppet. It's an AI, right?
All right. I was trying to be nice to JJ this time, but okay, he's a puppet.
No, he is not a full-fledged member of an AIR by any means. All right, so Eddie returns to North. Cool, interesting, uncontested. Kind of like it. And Austria's in Burgundy now. And backfilling into Munich by retreat. Interesting.
Yeah, no, that is interesting. John staying relevant. Let's see if what Germany does with that fleet. I'm curious about the move to Prussia. I mean, it just seems like Michaelis is kind of like keeps telling the dog of JJ, good doggy, and then just keeps doing more things to him. So we'll see what happens next.
I mean, that's where all of his units are. You know what I mean? Like, wow, look at that. Look at those Austrian armies.
But he supports him now.
Wow. And north to Helgoland. Okay, sure. Why?
The West is finally rallying. A little too late. A little late. I mean, we've got Austria and Burgundy now. Oh my God, this is just bad.
Well, Austria's in Gascony, and the Italians have made it into
Gascony.
Spain and Marseille. So Ethan's crippled. That's it. Like he can no longer. They're not going to be able to hold this. That's nuts. Oh my gosh. I kind of am loving the spread of centers though between Wardy and McAllis. Like McAllis just sitting in the center, and like there's just Italian dots like on either side. I love it.
Yeah.
All right. To Brest. France convoys Spain to Brest. Okay.
I mean,
all right. Oh, so they made an agreement. It was let me live in Portugal and I'll give you everything else. But let me live, right? That's what you're saying here.
That or it's just like don't kill us all the way. Like get as many dots as you want to increase. But now let's see what happens. Yes, it was. He could have built an Army Venice and he didn't do it, Brandon. Or he could have built anywhere. But yeah, he waved.
Oh, very
And there's
nice.
no stab. I know Brandon is dying. He's rolling over right now. He's so upset. But I mean, look at Austria here. Just rolling on puppet JJ.
And because Germany didn't move back to north, now is one center is like under threat. Matt's only center is under threat. It's not like anyone's gonna put him back into Germany. I mean, if they do, I'd be amazed.
Right, to help Russia, to support Holland. This is what Germany gets. JJ, so don't act aggrieved when you get stabbed. Look what happened. Oh, Wardy, this was supposed to be game over right now. Oh. There's some dot wrangling here. That makes it interesting.
Oh, is he gonna stab? Oh, I wonder if Austria's gonna stab.
It's going to be hard with three Italian builds to stab. I think you waited too late.
Oh no, yeah, no, because if you're Wardy, you build now, right?
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
Morgante, why not solo if you can? Some of us value friendship over solos, Morgante, but not Michaelis.
I want to make another crack, Ed, but I feel like I'm just being too mean to you tonight. So I
No, keep going.
won't do
I
it.
can handle it. Oh, we have disputes about who vetoed a draw. Well, you may not have vetoed it, but you certainly moved on poor little Italy here. Did Italy have 3 builds and only build 2?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Oh, for a stab. I knew it.
Oh, yeah. Michaelis is just, this is fantastic play.
No, I'm totally down with that. If I'm Michaelis, I get that. So I wonder who vetoed then. I kind of, it would be hilarious if it was like Ethan, right? Like just wants the hell to continue.
JJ, I take it back. Look at what you did. You didn't kill Germany. You took out Belgium.
Good for him, though. Way to go, JJ. You get yours. All right. And Helgeland's just sitting there. Wow, what an interesting mess. And
I like how Russia has a build. JJ, you got to build. It's fantastic.
Where?
I know, but he got one. So
got one.
It's a moral victory.
Okay, so all right. Not surprised by this. So Wardy's trying to protect himself a bit.
Look at this position on Turkey by Michaelis. I mean, this is not good for Wardy. Wardy trying to get back.
He's going to lose all.
Austria advancing on the boot. This game's got to be time limited, so he's not going to catch up by the end.
But Wardy can now take Rum unopposed, so at least one of those dots he's gonna trade for, because he can just jump right into Rum, no problem.
That's true.
Which he does. Oh my God, he loses all 3. Oh man, is this really a
moral victory? He got Romania.
When is this?
It's going to be hard to dislodge that fleet, Corey.
Did these end at 12? I don't know if he can hit 18.
It's a 7.5 hour limit.
Oh, it's time, not year. Okay.
Right.
Oh, geez. And England gets a build. Congrats, England. Way to go, John.
Bye-bye, Germany.
Oh, dang. Oh, my God. Look at all those black lines. Oh, if I was a Southern lady, it would just be like whatever the Southern ladies say before they're going to faint or whatever the hell it is that they do.
They've got the vapors. That's the
vapors.
Word. I got the vapors.
Thank you.
I really think Italy here should have moved to Bulgaria. There was only one place for Khan to go and bounce.
Seriously,
it's
might
going
as well
to be
keep them trapped down there if you can, or for as long as
bad.
possible. Yeah, no.
Michaelis, I think
no
you
hate
can
here.
veto the draw.
Oh
Yeah.
no. Oh, and it looks like Wardy decided to take that off the board. So the army that's in Venice could have retreated to Tuscany or Tyrolia and didn't. Marseille did have a retreat and didn't take it either. He pulled that off the board.
Is this it? Is this the solo? Did he get it?
19.
He got it. He soloed.
Congrats. Oh my gosh. Good job, dude. Wow.
Yeah. If we were going slower, we would have seen that you're at 15. It's just fantastic play, Michaelis. I mean, super well deserved. Almost locks you in standing wise to top 7 for VDL.
Wow.
And there are so few solos given the time limit. It was just an incredible game.
That's awesome. You know what's also cool? John got no points. He's on that board.
I like John.
No I'm kidding. I like John too, and I like him about as much as I like you. So
thanks. That really sounded sincere.
I'm kidding.
You say that all the time, though.
It's just to cover up my real personality. Sorry.
I am not 100% sure, but I think this could be the first VDL solo. I'll have to go back and check. It's definitely one of the first, if not the very first. To do it in a timed game, well done, Michaelis. That was very, very impressive. I mean, especially with all the chatter that we had going back and forth in chat about the diplomatic backstory, we're definitely going to need to dig in and learn more about this game. It's fabulous. So.
Yeah, I want to know who vetoed that draw. If Michaelis is really saying it wasn't him. And is telling the truth.
Rob, I love you. Thank you for the beer.
Well, let me break in and say one more thing about Michaelis. So much for the idea that if you are a big name, or if you've had a lot of recent success, then you cannot have success on a board, because McCallus is currently leading the Tour of Britain. And anybody that watched that program in March knows that. And some of these players did. Chris Wardy's English. He's involved in Tour of Britain. He knows that. So the concept that you have to take your lumps if you've had recent success is not always true. It's a diplomatic thing.
Well, so what you're really saying, David, is more people should watch League Night to get a leg up on how to compete in these games.
Apparently so.
Yeah. Well, I think that we've got some fantastic European play tonight. We had it with the Tour of Britain.
No such thing.
It is time to move on to see the French Diplomacy League. I am really excited about this. I know that most of you know that I am the prime weasel for the Windy City Weasels. A lot of the club play that we have and have extended even into VDL owes itself to the inspiration of what came out of the French hobby. And so the French hobby's been down a little bit, and to see it kind of coming back and resurging, it's really exciting to me. I've never had the opportunity to watch that league. I've seen some fantastic world-class players, and we're going to get that opportunity. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and we've done a lot of these with videos. So where we're talking about experimentation, we're not entirely sure how this format's going to work out. So again, if you like it, give it a thumbs up, post in chat. If you've got suggestions, also comment and let us know. With that, let's start out with an interview that Kevin O'Kelly, our DBN French-speaking extraordinaire, or at least passingly French-speaking producer extraordinaire, has done a couple of videos and interviews, and we'll go ahead and share this one now.
And we are here with Master Diplomat Nicolas Sahuguet. Welcome, Nicolas.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Kevin.
I know a lot of people who are tuning in tonight have seen a lot of Nicolas. He's been tearing up the circuit recently with top board performances from, I think, Carnage, the Virtual WDC, and of course, the top board with the DBNI. You've been on quite a run, huh?
Yeah, but no success on the top board. So
well,
something to look forward to for next season, I guess.
Yep, and that's the beauty of this, is we've got a lot of chances to play. And speaking of chances of playing, the French League has picked up with Ligue, Francophone de Diplomatie Virtuelle. Do I have that right?
Perfect. Ligue Francophone de Diplomatie Virtuelle.
Excellent. How did that start? Who got it started? When? How? It seems like these games have been picking up.
Yeah. So the first thing is, after playing so much virtual face-to-face in North America, I contacted some of my French friends saying, "Oh, you should do the same in Europe and in France." And in particular, I contacted Christophe Borja, who is Swiss. And he was one of the first who started playing on Discord. In fact, he organized game on Discord before the pandemic, before anything started, but it didn't really pick up. And I also contacted Leif Saarleinen, who is organizing things in Asia and is always full of energy. But I don't know, it didn't really work out in October, November. And then I think the people who organize the French Championship and the Association Française des Joueurs de Diplomatie, so like the French version of NADF, they said, "Oh, there is no French championship face-to-face. We have to do something. So let's organize a championship virtual." And so we decided to do that. And then I told them, "Oh, just to make some buzz, to create some, people getting used to the format, etc. You should have a league." In the US, there have this VDL league. It's super successful. It attracts new players, and it's a lot of fun. And so we decided, okay, let's start that.
We think of the VDL as a mix of, old face-to-face players and then brand new players who played on judges or websites or other servers. Is that the same mix that you're seeing in?
Yeah, in fact, there are kind of three groups of players. So there are the players that are kind of the usual suspects. So it's part of the organizers and it's part of the active face-to-face players. So they are there. Then we get a lot of really old timers that were face-to-face players maybe 10 or 15 years ago. Then they stopped playing because of family reasons or they moved abroad. But they were still a bit online, and so they are coming back to the game. And then we have some young players. I think you'll interview one later today. And we also have, so one of the co-organizer, Gabriel, is in charge of Conspiracy. So Conspiracy is an Android app that you can play diplomacy on your phone. And so lots of young players between 16 and 20 are playing on Conspiracy. And we are starting to get some players from that group. And that's really refreshing because that's the future, and that's where we can hope to get grooming future world champions and things like that.
Excellent. So a couple quick questions before we sign off here is it a mix of players within France? Is it people outside of France playing as well? Where is the dynamic made there?
It's mostly French, but we have a diaspora of French people from all over the world. So everybody is welcome. Of course, a basic level of French is expected. But as we saw in the French Championship, we had Conrad Woodring who played, and he said it's really tiring to negotiate in French, but it went really well. And also Maxime Popov, who one of his many talents is to speak French, and he did also pretty well in his negotiations. And so it's fun to have players from outside France and to increase the connectivity of the world hobby.
Well, then, since it's in French, let me give you a couple seconds to do a little promotion in French for anyone who will see this video. Invite them along.
Ok, donc vous êtes tous les bienvenus pour jouer sur la Ligue francophone de diplomatie virtuelle. Vous pouvez trouver tous les renseignements sur le Discord du CDFV. Donc, je ne sais pas, peut-être que les gens du DBN pourront mettre un lien en dessous de la vidéo YouTube. Ou vous pouvez aussi aller sur le site web de l'Association française des joueurs de diplomatie. Je vais voir si on peut mettre aussi un lien en dessous de la vidéo.
Merci beaucoup, mon ami.
De rien, merci beaucoup.
Thanks. And thanks again to Nicolas for that great interview, and we wish him and the French players the best of luck this season. So to start out this season, I am very proud I'll get to practice my French for the first time since high school. So we'll see if I can get through these names better than some of our other DBN experts. Starting in L'Autriche, a player we may have seen a few times, former multiple-time world champion and the current French champion from played in March. We have Cyril Savant. In Angleterre, we have Charles Lemoulin. In France, we have Steve Personini. In Allemagne, we have Tristan Desert. In Italy, we have Mario Hui. In Russie, we have Patrick Olivier. And in La Turquie, we have Briouk Thibault. So to start out this game, we're going to feature DBN's own Marcus Zylstra in an esports version. So take it away, Marcus.
Marcus Zylstra here, coming to you with the first game of the French Diplomacy League, and what a start this is. Look at this Russian opening, moving into Silesia with their army, moving into Warsaw behind it. It's very anti-German, and immediately risks being bounced out of Sweden. At the same time, they lose Galicia to the Austrian, but thankfully, at least, they do have a demilitarized zone in the Black Sea here, so it looks like potentially a juggernaut. We'll have to see how this pans out. In the west, there's a bounce in Burgundy. This means that Belgium is going to be down to England and France as to which of the two will get it. Let's move ahead to the fall. So if we look at the fall here, look at this move in the west. The convoy into Holland is deliberately with the intention of stopping the German getting in there. It's very aggressive off the bat, and Germany goes down to just one build due to it. Meanwhile, in the east, we see a massive Austria-Turkey invasion of the Russian here, going into Ukraine, getting Romania, going into Black Sea, going into Armenia. Russia looks in a really bad spot despite being in Galicia here. They will be able to rebuild this unit, but it's just going to be one build because they did not pick up Sweden either. Thankfully for them, the Italian did gain Trieste, and Italy will probably not be wanting to see this this Austria-Turkey alliance do particularly well, so that could provide a lifeline for them? We'll have to see. So the big story of the winter is these 3 army builds in France. Very, very pro-England, but also very likely to get them bottlenecked. There's nowhere really they can go without significant help from other players. That could work against them. Let's have a look at what happens in the spring. So in the spring here, we do see that Italian lifeline coming in handy, knocking the Austrian out of one of their home centres and coming around the top to continue their aggression, potentially. This Austria-Turkey alliance is staying strong, though. They're moving in, they're taking Sevastopol. They did move out of Ukraine, but mainly to bolster their defences in the Balkans against this Italian attack. Meanwhile, on the other side of the board, we do see this England-France alliance making progress, but again, it's going to be difficult for France to make significantly more progress with just these armies, especially with Portugal holding on the Western Front there. Meanwhile, in the north, we do also have the English player just moving into St. Petersburg completely uncontested. It does not look good for the Russian right now. Let's have a look at whether their fate changes in fall 02. The Italian and the Russian making very good progress in the south down here, managing to take Vienna, Trieste, get into Greece as well, due to an Austrian attack of Ionian Sea that did not go through here. Unfortunately for the Russian, they also do lose Sevastopol and St. Petersburg. They gain Sweden, so not the worst for them. As we can see down here, the French feeling the burn of just having these armies now getting blocked out of Ruhr, so basically nothing of their forces moves except this move down into the south coast of Spain. Could come in handy against the Italian. We'll see where it goes. So, a very good phase for the English player here. They managed to pick up St. Petersburg and Holland, put down 2 new fleets. Nothing new for the French player, so that alliance is going to be a little bit unbalanced now. Down in the south, Turkey did get another build that's going to potentially aid in cracking Ionian, and of course, just Army Venice in the north, ready to make more moves on this Austrian player. So, if we look at the spring, France does actually manage to make progress into Ruhr this time around and backfill with Gascony. This looks like potentially enough to take out the German player, especially considering England was able to walk unopposed into Denmark over here. France did halt their moves into the Mediterranean. They're just hanging around on the south coast of Spain, but clearly it was enough to make the Italian back out, and that could be painful because now Ionian is completely undefended, Italy loses Greece, and Russia loses Ukraine at the same time. This Italian-Russian alliance suddenly on the back foot against the Austria-Turkey, although owning 2 of Austria's home supply centres still a good spot to be in for them. If we go ahead to the fall here, we'll see Austria-Turkey push Russia out of Moscow as well, and Italy turns on the Russian here, taking Vienna from them. This is going to leave the Russian down to just 1 in combination with that move into Sweden in the north. Germany manages to take Denmark back, but loses Kiel at the same time. They look to be in a very dangerous spot as well. And France having to take a second route around here, moving to Piedmont, to potentially flank the Germans, see if they can get more units on Munich with just their armies here. So we do also see that Turkey was able to force the Ionian here, as there was absolutely nothing that Italy could do about that. And France puts down another fleet in the south. They are starting to unblock themselves here, but that's a whole lot of English fleets in the north and very little area for them to move to. Will this France-England alliance hold up? We'll have to see about that. Let's go ahead to the spring. So, spring of 1904, it seems to be that the Turkish player is just moving through into Tunis completely unopposed by the Italian. The Italian chooses to block the French out of the Mediterranean instead. If we look over here, looks like the Russians' time may be up, with the Austrian and Turkish working together to attack Warsaw, and Italy pretty much just pulling their armies back, making sure they have the units to defend against this French invasion. If we look in the north, Germany manages to take Kiel back and take out one of those French armies at the cost of Denmark for the English. This is all looking fantastic for the English player, and the French player seems to have the rough side of this alliance. This is starting to look very much like an English board top to me. Let's have a look at what happens in the fall. So, England does actually help the French player back into Kiel, positioning more fleets on this front, despite the fact that they can't really do very much anymore. And France manages to walk into Rome. So, they are going to get a build here. We'll have to see whether that's a defensive fleet Brest or such like. The big winner on this board, perhaps, though, is Austria, managing to build in that one centre that he has by securing Italian assistance into Serbia here. This could be the end of the Austria-Turkish alliance. We'll see. Italy, of course, having their own problems with France walking into Rome behind them, and the Turkish in Tunis. Winter 1904, we're gonna see these Italian armies come off the board. Very good news for the Austrian. They can now walk back into their home centres whenever they so wish. France puts down 2 more army builds instead of fleets. All of this just says England is going to get a big board top here. Basically nothing the French can do to oppose that at this point, except just hold there with their armies. 2 fleets is not going to be any match for these 6 English fleets up in the north. And there comes the stab. England going into Belgium with a convoy, getting into Kiel as well with Heligoland Bight, and moving their other fleet down. Surprisingly, they don't choose to maneuver back towards the French supply centres, maybe going into Norwegian Sea, but they're going to get a big boost of centres out of it regardless. And there's not really anything France can do about it. Austria walking back into their home supply centres, Italy is just going to be completely devastated here. But also Turkey making significant progress in the south over here, getting potentially 2 builds out of this. It looks like they're going to be able to race for it, potentially. In the fall, we do see Austria backing out of Trieste, managing to get rid of that Turkish unit in Serbia, but it doesn't matter because the Turkish unit in Serbia is pulled down into Greece, giving Turkey those 2 builds that they were counting on here. England does take Kiel, does take Belgium, doesn't make any further progress than that, and France manages to get into Berlin and Munich. So they nearly stay even if it wasn't for this taking of Rome in the south by the Italian. If we move into the winter here, we'll see that the French do have to take a southern unit off the board. Turkey gets 2 builds. England does get 2 builds, but fails to build them, which is, well, may bite them, but really there's nothing the French can do to punish them regardless. It's just going to slow their growth down. And if we move into the spring, this is where the game ends with a big board top for Charles Le Moulin in England. 10 supply centres over... Well, actually, Turkey did get very, very close with the 9 there. Absolutely excellent play from both of these players, but at the end, it is England that just about pips it for that win.
Marcus, nice result there for the Witches. Good to see that alliance play out. I know one of our League Night analysts was hoping for a little of that this year. So as we finish that one up, let's transition into Game 2. The first weekend was played in late January, and this League Week 2 was played at the beginning of February. So to get them on board, we've got nice results from our first week's participant in l'Autriche. We have Briouc Thibault. In Angleterre, we have Vincent Roulet. En France, we have Zachary Ben Elkadi. In Allemagne, we have Steve Personini. In Italy, well known to the hobbies we're going to talk about, Les Sarlenen. In Russie, we have Christophe Berger. And in La Turquie, again from game one, we have Tristan Desert. So again, we'll take it away to Marcus.
And here we have game 2 of the French Diplomacy League, and right off the bat looks like a bad situation for Austria. Obviously this move into Trieste could be pro-Austrian. It happens quite often that Austria just gives Italy Trieste, especially considering the lack of a move into Venice. But this, Vienna to Budapest, almost always means that Galicia was meant to be a demilitarized zone, and as we see here, Russia just immediately breaks that, invading. In the south, Black Sea is completely demilitarized, so this looks like a juggernaut setup here. And that could be a really bad situation for Austria, we'll have to see. In the west, perhaps the most interesting move is this Brest to Picardy. You do not see this very often. It puts the fleet in a rather bad position, but it does give France that leverage that potentially they need over Belgium. We'll see how that pans out. As we go into fall of 1901 here, the very first thing that stands out is this bounce in Belgium. England and Germany working together to make sure that France cannot get it, despite dedicating their fleet to it. Very painful start for the French. Russia does manage to take Sweden, and in the south, Trieste is pushed up to Vienna, Austria donating that centre to Italy to ensure that Russia cannot take it. Russia tries to outflank, going round to Bohemia and Galicia instead. And of course, a bounce here in Aegean. Italy can afford to do that because they're getting the build out of Vienna. They don't need to take Tunis. Build-wise, nothing particularly unexpected on this board, apart from no German fleet. All armies very, very pro-English indeed. Looks like the French may be in some trouble here. As we move ahead to the fall, the big thing we see is a massive pivot from Russia, going full out against the German instead of staying against this Austrian-Italian. And England does a pivot as well. They go full in against the German, and now we see why having the second fleet would have been useful. The German has a very painful situation here where they're kind of crammed in on the mainland and unable to do much at all. Germany in a really, really terrible spot now. And as we move ahead to fall, the main things we see are this continued attack on the German. They get absolutely demolished here. If it wasn't for the Italian cutting this support in Bohemia, right here, the French would have taken Munich as well, and the German would be down to just Kiel. As is, they managed to hold Munich and Kiel, so they will stay on too. Still not a great situation. Elsewhere on the board, we see Turkey really bottled up in this corner, and it seems like the Russians' attack on Germany hasn't actually stopped the Italian-Austrian aggression against them, so they're going to need to use these builds effectively to prevent Italy-Austria from gaining territory. They do manage to put down 2 builds in Warsaw and Moscow, which makes it very difficult for this Lepanto to advance on that front. It may continue to advance in the south, we'll have to see. And France putting down a second fleet in the north. Not the most pro-English build out there, but perhaps it's going round to Portugal. And it does appear to be Brest moving to mid-Atlantic Ocean, but that can still quite easily be an anti-English move. Of course, France able to pivot from that mid-Atlantic Ocean spot very, very easily if they so wish. Russia gets knocked out of Romania in the south here by the Austrian. The Italian and the Austrian still making progress together, although Turkey does actually manage to get Constantinople out into the Aegean Sea, so making a slight amount of progress there. Germany, it's just a bad situation up here for Germany, losing Kiel, and they're about to lose Munich. I'd be very surprised if they survive this year. And there we go, the German is off the board with the French attempting to take it, but actually getting countered by the Russian and the English together here. England pivoting completely against the French player, and there's no response to it from the French. They could have blocked English Channel, they could have blocked North Atlantic Ocean, of course that would have been aggressive moves, and they decided not to go for it, thinking that the English player would stay on their side. Clearly did not work out, but they do get 1 build from Portugal. That could be important. In the south, Turkey losing centres down here, and it seems like they don't have much in the way of Russian assistance right now. There's just not a lot the Russian can do except continue their attack against Germany up here. The Russian doesn't attempt to take Galicia, doesn't attempt to push in really at all. So Turkey kind of standing alone down here. Winter 1903, we do see that Fleet Brest build, but it may not be enough. There is an English Liverpool build at the same time, which is going to give England the advantage, especially with one of the French fleets stuck here in Picardy. And here we see a giant stab from the Russian, moving Sevastopol down south into the Black Sea, Moscow down into Sevastopol. Yeah, I mean, it might not even be a stab, it might just be an attempt to bolster the Turkish defences, but either way, it looks like the Turkish player is kind of off this board. The Russian coming down into Galicia here as well, managing to force that centre, but loses Romania for their trouble. And they're trying to pivot these units around. They have some kind of non-aggression pact with the French, it seems, but they are not getting in. The Italian and Austrian just getting a whole lot of momentum right here, right now. Something I didn't mention then, though, was this Italian fleet coming around to support the French, and that could turn the tide of this battle. The English player is losing out up here. They're not making the gains that they thought they would, and really, they haven't made any progress whatsoever, apart from getting this fleet into the Irish Sea. The Russian continues to make slow progress over here, although it still no centres coming their way, and the Austrian takes Vienna back from the Italian, which means they're going to get another build here. Although Italy gets the builds from Romanian Con, so they're still going +1 in total. They do lose Ionian. That could be problematic for them. So as we go into the winter, we do see this army build here. Fleet build from the Italian, very trusting of the Austrian, but of course they didn't really have a choice with this Turkish fleet in the Ionian Sea. They may have to pull back Western Med as well, but it looks like they've given France the edge they were looking to give them, so that unit's work is done on that front. And here we just see a whole lot of nothing for the most part. Turkey actually moving back into the Aegean Sea, going to try and protect their homeland, but outside of that, not a lot of movement. The only thing that really happens is the Italian repositioning on the defensive on this front here. And once again in the fall we see a whole lot of nothing, the Russian attempting to take Romania back unsuccessfully. Really the only progress that was made, well actually there's two bits. So over here, the Austrian gets into Constantinople with support, so knocking the Italian, their ally, out of there, but they didn't combine it with a move to Venice, so it looks like it wasn't deliberately aggressive. Turkey managing to hold their two centres here. Remember, these games only go to 1907. They can absolutely survive this game. Over here, though, England does lose Holland to the French forces, which means France is going to get a build here. Whether they can put that to use in time, that's unclear, but it's still progress. And given that England got the jump on them, it's quite impressive. Moving ahead to the builds, we see Army Marseille. Perhaps it's going up to Burgundy and to backfill Picardy. Western Med comes off for the Italian due to that Austrian take of Constantinople. And just as soon as France takes Holland, they lose it again, unfortunately for them. But they do manage to block the English out of the North Sea, and the English have had to back off out of the Irish Sea into Wales as well. So they've kind of got the English on the run here to some degree. Really, not a lot of progress being made on either front. The main thing that happened was this Tyrolia move by Italy and the move into Eastern Mediterranean by Italy as well. So Italy making a very slight amount of progress here. If we move into the fall, we'll see Italy manage to take Smyrna, but again, the Turkish really doing well at holding out here, managed to take Constantinople back from the Austrians at the same time, keeping two supply centres. In the north, again, it's just an exchange of units. Nobody really getting the advantage here, with France moving up into the Irish Sea, but they lose English Channel at the same time. And finally, over here as well, Russia does finally manage to get Romania with a force of 4 placed on it, which it took them some time, but they got there in the end. And winter 1906 is where we see the game end with Russia just about pipping England due to taking Romania on the final phase here. 8 centres for Christophe Bourgeot and 7 for Vincent Roulet. Fantastic play all around, especially shout out to the Turkish for surviving for that amount of time.
All right, sorry about that, folks. The video that I was working on just aired out on me. I'm going to test this out again. Give me just a second. We'll find out if this works.
And thanks again to Marcus for taking us through those first 2 games. As we get into the second half of the French League coverage, I am thrilled to be joined by a DBN master of all trades, Karthik Kanith. Karthik, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Excellent. You're getting your work put in here. We had you on the tournament coverage last week, and you've done some league nights and some sidelines. So now we're going to flip the script a little and go in foreign language here. So I hope you're studied up on your French.
Let's do it.
All right. So we're going to go into the third game we're going to cover in short form tonight. And we've got starting off, I think this was the second game. They had 2 games in this third set. So this is the second game of the day for some of the players. I don't know if they played. I have to check and look. I didn't think of that before the recording, so we'll have to check. But I think they only played 1 game. It made it a bigger day today. So starting off in l'Autriche, we have Christophe Bourget. In Angleterre, we have Prigent. In Russie, we have Loïc Bourget. And lastly, in Turkey, we have Briouk Thibault. So we will get into these games right here. We've got the map all set up. We've got our countdown going. We're well over. Oh, shoot, I hit the reset. Well, we're going to start right here with the spring of 01 without the reveal. So let's head right into it.
Awesome. So in the north, we see some relatively standard openings from England and from France and Germany. In the east, though, once again, we see relatively standard openings. Besides with Austria, we noticed that the fact that they decided to DMZ Galicia, but Russia does not honor that DMZ seemingly, placing the army in Galicia, while Austria sends their army to Budapest. Italy seems geared up for Lepanto, so we'll see what happens there. But if we go to fall 1901.
Oops, let's do that. No, now it's not going to let me do that. Well, if I cheat. All right, good. And we're on to the fall.
Cool. And as we see in fall 1901, we see a resumption of the RA. Russia is very happy to see that Austria held up his word and chose to honor that by sending Galicia down to Romania, while Austria takes Greece. We see Turkey tries to support Ukraine and Romania, but Russia makes it clear who he decides to choose. I'm assuming the bounce in Trieste is an arranged one between Austria and Italy, and it seems like, unfortunately, we're going to have another AIR. If we look to the north, it seems that we have England going very, very hard against Russia, convoying to Norway, while Norwegian goes to Barents, while Germany secures Holland and Belgium and Denmark, but loses Munich in the process, which means that France will go up with 3 builds going into winter 1901.
Is there any chance that this is a very aggressive Western Triple? You're getting the French army going to push on through into the next year?
It's possible, but if I had to guess, we're looking at a very strong EG here.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see if the winter builds help us out with that. We've got Pretty standard, obviously, with the French getting 3. So the French put down 2 armies. So likely the EG you mentioned with the Fleet in Brest, Fleet London. So maybe not too much trust there. Turkey defending for that possible Lepanto, and Russia going north coast. 2 German armies, so fighting back against the French.
Indeed.
We'll see where that leads us into the spring. Karthik, what do you think?
So in the spring, we see a continuation in the east of the strong RA. We see Bulgaria getting blown up, giving the RA complete control of the Balkans. Another bounce to the Black Sea, keeping Turkey out of there. On the other hand, we see Naples and Ionian sliding nicely into the Eastern Mediterranean and the Ionian, setting up for a nice Lepanto, which suggests that Turkey's time on this earth shall be short-lived. On the other hand, we see the fleet in North Coast get blown up, which is very, very unfortunate, and suggests to me, I think that the choice to build St. Petersburg North Coast was probably the wrong one. Probably would have been better off with an army. The army from Warsaw goes back up to Moscow in an attempt to sort of defend against the EG that is coming. So it seems that EG will be very strong in the north. On the other hand, Munich is forced out, chooses to retreat to Silesia instead, while France and England.
And down in the south, I don't know if I remember you're hearing it, we had Turkey getting into Aegean, but Italy setting up that convoy line. Syria will be guaranteed if it goes that way. And into the fall, oh no, possibly a misorder on the convoy. Sadly, the names kind of is even at that.
France picking up Norway, and with England picking up Norway and France picking up too with Portugal and Spain.
Excellent. So we'll obviously with the Army of Budapest, you won't get to see Austria's anger or support up front, but let's see if we have any other telling builds.
We do see the
again,
army.
2 games in a row. What's that?
Oh, I was saying we see the army in Venice.
Yeah, so you can tell that from Italy then. So they've got there, and then I was going to say two games in a row. We see Fleet Brest and Fleet London. So last time it was anti-French. There was a bounce in Belgium. Maybe that's retaliation for Belgium. We'll see. And we do see. So England definitely not happy there. What else do you see in the West though? I see some fun.
Yeah, we see Norway slipping down to Skagerrak while Kiel goes to Helgoland, suggesting there may be the nice little FG going on here, especially given that Holland supports France into Belgium. We see Austria trying to make a play for Trieste while defending Greece against the convoy from Smyrna very cleverly. That would have been very, very catastrophic had it succeeded. But we see Russia coming to Austria's aid potentially, with Sevastopol going to the Black Sea, Moscow coming down, and Warsaw going to Ukraine. And we also see potentially a play being made for Norway, or potentially a play being made against Germany. We see some flexibility in the north for Russia.
Yeah, if Kiel goes to Baltic, Finland is there to support Sweden, saying you can try all you want. It's going to take too many units just to get one more center.
Exactly.
All right. So strategically played in the spring. Let's see what that leads to in the fall. And yep, they got that support there. It's a leave me alone type thing in the north. So.
Yep. So England is English Channel is forced to retreat to London. While North Sea tries to make a play for Denmark, doesn't succeed. Russia does try to help them, but just not enough given the 3 supports that are placed there. Munich goes to Bohemia. It'll be interesting to see if that's to help Austria or to hurt it. We finally see the fleet in Apulia slip into Adriatic. We see Ionian support Aegean into Greece, abandon the convoy because Smyrna needs to defend Ankara. But this isn't over for Turkey because Sebastopol goes to Armenia. The troubles will simply continue. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see 1903 if we can see Russia get one of the Turkish dots.
AR versus IT down there. That's interesting.
Yep. Very, very fun.
All right. So the major gain is Greece. Italy lost Trieste, and France picked up Belgium. In reward for that, another French fleet. Turkish army, 3 armies there to defend, which we'll see
yes.
how that grinds out, and then Army 2. This makes sense. All right, so
Mhm.
nothing strange or nothing significant there, but a lot of play for the spring. France is moving the fleets, and not a whole lot else.
Yep. In the east, we see that German army is indeed anti-Austrian, and I didn't note that the fact that Turkey was getting a build last time, which means that Russia is likely not going to get a build off of Turkey anytime soon, and that's just going to get bogged down there.
Blowing up the fleet, Albania is probably the only thing of
note. Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Also of note in the north, though, Sweden slips down into Baltic, suggesting that Germany may have some new troubles to deal with.
That's an interesting play from Germany with the support into Denmark last fall, because Germany gave Sweden to Russia in 01. So I wonder if anything broke down in the negotiations since that time.
Yep.
All right, into the fall. Oh, wow, it just walks into Berlin. So
unfortunate. I mean, he had a guest there, and I mean, there's 50-50, and he got the wrong side of the coin, unfortunately.
Yeah.
We see that France managed to get the convoy into Wales. Liverpool should be guaranteed in 1904. We see a terrible series of events for Austria as Russia turns on them, which means that Germany gets Vienna, Italy gets Trieste. I don't think Austria has very, very long left in this game, unfortunately.
Oof. That is a bad set. Bad. Oh man, look at all the rainbow color. Five different armies down there. Yeah.
Yep, 5 colors in the Balkans.
Oof. It never turns out well for the red ones down there. But Russia picks up Berlin, Italy picks up Trieste, and there were two Austrian piffs, I think. So that keeps them the rest of the way, and we get Army Warsaw, Fleet Rome.
Ooh.
I guess if you don't need another army as Italy, and you don't want to upset your Turkish ally, maybe there's
very clear, no plausible deniability. They're going after the French.
Yeah. All right. So sending on that, the French don't respond to that though. What do you think?
I'm wondering if they think the Italians will be slow enough that they can just take advantage of builds and build the necessary units to defend against the French long enough for it never to matter. It's an interesting idea. I'm not sure if I agree with it, but given the fact that the game ends in 1907, it may be a decent idea, I would say. We know that Vienna is forced out of the German army in Vienna is forced to retreat to Bohemia, with the Russians putting them in, the Austrians in, which is very interesting.
Patch up what they messed up last time.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right.
I'm very interested to see what caused the switcheroo.
Yeah. All right. In the fall of 04, and supports Vienna to hold here too. So whatever alliances were, again, Russia being a very experienced player. I don't know Austria, but maybe that had something to do with it as well.
Yeah, Emmanuel is a great player. Probably just playing some balance of powers, making sure that he would be on top when everything is said and done. I mean, gets Austria back up to 4 when we thought Austria was going to die. So kudos to Emmanuel, kudos to Vincent for playing the diplomatic game well.
Yep. But the West, oh man, I'm excited to see what's going to happen in the West. The French get 2 builds out of England as Yorkshire walks into Edinburgh, holds Liverpool from last time, and then drops North Atlantic down. So
exactly. And Sweden succeeds in putting Skagerrak in Denmark, which is just another issue for Germany to deal with. And it turns out France's bet that they'd be able to get enough builds to deal with the Italian threat may have been a good bet after all. I mean, they'll probably also build in Brest and Marseille.
Awesome. Yeah, so we've got France up 2, England down 1 because picked up Denmark. Yeah, Germany's hurting right now, and Austria has 2 builds with only 1 spot to build, but a nice doubling of the center count there. So we'll see what major 2 fleets for the French. Pulls London. I guess that's fair because it'll be hard to take London at this point if you're France just by yourself quickly. And Helgoland and Holland is probably the best pulls at this point, keeping Baltic.
Yeah, I think so. Probably still angry at the Russians, can use that to punish them. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. All right. So into spring of 1905.
So the English Channel just walks into London. I thought the North Sea and Yorkshire were just going to force Edinburgh, which was guaranteed. But it seems that they choose to hold off on that. I think there was a failed convoy attempt by the English to try and go for Holland, which would have succeeded. But unfortunately now it can't because Kiel retreats there. The Baltic does retake Berlin because it's able to just walk in because Berlin takes Kiel by force. Romania just slides into Serbia while Armenia is convoyed in. I'm not sure if that was agreed upon or not. Maybe Austria is saying, thanks, it's yours. Thank you for letting me get back on the Italians. We see that the Italians blew up their Western fleets by and large, and Tyrrhenian Sea is going back to Ionian. So maybe they decided, hey, the Western campaign is never going to succeed, so let's head back east.
Yeah, I totally missed. I forgot about the taking of or the Italy losing the build from Trieste and off went west. So that changed the whole dynamic as we got into this. And so
France.
Yeah, you see RT patching things up again. 2 experienced players. So maybe at this point, maybe we say, all right, look, we grind the board. But Italy coming back that way, it'd be interesting to see who's gonna make their builds. It's still Spring 05, and if this goes the whole way, there's still 3 years to get there. See where they're gonna go. But Russia's still on the aggressive, even though Turkey held still last time, and Italy's back helping them. Wow.
Yep.
So Italy turned on Turkey on that.
Yep. So it seems that Emmanuel and Steve were able to patch things up. They basically said, hey, like Russia probably talked to him and said, hey, if you help me out with Turkey, I'll help you out with Austria. So Russia taps Vienna, allowing Italy to take Trieste, while Italy taps Greece, allowing Russia to get Bulgaria, which seems to have been a good trade-off of both of them.
Excellent.
We see London gets forced out by the English, while France slides up fleets into the English Channel and into Norwegian, and the fleet in London retreats to Wales, which means, at least according to me, that they'll get London back in 1906. Leon goes to Spain. We just see a huge movement of the fleets north by France because they no longer have the Italian threat to deal with at all. In the center of the board, nothing much is happening there with a bunch of red arrows.
Yeah, just a trade of Berlin and Kiel at this point. But Russia picks up 2 from some nice play in the south. Italy is rewarded for coming back, picks up 1. Austria loses 1, but kind of weird. Back 2, 4, back down to 2. So just keeps flip-flopping there. And for that reward, 2 Russian armies to kind of finish off Austria and defend against Turkey, and Fleet Naples. So more pressure against the Turks. Hope that's what France is hoping for, I would assume. So.
Yep.
All right, Spring 06, maybe not. Diplomatic relations maybe fall apart, or maybe we're getting to the dot grabbing portion of the end of the game.
I think so. If I had to guess, definitely going to the dot grabbing portion. England recognizes smartly that they had no hope of keeping London, so they simply convoy to Norway. Probably going to try and make some play for Sweden. Maybe agreed upon, maybe not, based off of the fact that Russia walks into Finland. Or maybe they're just trying to keep, the 50-50 safe, whether they walk into Sweden, defend St. Petersburg.
Mm-hmm.
If I had to guess, probably trying to defend St. Petersburg.
Yeah.
Warsaw goes to Prussia, likely to try and force Berlin, or likely to force Berlin because Kiel is forced to retreat to Helgoland. I'm not sure if I would have rather retreated to the Baltic, but interesting move regardless. We see Spain goes to the Western, while Italy goes to Tyrrhenian. It'll be interesting to know if which one figured out first the other was going to do it, or if that was simply agreed upon. The Russians support the Ionian into Greece, once again likely as thank you for helping them get into Bulgaria.
No further pressure on Austria though, so Austria will at least stick around for now, as Italy is can't move much force. Surprised not a Trieste down to Adriatic and try and put Venice in. Maybe just watching at this point.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. All right. So to the fall, we see
more
St. Petersburg
open.
But
So
all right. Go ahead.
Oh, so yeah, I was just going to say, so it turns out that Emmanuel does try and play the 50-50. He sends Finland to Sweden. And then Denmark tries to support Helgoland back into Kiel. while Prussia supports the Legion of Berlin, basically making Germany choose which one Russia would get, making a force essentially. Ruhr makes a play for Holland with Kiel support, like he's just trying to deny England the chance to get it. We see that London once again will fall back into the French hands with France holding in place there. We see a bounce in Tunis. If I had to guess, that was agreed upon. I think that's just how the game is going to play out and end there. We see a cheeky attempt by Turkey to put Greece into Bulgaria that goes nowhere. I'm not sure why it doesn't succeed though. Is Greece going to the wrong coast? Because it looks like it should succeed, like numbers wise.
Support.
Well, what's the move from Greece though? I can't see that.
I don't know if you can move these things around. Well, we'll have to.
But yeah, if I had to guess, that's Greece going to Bulgaria East Coast instead of Bulgaria South Coast. Yeah, just unfortunate like issues with the backstabber. Interface. I mean, nothing much you can do about that. But Russia does get a build off of Budapest, which is just a great position for Emmanuel to be in.
Well, so here, let me at least throw this out there. In face to face, when you're writing them down, it's hard. Oh, I wrote the wrong coast. You know, when you're coming from Greece to Bulgaria, you know you're going to the south coast. It's harder to explain a misorder. Here on Backstabber, you could kind of get away with it. Oh, I was rushing to get the orders in. Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't attack Russia because I clicked the wrong coast.
Yeah, that's true. It could have just been a clever diplomatic play by Italy. Maybe Italy's had no desire to say, like, oops, looks like I'm staying in Greece. My bad.
I think I've been watching virtual face-to-face for a year now, and this might be the first time where I've seen that, or at least commented on it. I missed a lot of the beginning, but clever play there by Steve, if that is how it turned out. All right, so moving on with that. So Steve gets Greece as the build. Turkey loses that one. Russia continues to grow. You see that straight line up. If you're France, so we know we have 1 year left to go. What can you dot grab as France in an attempt to maybe catch Russia?
I think given the fact that Germany tried to put France into Holland, I think it's possible that Germany would be willing to put him into Munich and Holland to get back at the Russians and try to put David on top instead of letting Emmanuel take the top. So I think that's probably his best bet, is trying to get Germany to try and just toss the board top to him.
But
Russia, on the other hand, has easy access to Vienna, access to Greece as well. I don't think Italy will try to help. Turkey will try to help Italy out here. So I think Russia does have this top locked up.
Let's see what we've got for builds. We don't have
game over.
Well, Russia has it locked up. So well played by Emmanuel, reconfiguring some alliances to keep his line going straight up, even though he had seemed to work together with a few players. Other high level notes about this game other than that Russian, but please feel add in on that too.
Sure. I think Emmanuel played just a fantastic game, just masterfully playing like a puppet master, working the alliances in his favor, hopping from one partner to the next as they serve useful to him in order to get just like complete control of the Balkans almost. On the other side, I think France played a really, really good game, playing the tactical game and making clever bets to ensure that he was always moving in the right direction. And not overreacting to the Italian move, for example, knowing that he'd be able to get the builds necessary to defend against it. So I think both France and Russia played an incredibly good game here, and the score shows it.
Yeah, so this game is clearly timed, but if this is untimed, which position would you take, Russia or France?
Oh, that's a really, really hard question. Yeah. I think I likely take. Oh man, that's hard. I think I take the Russian position purely because of how bad of a position the Italians are in terms of their fleets being in Trieste and Greece. It makes it really, really hard for Italy to stop the Russian armies rolling. Also, having the fleet in Helgoland is really nice, but it's a really hard toss-up. Like, they're both in just really, really good positions, I would say.
I agree. Strong games for both players. So, Karthik, thank you for joining us for this first season or first review of the Ligue Francophone de Diplomatie Virtuelle. Will send us back across the ocean to Brian and the team. Thank you.
That was a blast. I loved it so much. The chat was absolutely right. The aggression and creative play and like a meta that is so radically different than what we see here in the US. It is so much fun to be able to finally watch that and learn from that. Man, I loved every second of that.
It was fun. And one thing to consider, and I know this has already been discussed a little bit on the chat, but a totally different scoring system, which is also plays into a different ethic traditionally in European play of ending in an earlier way than we in North America would be used to. Nothing wrong with that. It's just a different expectation, but it does lead to different play and different alliance structures and lots of things.
Yeah, and Corey, you've got some experience with that with our Weasel Club play. I kind of alluded to that earlier, but we play for our bar games. It's a format that's really similar. It's not quite the same, scored slightly differently, but ultimately, I feel like we've come to some of the same conclusions. What's your experience in playing in those shorter time frames?
I think it means that like alliances stay together a little bit longer than maybe they would naturally, just because the mechanics of how you get to the points that you want and the best way of going about it when you're time limited are different than when you can just go to the natural end of the game, so to speak. And I think it's particularly changed when you combine that with the league style play, right? Because when you have both the time limit, which changes how you might think about your alliance structures or think about stabs, you also have the, well, if I'm not really going to get anything good out of this stab because it's a time limited game, I won't be able to effectively use it. It does also change your relationships with just the other people in the league. Maybe makes you less likely to do big changes.
Well, I appreciate. I think for me, what the biggest takeaway is it's not. You're not playing the same objective. You're not playing to like it. It's almost impossible to solo in 1907. It may even be impossible, even if somebody's actively throwing you dots. So your incentives change. Board topping becomes everything, and that unlocks a whole host of new strategies and new ways to play this game that we love. And it's different, but it's fun. And I think we should all celebrate those. I mean, it's just really, really fun to watch other people enjoy the game in a way that's worked well for them. And I mean, heck, it's produced some amazing, amazing players that have moved on into other formats, the more traditional formats, who could go on to win the classic game of diplomacy. So yeah, just happy to get that exposure. And we get to do one more round of it. We are now going to get to cover a live game, or rather cover a game live. So with that, let's hop over. Let's see if I can get it this time. Fire this up. Ha! We got it. All right, I'm going to move myself up to the top here. I will join you for this broadcast. We are now looking at LDF V5. This board played, I think most recently, they may have actually had a game today that we didn't get to cover, but this up until today was the most recent game. We've got in Austria, Loic Borjat. This is why Kevin was looking forward to me broadcasting this part of the game. In England, we have Patrick Oliver. France, we have Remy Hocklander. In Germany, we have Alexandre Dacroix. In Italy, we have Kevin Grobos. Russia, Steve Personi. And in Turkey, we have Gregory Blanc. I apologize to each and every one of you for butchering. I hope you appreciate that I made the attempt. I will be honest, I do not know any of these players. I'm really excited. David or Corey, have you played with any of these players before?
No, I have not.
I have not. I think Loic is the son of Christophe Bourget that we've seen not only play tonight, but in some other contexts.
Well, let's get to the game then and learn a little bit about these players. We will pull up our map here and get right to it. Whoops, I think I may have just spoiled the outcome of that game there. Let's reset that and we'll take us through. Don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain. Here we go. Spring of 1901. Why don't we just run through? We won't really assign sides. Let's just get right to it.
Well, the English is in the English are in the English channel. Love it. We'll see how it goes, I guess. And it looked like Russia went to black and was not covered by Turkey. So I don't know, Dave, if you have any other perspectives, but those look like the two big ones for me.
There was a magnet at the bottom of the map, and that magnet pulled the Italian army to Rome and the Austrian army from Vienna to Trieste. That's the only explanation I've got for why those units both went down. They were forced by the power of magnetism.
I don't know, but they got lucky. Nobody went to Gal, right? So,
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Army into Romania. We've talked about this in other games tonight, but the army instead of the fleet into Romania, which makes sense since the fleet's in Black Sea. But obviously that the army in Romania gives you so many more options as the Russians. I wonder if we've also talked about whether letting the English convoy into Belgium is a good idea. Maybe it's not so terrible if they also don't get Norway.
Yeah, interesting.
I don't hate it as much, David, if they don't get Norway. It's the two builds, and it's a precarious position to be in Belgium. I'm curious to see how they play this.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Interesting set of moves, and I like that Kevin is picking up Tunis with a convoy. Interesting though that it looks like he's going back. He's heading up to Venice, so I don't know why that unit wouldn't move.
Just to make sure the Austrians don't slip in there.
Yeah, just interesting communication, because now Trieste is going back to Vienna as well.
Maybe so you're opening it up for a fleet build. Can we get that? Can we get a fleet build?
We'll find out.
Fleet build!
Oh.
Yes.
Fleet Trieste 01.
And Fleet Brest. All right.
Army
Cool.
Smyrna, which I would argue is a fairly important detail.
Yeah, I wonder what the alliance structure is here. Like, I'll be honest, I'm super thrown just by how this one year has turned out. Like, it just looks so different from how we normally see games start that I'm a little bit like, what is happening? Who's friends with who?
It's really true because two armies from Germany, but most of us would go, no, build a fleet to give yourself some flexibility. A Russian fleet in Sev is fairly unusual, but it's particularly unusual when there's only one Turkish fleet total.
It's a double Russian fleet build, though, because they built Fleet St. Pete as well. Wow. Okay.
Well, Russia has always been looking for warm water ports in its entire history, and this particular player is being historically accurate.
Okay. All right. So we have some at least AR action going here with the support into Bulgaria. I like that. It does kind of look like Kevin is not happy with the fleet build in Trieste, so he's going to go up into Adriatic. I don't know. I wonder if this is something they can work out or not, right? Because Venice held. Theoretically, it could have done something else. Interesting. That's so weird.
Well, I would, yeah. The issue in Picardy is just really weird also.
And they retreated into Picardy. How was Picardy available if London tried to go to Picardy?
I'm assuming it didn't, that it misordered, probably supported instead of convoyed.
Oh, okay.
So they got into Picardy, but not the way they wanted to. And the fall. That convoy to Albania we've already talked about. That's when you think you have an AI and then you see a convoy to Albania. No AI.
Interesting. I wonder if all of this was literally triggered by the fleet build in Trieste. I wonder if well, I'm not sure how to say his name. I wonder if he actually was intending to, frighten Kevin, or if this was just like an accident that he couldn't fix, or he changed his mind, like maybe he was going to attack Kevin and then decided he wasn't going to. I would really like to know the background of like what is going on here.
I don't know, but I will say this: end of fall of 1982, and there are Austrian fleets in Aegean and Greece. I'm not positive I've ever seen that. It may have happened in my past, and I've been around a long time, but I don't remember it ever happening before. It's amazing.
I can't remember a 4-fleet Russia by the end of 02. Like, I mean, that seems like it might be more likely to have happened, but I definitely can't remember ever seeing that before.
Well, at least in this case, it was the giant. It was sort of sucked in there because there was no English guy in Norway. Made sense to build the fleet, put it there because there was no English unit in Norway.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
Here we're seeing some of that aggression that is atypical in the American meta, at least. We've got an 8-center Russia in 1902. I'm fascinated to find out how the board responds. Will they be attacking the leader? Will they be going for a balance of power? Is somebody going to ally and say, hey, can I get mine too? Any predictions there?
Well, I don't think you're going to see an overreaction here because it is a timed game. European games are not really about getting gigantic. They're about being slightly better than somebody else is what they're about. I will push back on the concept of aggression. North American players typically are more aggressive than European players in certain ways because in North American play, you're really trying to get gigantic. And in Europe, you don't care about that. Typically, if you're playing C Diplo that ends in 1907, you don't care about that as much.
Because it's a lead base. It's all about who's on top.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. We do not see the build of St. Pete South Coast. We've got another one up in the north. Let's keep going.
What was that weird set of orders that was with the builds? Just technical glitch, maybe?
Probably.
I was like, what is happening here?
Yeah.
Everyone else held, and it was just those moves.
That's some kind of technical issue.
A convoy to the English island from Germany.
Yep.
Well played.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was undefendable. Edinburgh was undefendable. The only way to although it's interesting that so Russia protected the fleet in north, which is why it wasn't popped. Okay.
And that's just some good diplomacy to make that happen.
Well, look who has pulled out of the purported attack on Austria, the Italian army in Albania, which now goes back to Italy. So there's obviously some interesting diplomatic stuff going on here.
I wonder if Kevin couldn't get Steve's buy-in on it. Like maybe it was, this is only going to work if I have some support because of the way the units were lined up. And if Steve was like, it's just not going to happen, then why beat your head against a brick wall that's not going to go anywhere?
Or maybe he didn't want to weaken the Austrian because they're the only things holding back a Russia that's already got 8 centers.
Also that. But I don't know. They're working together, right? Because Aegean is supported into Khan by Russia and with all of the appropriate cuts.
Yeah, that's really true. Oh, boy. And that's what the Italians get for leaving Albania. They lose Venice. For no good reason. For no good reason. Yeah, for absolutely no reason, because the guy in Apulia should be supporting Venice. Never hold when you could do something else, ladies and gentlemen watching this at home. Never hold when you can do something else, anything else.
And Russia has another fleet, which I just noticed that they built. It's also swinging down from the top. Wow. Way to go, Steve. This is pretty cool. Interesting. Oh, and Germany picks up Liverpool instead of staying in Eddie. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah. Good moves.
Come back and take Edinburgh later.
All right. Any predictions on the builds that we're going to see here?
Austria is definitely going to be a double fleet, right, David?
Yeah. I don't know if it's a prediction, but wouldn't it be fun if we saw another Russian fleet? Come on. I'll put $10 on it. I'll put $10 on myself.
Yeah, he's got to be weighted, right? Because he's got 3 in the north, so just drop another fleet in Sev for some reason.
If we see a third fleet in the south for Russia, then I may throw something at the screen.
All right,
I
chat
think it'd be
wants
hilarious.
St. Pete South Coast really, really bad. Let's find out. Do we have it? No.
No.
Got
Okay.
an army.
Let's be honest. That's smart. You need to
Yeah.
know the army.
Yeah,
It's better than Fleet Sev for sure.
yeah, especially with this. Now, why not Warsaw?
Germany's your best bud. What are you talking about? Oh, you mean because there's 2 Austrian bills that could be coming at you? Yeah,
Yes.
that's a possibility.
I mean, if they're working together and the armies are going to go, somewhere else, then that's not necessarily the worst thing. It's not like Moscow can't cover Warsaw. If there's 2, then you have a problem. But
I mean, it would be bold for Austria to hit Russia here. There would be nobody left for him to be friends with because he just got finished hitting the Italians. But we'll see.
You called it.
It's a trade.
Look at that triangulation over there with the Russians moving around to get their right units in position. Apparently, Steve has played this game before. Takes the North Sea. The Russians take the North Sea, which is, wow, in spring
This
of
is a
04.
very efficient Russian.
Yeah,
I
one
like it.
and not the only efficient Russian we've seen tonight. Russia has had quite a day in our coverage so far.
Really good. Excellent.
Yeah, just loving to see all the black arrows. That's across the board.
Yeah, this has so far been a pretty efficient AR. I would like to see them continue to disentangle and get those Russian fleets out and the armies up to where they can do some damage. That'd be great.
So the French are put into Liverpool by the English. That's a nice anti-German move there, although, of course, they've also lost London. The Russians tried to take Denmark. Right?
Yeah, they're definitely stabbing, right? Because Livonia has also moved to Prussia.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's interesting, which makes sense because the Austrians are their buds, and the Austrians are moving up there, too.
Mm-hmm.
The Austrians just put the French into Munich, for example.
Yeah, it's a beautiful AR they've got running, and that's one of my favorite alliance structures, and we've not seen it a lot in our coverage. So really nice to see this, and viewers, take note. This is a really good alliance if you can get past and make it work.
I mean, you're actually seeing the weakness of the AR alliance right now, which is how do you project fleet power into the Mediterranean? One Italian fleet. Now you have to guess correctly, but there's one Italian fleet opposing the AR, so this is a good chance to use the AR, but it's still going to be slow going a little bit.
It's not that bad though, right? They have 3 fleets down there. It's 3v1. At this point, they can force it. They just needed to hold Smyrna enough to knock Turkey out of the game.
Yes.
And it is also a timed game. And it's in 1907. They don't have to break through the Met.
That's true. That's true. Here I am thinking North American again. You're totally right.
All right.
And who does?
We've got something. Michaelis. You
South
should love
Coast.
it. It happened. Yeah.
Well, it happens now because he's attacked the Germans. So, of course, you got to do it now.
Yeah, Steve is really poised to clean up here.
It's hard to imagine him not topping this board, right? Unless
at 10, when his closest neighbor is at 8. I mean, it's not like it's a huge gap, but those Austrian armies are coming up against the French side pretty quickly. Like, I think that's going to stunt France's growth, probably to Steve's benefit, right? So Steve is saying, hey, AF, like, go get locked up with each other so that I can continue to grow with all my northern pressure.
Now that there are no Turks, let's see what happens in Turkey with all those units down there.
Yeah, something to keep an eye on is going to be Austria having it's almost like Russia's the new Turkey, and they are sitting behind the line. Lots of growth potential there should they choose to go that route.
They're best buds, though, so they do a supported move into Aegean and Eastern Med. I mean, they totally disengage. Frankly, that's what I was expecting. The Russians don't need to hit the Austrians to top this board. In fact, they're probably better off keeping the Austrians as the counterweight to the French, as Corey was just saying.
Yeah, and they've truly flipped now. Like, it's an FG now. I mean, which makes sense, right? If you're paying attention to the board, like, why continue to mess around?
Yeah,
I don't know
they
how
have
you
to.
stop him though. I don't know how you realistically pull some of these units off of Steve, like some of the center counts.
Well, I'll say that I sometimes say this in North American coverage. Sometimes if you're trying to prevent somebody from topping the board, you just need to take more centers than they do. Forget about allying with the Germans. Take more German stuff and do it fast.
Yeah. I mean,
In a
Austria
timed
is about
game,
to
in
pick up
particular.
these Italian dots. Oh, and France got Tunis.
Oh boy.
Unopposed, obviously, but good for them.
France
And
must
London.
France must have listened to David from all the way across the pond and through time and space. This is impressive. They're making the move. They're going for it.
That's 3 centers. 1, 2, 3 for France, correct? Yeah, 3 for France and 1, 2 for Russia. Oh, interesting switch. Greece just went to Bulgaria. I kind of think that's arranged, though. I don't think that's a stab.
I think that's probably right.
I agree. All right, any predictions on our builds? We've got 1 for Russia. That's the interesting one to me.
I agree. It's interesting. It almost doesn't matter what it is, but I honestly, another Northern Fleet may be the right answer. With the French getting into Norwegian and all that, there may be an argument for another fleet. We'll put it in Barents.
That's what I thought. And it sucks for Remy because Marseille is occupied, so he has the 3, but isn't going to be able to utilize that 3rd unit.
True, although his builds are going to be pretty far away from the front anyway in this timed game.
Yeah. But I mean, he has 2 years. That's not nothing.
True.
He does build the Northern Fleet, and we've got both of the German fleets disbanding. I mean, at this point, the question is, it's 11-11. Who is going to top this board, Corey?
Russia. Because I think they have enough access to Austrian dots that if they had to get the board top, you just force one of them. If you have to force it, or you just take one.
It's got to be right. I'd like to take a contrary position, but it is Russia. I mean, Munich's already gone, for example. Yeah. If they want it to be, it's already dead. I mean, there's a positional problem here. The French have a positional problem.
Yeah, there's no easy access centers anymore for them. Yeah, and Munich is gone, just like you said.
Yep.
I mean, this is just a masterclass from Steve. Fantastic play all around. Just really, really impressive. And
he took Smyrna because that's what you do.
Yep.
And the Italian convoy to Albania. Good job, bud. Good job. I like it.
I mean, the Italian could end up with a Russian on side to help him if they're able to exchange a couple dots at the end. We'll see.
Yeah. Oh, he walked out of it.
He was just moving to the Eastern Med. Isn't that interesting?
Wow. Well, I mean, it's not like Loic could stop him, right? So he either accepts I'm just going to walk out of it, or he doesn't. And then what? You know? Oof. Russians
have taken Kiel and Munich. Which that's what that earlier I was talking about, how they were just positionally in trouble. The French with the German vassal were just positionally screwed up there.
Yeah, without conflict between Austria and Russia, absolutely. And clearly they're still working together. So,
and probably smartly so.
Yeah, I think that's another example where you were talking about it doesn't really matter how many dots you have. It's who's going to be in the lead. And there's really no value in hurting your neighbor like that. So.
I do think it's interesting that Kevin guessed on Greece, because I wouldn't have thought that fleet would move.
Yeah, there probably wasn't any great guesses to make, but that wasn't it.
Yeah.
Again,
+3.
Yeah, I was going to say again, for at least the 3rd time tonight, we've seen a late game +3 for Austria when they can build all 3. It's just gaudy, as I've said earlier, and fun to see.
I love it. It's very well done. Same for Steve. Double army. Yeah.
Fleet Trieste.
Yeah.
There's 3 Austrian fleets. This is fun.
You've got 1 year left. I kind of think it's time to stab your ally to some extent from the Russian perspective, from Steve's perspective. Like, why not?
Do you need it?
Yeah, I don't know if he needs it, but maybe. Whoop. There is some.
They kind of moved in, though, right? Like, yeah.
I mean, this is what happens at the end of a C Diplo game often, though. There's a scramble for the last year where everybody, you've been my friend. I don't remember. It's the last year. So boom, boom, boom.
Oh, and Patrick did it too. Good job, England. Good job. I love it.
And culturally, if this is anything like the Weasel Bar game culture, this is not people don't get offended. They celebrate this. This is how you end games. And I love watching the scramble at the end. It makes for some exciting finishes because a lot of times at this point in the game, there's guesses. You don't know who's going to be able to come out on top. In this case, I think it's likely we know the answer, but it's still going to be really interesting to see who comes in second.
Yeah, and I like how defensive Austria is. Like, they picked their position looks really good for protecting their dots for the remainder of the year. Yeah.
All right. Any predictions? I think we all agree Steve wins. Who's in second place?
Well, let's see. Can the French actually do anything? Because I think the answer, well, I guess they can take Edinburgh, maybe, depending on what the Russians do.
That's the only one I'm seeing. 1, 2.
Yeah. And the Austrians have got a center. I mean, it depends on whether the Russians actually care about all this and hit an Austrian center. I don't know why they would, except if you want to be in the culture. That's right. It still would be a tie for the French, even if they take a center. It's still no change. It's got to be the Austrians.
Steve has got another one, so I think Loic might come in at a neutral change because Smyrna's undefended. Aegean can just walk right into it without putting any pressure on anything. But it may need to cover Khan. Maybe that's what you do.
Find out. Fall of 07.
Yep.
Here's how it ends.
They did take Edinburgh, the French, but I'm not sure that matters.
Well done.
When it is all said and done, Steve tops the board, 51 points, 12 centers. Austria does come in second with 11. Remy in France comes in with 10. What a fun game. Corey, we'll start with you. Any closing thoughts?
Just really good play from those 3 players. Like, they did a very good job. I'm very impressed with Steve's play, particularly given at least what's untraditional from our perspective, all of those fleet builds. Like, very well done. It really makes me want to try this out and see if I can pull it off as well.
It's only untraditional because people haven't tried it recently. I've seen it plenty of times in the old days. I was ranting at the beginning of the game about how important the Russian Northern Fleet is. That's because Russia should be a Northern power. If they're going to be big, they almost have to be a Northern power if they're going to be a big power. Almost have to.
No, you're totally right. I'm sure a lot of this stuff is cyclical. And the things that are in just change with the seasons or whatever. Because when we were playing face-to-face just 2 years ago, like the real face-to-face, not the virtual version, this get Turkey out was not the meta at all.
Correct.
So
yeah, that's a totally new thing. That's true.
Yeah. Really well done.
It was just fun to watch that game and just love the opportunity to be able to cover this league. Really grateful to the organizers for letting us cover it. And David and Corey, thank you for covering that game with us. And I think it's time that we get in. We've got a little more VDL action. But before we do that, let's get closing. Let's hear from one of the players. We'll look at the standings real quick. So the league standings for the LD or LFD. Here we go. In first place, we have Steve uh, Personini, and we've got Charles Lamoulin. I'm guessing that's Emmanuel du Pontevice, Christophe Bourget, and Cyril Seven. And I'll just spare you all the butchering of every person's name and let
Roger,
you read.
Thibault, Tomé, Roulet,
Thank
Salomon.
you. All right, I'm going to let David read these names going forward. But here we go. This is our standings, and we have a interview. So let's bring that up from our league leader. So let's hear from Steve.
Thanks, Brian, and welcome to Steve Personini to League Night. Welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm very enjoyed this interview.
Excellent. So how did you start playing the game of diplomacy?
I've started to something like 2 years old. I'm play at a camp. We go at a camp with my club game, and they need to have a last player for play it, and they come to me and ask if I want to play it. They explain me the game, and I was like, oh, it seems a nice game, and I want to try it, and I'm here right now.
Excellent. So as of now, you have the lead in the standings after a fantastic last game. What has I've seen you've played in every weekend that the games have been held. Has the style of play changed from the first weekend to the last week?
It changed something with other people because some kind of player doesn't have doesn't play on Discord or never have Discord before, so they don't know how it's work. For me, the first game was the first one in Backstabber, so I just need a little time to know how use it. And
tell us a little bit about that big result that you got. What were you thinking about? How did your alliances build to get you to the 12 center finish?
I have a good tactical sense to see what people do, and I can have some advanced move and know what I need to defend and what I need to let alone because I don't think he's gonna attack me, and that's why I can win the game.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on your early success in the league, and merci beaucoup, mon ami. And we wish you the best of luck the rest of the.
Thanks to you.
My little practice there. So, but we wish you the best of luck the rest of the season.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, Steve.
All right, so that's going to bring our coverage of the LFD to a close. Again, just a great opportunity to be able to do that. So glad that's happening. But now it is time for our primetime game, time for us to move back to the VDL. Let's find out what happened while we've been on air. So with that, let's bring it up. So close. All right. In Austria, we have Ben Kelman. In England, we have Morgante Pell. In France, we have a new player to me, Kedev Rex. In Germany, we have Nick Amontangelo. I'm getting better. Italy, we have Peter Lebeau. Russia, we have John Anderson. And Turkey, we have Chris Wardy. Great cast of characters. And what do you say we watch him play?
Wardy's certainly playing a lot of games here today that we're covering. That's awesome.
Yeah, love seeing that.
Yeah, this is a late game for him in the UK.
Yeah, and now I feel bad because Ben had reached out to me and was like, "Hey, let's chat about my gameplay or whatever." I didn't realize he was playing tonight. Maybe I could have helped him clear up some issues.
First stab of the night. All right, spring 1901.
Okay, all right. Opening to Armenia. as a weasel, I mean, I feel like I have to love that. I think that's contractually required. I do like that. I don't even know where that is. Does anyone know where that is? Has anyone
It's in
actually seen that
Minnesota.
on the map?
It's in Minnesota.
Other than that, it looks pretty normal in the East. I mean, John Anderson's moves are not a surprise. Neither are Ben's. Peter's look pretty good. If I'm Chris, I'm not happy about the move to Apulia, but I guess lock stock for what we've been seeing.
Look at Amatangelo's opening.
Oh, no.
I'm going to go Burgundy and Holland, for goodness sake. And I'm going to get in Burgundy. I mean, how often do we see the German Spring 01 move into Burgundy actually succeed? Not many times. In today's hobby, not many times.
And a bounce in English. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, especially with the move to Holland. I mean, this is screaming anti-French from both Morgante and Nick.
The Khedive is in trouble here.
Oh, goodness.
We all know that where he gets the name, right? Khedive was the Egyptian leader, and Rex means king. Okay, anyway, let's move on.
No, Paris is already gone at the end of 01.
Yes, I have seen that, but gosh, it's been a long time. Wow, that is. We've seen actually a couple of different snags of Munich by France tonight. So we have seen a lot of FG warfare in this coverage today. It's been fun to watch, actually.
Interesting. And Peter comes into Trieste here, probably arranged, but if I'm Ben, I'm not thrilled that Apulia is in Venice. Ooh, that's rough.
That is not ideal.
Kind of makes me wonder if Peter went to Wardy and said, hey, I'm going to move to Aegean, hint, hint, or whatever for a bounce. Because it almost looks like, I'm going to pretend like I'm doing what I said I was going to do with Ben, but I'm going to make it so that I'm not really out of position to continue to attack you.
Could I make an argument for the East being the war of all against all? Italy attacks Austria. Austria and Russia bounce in Galicia. The Turks and the Russians bounce at Ankara. Who is working with anybody here? Well, maybe AT's working together, but they sure didn't try very hard, because if you're going to go to Ankara and bounce the Russians, why not go to Romania? Weird.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I kind of feel like Wardy's choice to hold Bulgaria is probably the most interesting thing that I'm seeing on the board, even given the fact that Burgundy walked into Paris. Because I feel like Turkey has a lot of options of what to do with that, even if they're not effective, right? And so it's interesting to me that you would choose to hold it.
Yep, I agree.
Well, with the recent anti-Turkish sentiments, maybe he's just trying not to upset somebody and convince somebody to help join him. So we'll find out.
He could have blocked Romania, blocked Ankara, and taken Sev if he had guessed right. That'd have been a turnaround.
Oh, come on, David. I know you love it. Like it's a diplomatic gesture. Isn't that a good idea to just hold and do nothing with your unit?
Yeah, I love holding. Now? I love holding. It's awesome.
Winter of 1901. We got 3 German builds. That should help our average German center count a little bit. But is it going to be a good thing for Nick in the long run? How will the rest of the board react? John Anderson's returning back to the scene with 2 builds in Russia. Any predictions on any of these builds?
You will see Anderson build fewer Northern fleets than you did see in the last game. That's my prediction.
Oh my gosh.
Gotta build
I kind of feel like for Nick, like 2 fleets and an army. Kind of feeling that, but I don't know.
You might need 2 armies in a fleet. I can see an argument for 2 armies in a fleet.
Well, yeah, I guess that's true about who you're really gonna. I don't know. I wonder if he's truly committed to going for France.
Of course, the real big story here is France got no builds.
Yeah, that's catastrophic.
It's almost unheard of.
So London didn't get into England. Oh, he bounced him. That's why it didn't move. Okay, that's why he didn't pick up 2. All right.
Yep. Whoa.
Well,
Brian was so put off by the fact that France got no builds and Germany got 3 that he has just gone into limbo. He just couldn't take it. He could not take it. Yeah.
That's fair. It's okay to be personally offended by that, by a 0 build France in 01. I get it.
I'm not offended by it. I think it's kind of interesting. Again, I love to see different things happen in diplomacy, and I'm tired of people saying there's only one way to play this. Just because the prevailing meta tells you X and Y doesn't mean you shouldn't do, A, B, and C. In fact,
I totally hear you, David. But in what scenario is a 0 build France in 01 advantageous for France?
Under no scenarios is it advantageous for France, but it's advantageous for us as observers.
Sure. Yes, I'll agree with you on that.
It gives us something fun to look at. I have to say, I like this kind of situation because I actually like early aggression. Unlike some players who can't stand that and think that's a dumb thing to do. I love to do it. I love to pick an ally and attack. I mean, it's just
I can't tell you how many times I've gone to my neighbor and been like, let's go. I want to attack this person, like straight out the gate. Let's just go for it. And so many people are like, oh no, I can't do that. Like, that's just not, that's not how I play. And it's always strange to me, right? Because there are certain people in certain powers, Chris Brand, but not this last time where he played Italy, where I feel like if you got the jump on him, you might actually be able to eliminate what you consider to be your main threat on the board. And a lot of people won't do it.
Now, I will say, I'm not saying that's always the right way to do things, and I think it's just simply more my personality. There are definitely players that I think are really good that are more wait and see players. You have to play to your own personality strengths. But hey, we've got O2.
and we have a convoy to Brest. Seems smart. That seems very smart to me. Interesting that it's Brest. I almost wonder if Gascony would have been a better choice.
Maybe. Although at least this way, well, maybe so. Yeah. At least this way you don't have to worry about Brest, but you don't have to cover it.
Yeah, that's true. He does have Khedive does have 2 problems. He does have the EG coming for him. So maybe protecting Marseille isn't as helpful or blocking entry into Iberia, but
look, we have Austrians helping the Turks into Romania. The anti-John Anderson alliance, which is a popular alliance in today's meta.
Interesting. I guess maybe he doesn't have anything better to do, but holding Denmark. I find that a little bit interesting, but he definitely doesn't have anything pressing to do.
Well, which is interesting because if you're trying to be with the English, which I assume the Germans are, you'd want to hit Sweden just in case there's a supported attack on Norway and the English don't want to try to defend it from north or something. It's weird to have a hold there, I think.
That is surprising. You're right, because it could be Denmark to Sweden with Norway supporting, and then Norway wouldn't have to move, which would remove Morgante's fear of that getting kicked out. But it would have at least allowed them to have some progress there. But maybe Morgante's just not into picking a fight with John. Maybe he wants to focus on going for France and doesn't want to think about, oh, do I have to split my units currently just to protect against a Russian attack?
I think my understanding of the early part of this broadcast is Morgante wants to be John Anderson. That was my understanding. Did I not understand that right? I thought that's what somebody was arguing earlier.
I'm not sure that Morgante wants to be John Anderson.
All right, fine. Fall of O2, convoy to Belgium, killing the German fleet. Wow.
It's a convoy to Bulgaria as well, except for Turkey has switched his current alliance player. It's because he's supported by Black. He's carried by Russia. That's crazy. I love it though. Wow.
The Italians were not expecting that turnaround because look what they did with their units and went east.
Wow. Definitely not.
Yeah,
Ionian's going to be coming right back.
Yeah, you would think so. Yeah. But did the Austrian what did the Austrians support? And the Greece guy, did that support the move to Bulgaria?
It did.
Or it moved?
Oh,
It actually
Condable.
supported Condable, but anyway, it was trying to play footsie with the Turks. Interesting.
That is interesting. And Germany has sent its fleet to Baltic, which isn't a surprise.
No. Wow. Germans are just building all armies here. Which there's an argument that that's what you do in an EG in the Anglo-Saxon alliance. But if I'm the Germans, I have 2 fleets. I'm not saying I have 3 fleets, but I have 2 fleets. I don't know. In this situation, it might have been hard to justify because you've already won basically the battle against the Russians.
Morgante also has a play style where he can sometimes come very hard on certain things that he wants you to absolutely do or absolutely not do. And if you cross that threshold with him, then you're done. He's done with you. So it's possible that the fleet build from Germany was an absolute no-go from Morgante's perspective, where if he saw it, that would be it for him and he would switch sides. And I think Nick is not yet big enough to be able to handle that switch, right? If he had a couple more dots, he probably could get away with it, but not currently.
Well, at least for now, the EG continues to roll. I mean, a key question here was going to be that army in Belgium. Was it really going to go into France, or was it going to potentially turn around into Germany? And we see what happened.
Yep. Unfortunately, piffing the German army in Paris. I mean, maybe that's not that big of a deal, right? Because you still have 3 German armies in France. Okay, but
it's a short-term problem for the Germans, but not a long-term problem. As I say, I think the key was the English vacating Belgium and going west. Even staying put in Belgium would have been threatening to the Germans.
Yeah, agreed. And interesting that Tyrolia goes to Bohemia here. Interesting move.
He is trying to set up an AI line against RT. And so if you got those Italian armies in the back, what do you do with them? You send one of them to Bohemia to have influence over Galicia.
Yeah, it's interesting because Peter has switched directions. Is it just once or is it twice now about the direction his units have moved? And I'm wondering if he's just going to get stuck in this position where he can't really grow at all and isn't going to pick up any dots.
He's kind of gotten forced into it, though, by this late breaking RT. I don't think he had any choice.
Yeah.
Unless he can diplomatically unhinge it somehow.
The one upside is that with Germany and England coming after France, he does have a couple of turns, not a whole lot of time because England will be coming, but he does have a little bit of time to try and work something out before he has to go move.
Morgante Pell, he's not going to do anything aggressive. What are you talking about? He's not going to the med. He's just going to sit around and go.
I kind of wonder if Peter. Nope, he didn't. I was going to say, I wonder if you get close to thinking about whether or not you want to take Benton's dots for your own builds rather than stay in this stuck position. But apparently the army in Bohemia freaked Russia out enough to backtrack. And he picks up Ankara. I just saw that. So Sev is convoyed into Ank. And he takes Bulgaria. All right. Well, I guess that gives us an idea of how tight this juggernaut is.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it looks to me at this point of the game, you've got EG and they are rolling. Is there, how does the East respond? Can the East respond to slow this down?
Not easily. Not easily. You had an AT, then you didn't. Then you had an RT, then you didn't. Presumably they're still an AI, but they've got a lot of work to do. They've got to hope that the EG doesn't stick together, which it might not. The French are now dead. Those German armies, it's going to take them a while to get anywhere. We'll see.
Yeah, I kind of feel like if the builds are still EG builds in this next round, then they're not going to break, and maybe they won't break for another couple years. But if there's any strangeness, then that might give the East enough space. I don't know. Ben's going down 1. Peter didn't pick anything up. Not great.
Well, another way the East could try and do it is to sub in a new player. So it looks like Sabi's taking over for Nick in Germany. As somebody, have either of you had experience subbing in games? What is that like?
I've never subbed into a good position, I would say.
I have. I was subbed into a game which, trying to remember what tournament it was. I think it was Boston Massacre last year. And Maxime was pushing to get a solo. They subbed me in and I stopped him, which he didn't like. But it was, to be honest, the first thing I do is ask the players around me what they say my diplomatic situation, the diplomatic situation was of my predecessor. And you almost always get conflicting answers, and people will start BSing you immediately when you come in as a sub.
I've never done it in a face-to-face or virtual face-to-face. I've done it several times online. And sometimes it's fun because you've got an opportunity to just reset, take a step back. And in this case, I am sure that the East is going to be whispering hard in Sabi's ear, saying how dangerous it is to have Morgante sitting behind their lines.
And that is something she already knows. So,
Not a fleet build from the Germans, an army build. Now, they're playing one short as well. So that's important to consider going forward here with the moves.
All right. Well, they continue with it. Given that they're not moving against Morgante, it seems like they've agreed to continue with that alliance, at least for now.
English Channel holds. Doesn't go to the Mid-Atlantic. English Channel holds. What do you think that means?
Morgante's being smart.
Morgante's being Morgante would be my argument.
Yeah. I mean, I think, what do you mean by that exactly? Morgante's being Morgante. I think he's just being defensive.
He's giving himself some options. I mean,
yeah.
He wasn't absolutely sure what the Germans were going to do, and he's not sure himself what he's going to do. So he's giving himself some options here. I do think it's important that the Turks did walk their fleets back. So the Turks are trying to survive against the Russians. We'll see, as opposed to, for example, throwing in and becoming a Russian puppet or something, which might have been the other option.
It doesn't look like it's going to be terribly successful.
Probably not. There's too much John Anderson, which feels like something I've said before in the last 12 months.
Yeah, and they lose Smyrna, and they're going to lose Greece. I'm not surprised by this, I would say.
Of course, Wardy's also playing on at this point he's been up for like 22 hours straight or something. So I don't know that we can blame anything that Wardy's doing.
All right, let's pause here in this position. We've got Germany going up another 3 centers, new player, same story. But we've got John Anderson going up 2. We say goodbye to Turkey. David, if you got to put money on it, who wins this game?
I'd like to see what Germany builds before I answer that question. I'm not asking to necessarily. I'm just saying if I'm Germany and I'm going to try to win this game, I'm building fleets and going after England. That's what I'm doing. To try to convince the Russians to help me. The Russians, hey, Russia, you plow into Austria, I'll plow into England. We'll see what happens. Otherwise, it's going to be locked down for Germany. In other words, there's got to be a diplomatic answer to the question because there's too many AI armies around you otherwise. It's just going to get locked down. So the only chance Germany has is to diplomatically change the equation. Because I don't think that's likely to happen, I'm going to go with John, figuring out how to top this board.
I'm going to go with Sabi for sure. They know what they're doing. I think they can use this position to succeed here. For sure.
Okay.
For sure.
All right. Well, we will find out with those 3 builds. I won't read them out. You can read them on screen. Anything jump out to either of you, though?
Well, obviously, I like that that there's at least one fleet build.
I think that their builds make sense for what they're doing. Particularly, I mean, John built a fleet. Maybe they already had this conversation. Maybe they already had a conversation about, hey, what can we do from here? I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
The fleet build from John's, even if there's no deal and he's fighting the EG, that fleet build makes sense, I think.
Yeah, I would agree. But
You could argue for South Coast instead of North Coast, but still.
That's true. Okay. Well, John's bringing up his Turkish units, or his units that were in Turkey. But he moved to Gao.
Morgante Pill. English Channel, Spain.
Ooh. Munich. Marseille is all going.
This is the problem with Sabi's position here. And it's just, I wasn't even sure this was going to happen, but the Italians support the English into Spain. So this is Morgante turning on Germany with Italian help.
It's probably preventative, though, and to some extent, like, not forced, but essentially like pushed by the position on the board. Morgante's has the same problem as Sabi did, taking over that German position. It's easier to attack each other than it is to try and get your dots in the east. So I can totally see why this has occurred. I am a bit surprised, though, that there was less protectiveness.
John Anderson goes to Galicia. Somebody may have already pointed that out, but that's kind of significant.
I agree, and I think that John had German support into Norway. I think the Swedish fleet supported the Russian fleet that's now in Norway into it. So it could be that they had that discussion, but Sabi is going to get knocked down before anything really positive happens for them.
Well, I think you're all both missing the lead here. I think what we're seeing here is Morgante is trying to be the new John Anderson. So
while playing against John Anderson.
John Anderson.
Which means John's going to be the new Morgante and top the board.
Oh gosh, this was really apt. I'm not sure that we knew how on the nose this was going to be.
This is beautiful. Take a look down here at Peter. I love to see this.
Oh yeah, I was actually wondering if he might do that and just say, "Yeah, I'll let you in," but that's because you were holding it for me. You were keeping the seat warm, keeping the Spanish seat warm for me. Interesting.
It's interesting to me as well because I almost would have moved Lyon, and maybe that's a mistake on my part. But rather than vacate West. I think I might have moved Lyon.
Yeah, I understand your point because now the English could leak into the Western Med conceivably. Look what the Germans did, unfortunately, in fall of 2005, leaving Kiel.
Oh, no.
They take Munich, but they give a retreat space. I've made that mistake many times.
I have
so many times.
Made that mistake.
So many times. Oh. But I'm sure John Anderson's not complaining. Yeah, okay, England, go attack Germany. I don't care. I'll take what I can when y'all aren't paying attention.
Well, the net result of all of that action is just more growth for Russia. The West is in shambles. I mean, Peter, good on Peter. But it's not going to be enough. John, I don't see any way John loses this.
Well, there's always hope, and it's only 2006. There's always hope.
Not much, given that Morgante is not moving to against John Anderson, really, which is not a surprise to me. That he's not.
John Anderson's moving against him. Norwegian.
No, maybe
Norwegian,
this is like
he didn't go to Norwegian, so he could say, "Hey, Morgante, how you doing?"
Not true. We just watched a game earlier today with Sabi, who they moved their Northern Fleet to Norwegian, remember, and came all the way around to help out England. So we've already seen it.
That's true.
I don't think it's likely, but
I
we
don't
have
either.
seen it
I
technically.
agree, but I don't think it's likely either.
At this point in the game, if I'm John, I am proposing a draw every single time that I can. I see no value in letting perhaps Italy make a move. They could grow perhaps, but I mean, I would be proposing a draw, and I would try to position myself so that I could just say, look, you guys might as well. This is a foregone conclusion. Why stay up? Let's call the game here because it's inevitable.
And I'm John Anderson, so it was to be expected. So why not just go ahead and get this done?
Oh, wow.
Brian,
oh my God.
totally called it. And the thing is, you can't really argue with anybody here. Who is going to figure out a way to stop John? I mean,
but I feel like John left dots on the table. He left
did
them on the table.
He did, but it's VDL. You know, it's a league situation, and he's 100 points in 06.
That's a really good reminder. I'm sorry. I retract it, because you're absolutely right. This is a league game. The people on this board, the only person I don't know here is Khedive. Maybe they're going to come back and play, but everybody else I know, and maybe it's just not worth it to fight them for a couple dots.
Well, we had another fun one, and we're going to do one last round. Corey, thank you so much. You have been a rock star tonight. We will welcome you back in to help close out the show, but for now, we'll say goodbye, and we're going to bring in Mr. Ed Sullivan. Thanks, Corey. Mr. Sullivan, how are you doing? Oh, you are muted, so we are all grateful.
Why did you have to say that to him?
Well, that was a fun game. I enjoyed watching that game.
Yeah, and Ed, shout out to you for recognizing the Houston Oilers T-shirt. I think there are very few people out there that would appreciate that. So
Houston Oilers, Houston Oilers. I actually know the song.
They're the Houston Oilers for those of us who love University of Texas players that played for the Houston Oilers.
Love it. All right. Well, enough about our own interests and personal lives. Let's finish out the evening with another game of VDL.
Will we see Wardy get stabbed a fourth time?
Does he? Can he somehow play in all 3 rounds, but somehow plays 4 games? All right, let's check this out. All right, almost. Still not. There we go. In Austria, we have Cinderella himself, Jason Mastbaum. In England, we have Saren Kwok. France, Miles Holcomb. Germany, Derek Rocco. Italy, Trevor Coleman. Russia, Matt Krill. And Turkey, Wes Ketchum. This is a fun lineup. Ed, you've played with almost everybody on this board, I'm sure. What can you tell us about these players?
Mastbaum will build a fleet in Trieste as soon as he can. Saren is on the move. She has definitely turned her game around from gunboat into virtual, and I think she'll do well. Miles, we've seen already do decently tonight. I don't know Derek. Trevor's new on the scene, but has had some good results and a couple of poor ones, but is a great player to play with. Krill's obviously great, and so is Wes. I'm surprised to see Wes's DB&I ranking, but he's a fantastic player.
David?
Well, I think somebody's already pointed this out, but Jason and Matthew last weekend did a 17-17. Now, I don't think they could – it's hard – that'd be almost impossible to do as Austria and Russia, but it's still fun that they're next-door neighbors after that experience. Maybe they'll attack each other off the bat.
Let the love story continue, I say.
Well, we are going to get right into that love story. I believe springtime is for lovers. We'll find out if there are any passed up stab opportunities in spring of 01.
That
I'll
German.
take the West.
Okay, go ahead.
I like Saren's opening. I know that we see the modified opening with Liverpool moving to Yorkshire frequently, but if you're confident that there's no move to the channel, I prefer what Saren did there. The bounce in Burgundy is unusual. You see that happen, that France didn't force it. I mean, maybe it was arranged. I don't know, but that's a little unusual. But that's what the West grabs out to me.
Really, the only interesting or unique thing would be the Italian going to Tyrolia, sort of the adventure unit. We've seen that otherwise tonight. I think the last time when we saw it tonight, the other game, it ended up going to Trieste anyway. But obviously, we sometimes see it go to Tyrolia. We sometimes see it go to Bohemian, go around. It's going to be that kind of AI. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes. Otherwise, relatively standard openings. Considering that Wes is from Chicago, he had to pull the full Sunstrom and go to Armenia and Black Sea.
It's so predictable.
And then immediately leave, because that's what you do.
As you do.
Army into Romania. I know I've said this like 3 times today already, but which unit goes into Romania tells you a lot about who's really talking to whom. Matthew's giving himself maximum flexibility here by putting that army in there.
Well, let's check out Austria supported Bulgaria to Romania.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
The love story ended. It was 17-17, and then already in fall 1901, they can't get along. What's going on, Jason?
I don't know. What happened here is that West was blocked from getting Greece is actually what happened. That could be totally an AR kind of thing.
Oh, you're right.
This could be the same love story with Robert Redford and whatever. Who was the other one? Anyway, there was a movie in the 70s, the love story.
Butch Cassidy?
No, I think it was Ryan O'Neal.
Ryan O'Neal. I'm sorry. You're right. Ryan O'Neal.
And whatever her name was, the lady who quit acting.
Yes.
Okay. Well, love means never having to say you're sorry. I guess sort of like Munich moving to Tyrolia. A little sneaky move by Derek going right in there, which you don't see that often. Meanwhile, Germany picks up the 2 builds, and where's Corey to be disappointed now? But England walks into Belgium, which they could have done anyways. But the West, 2-2-2 on the build. So let's see what happens.
Advantage England.
Apparently so.
And she builds 2 fleets, Saren does, and a fleet in Brest. So I'm not seeing a lot of EF cooperation now, but a fleet in Kiel. Who knows? There's a naval war to be had right now.
Then don't bury the lead, Sullivan. Fleet Venice. That's the
I didn't see that. Wait, Jason's playing Austria.
Fleet Venice and no Fleet Trieste. Fleet Venice.
Jason can't build there.
Unbelievable.
That's hilarious.
You have a German in Tyrolia, so you build a fleet.
I told you he was a bit of a new player. Trevor, though, can't do that, bro.
Maybe fine. Maybe Germany's there to help. Who knows? I don't know.
So in all seriousness, why not the fleet in Tuscany?
You mean fleet in Venice?
Tuscany.
I mean, in
Tuscany
Venice.
can't build.
Yes, yeah. You also can't get to Belgium in 1901 if you're England. But no, Venice. Why? What's wrong with that build?
It's usually not the place you build the fleet because it's bottled up a little bit. I mean, there's nothing wrong with having a fleet in Adriatic, but you do that by building in Naples and moving only into Adriatic or something like that. But in this situation, when you've been outflanked by a German invader, having a fleet there, it really just means you can never leave. You can't leave somebody behind you when you don't have an army there to help defend. It's a weird situation to be in. He doesn't care because the Germans are going around him to get to the French. And maybe I said earlier, maybe he had to deal with the Germans, but still, it's an interesting situation. The Turks are coming. The Turks are coming. The Turks are coming. So hopefully the AI people can work on that. This is why you moved to Bohemia as the Italians, so that you can have another unit to go into Galicia. That's a way to play the AI. Instead of the borrowing Trieste business, you send your army up there and then you eventually put it in Galicia like this. Or you put the Austrian in Galicia. It's done both ways.
All right. So in the West, Saren's made a move against Germany going into the, I still don't know if it's Heligoland, as Brand says, or Helgoland, as David says, but goes into hell. Better than heaven for some. But in any event, that's the move there. While France did not not take the channel, put the fleet from Spain into Western Med. Maybe not the greatest for Italy, but that Tyrolean army in Piedmont's got to be worrisome for France. So it's interesting how this will shake out. And Germany moved east while France was moving west. Not the best situation.
Yeah, it was creative to go to Tyrolia, Bohemia. That can work out, but he's trying to do too many things at one time without an ally. So we'll see how that works out for Derek.
And I will, just on the topic of that fleet, I think this is an interesting little comment in the chat.
We wanted
so
to
Jason,
Dennis.
Yeah, so Jason did want Jason did build the fleet.
With the
just as I said,
he built the Italian fleet for him. Yes.
All right, moving on. Follow 02.
Bounces the Germans in Venice. The Germans are just in a bad way here. No, there's no getting around it. French armies are now in Ruhr and Burgundy. Holland's obviously gone. It's interesting that the French took the shot at Tunis. That I think, I know it's easy to say this after the fact, but I think you just assume the Italians are going to go there. You go to Tyrrhenian and Western and get your fleet Mao into the battle is what you do, instead of assuming that you can go after the center. But it's a 50-50 guess. It's a guess. It's a guess.
I don't know, but if you do that, I think it's hard to have you're putting yourself at a mathematical disadvantage by not moving mid-Atlantic to North Africa if you're going to do if you're going to go to
do
Tunis.
it this way. Yes, if you're going to go after Tunis, then you go to North. Yeah, you're totally right, man. Totally right.
Mark that down.
You were bound to. I mean, a blind squirrel finds a nut every now and then, so you were bound to do it.
Ugh, not good for Germany. The EF marches on, although Russia did get into Norway with German support.
Russia's also in Bulgaria with Austrian support as the Turks take Greece. All a bunch of interesting moves. I don't think the Turks were expecting that. And you know what else they weren't expecting? The Spanish Inquisition, yes, but also the fleet in Black Sea. They were not expecting that either. So the Turks are getting ready to get cut out. Gee, I wonder if we got an AR between Jason and Matt.
The love story's back on. Love story 2. No divorce.
Yep. Hello, Trieste, say the Italians.
Oh.
Now, the Austrians do take Greece, which is interesting. Oh, boy. Matt and Wes. Wes Ketchum loses Khan, loses Bull. What a disaster for Wes. Absolute disaster.
What a Congo line for Russia, for Matt.
Now that I think about it, the Italians are getting into Trieste because the Austrians said, take Trieste, you need to build against the French. That's what that is. Sorry. That's totally what that is. I misread that. That's what that is. Yes. Got it, Jason. Yep.
Can this air catch up to EF, though? They have a very bad northern position.
And having already lost Tunis, for example.
Yeah.
I mean, catch up is a strong word. Could they slow them down somehow? Yes, because the question is who's going to be at the top? You know, it's not one of these things where they're trying to break the East and then race to a solo because this is a timed game. So what is this going to mean? Just depends on how long Miles and Saren stay together.
Oh, the 3 builds is for Russia is definitely going to help slow things down, at least on the northern front.
Oh, good point. I didn't notice that. You shouldn't have me commentate, Brian. You know better.
It'll slow them down, but it's not going to. It's still going to be hard to stop all those English fleets.
Yeah,
from leaking into various water in Baltic and Bothnia.
And something I'm going to have my eye on is this fleet or this army in Kiel is very much out of position. How are they going to rearrange, or will they rearrange that situation? All right.
Oh yeah, there's probably ways to do that. Put the English fleet into Kiel, for example, and move the French army down to Munich somehow. That's probably what you'll do.
All right. Spring of 04.
Well, they tried and put Munich into Berlin. It didn't work out on the west, but England continues to advance a position now on the north, but Russia's sort of meeting them unit for unit, if I'm counting correctly, and France is in Tyrrhenian and trying to push there, and then we'll let David talk about the east.
Bulgaria to Serbia makes me think this is not an AIR. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? Because the Turks have become, I was thinking in the last game, I was saying, when the Russians move in on the Turks and the Turks have fleets, what are your choices? You can move back to try to defend, or you can say, hey, leave me alive and I'll be your fleet power in the Med, which is apparently what Wes has offered to Matt, and Matt may well have accepted it.
I think another point here is in a time-limited game, you're either going to go with your alliance as far as it can get, or you're going to be like, well, we don't have time for big alliances. I just got to maximize what I can get. Maybe Matt's doing
it's still 04 though. I mean, you have time to stick with the alliance for a while if you want to.
Even in a time unlimited game, I still like this play because these dots will be there. If you can just get Turkey pushing forward, you just have to make sure they don't do anything squirrely. Just need to manage them.
Yeah, because West can be managed really easily.
Oh yeah, I do it all the time.
Okay, well, Italy piling on here by taking Trieste? I think they are. No, mass bomb is not the bomb in this particular game.
He's getting bombed.
He's getting bombed. Germany's out, right? Yeah, they're out. They've lost both their centers. They did go ahead and move the fleet Holland to Kiel, which I thought was good positional. And so the way to get Kiel out was to put it in Berlin because nobody hit Munich because the East is too busy fighting each other at this point to worry about any of that.
Yeah, I actually, if I'm the EF, I sort of love this problem with the East. That's an obvious statement, but Jason Massbaum has nowhere to go but to help EF, and those units there in the center of the board can be useful. Matt's weak right there. Well, he's going to build.
Did the French? No, wait a minute. What did the French just do with Tyrrhenian and Tunis? What were they doing there?
Looks like they're trying to help Austria.
They were supporting Jason into Ionian. Yep.
Yeah.
Which didn't work, but it was a good. I mean, that shows exactly what you're talking about. Is Jason's their agent on the other side. But it did work. I'm sorry, it did get to the Ionian.
Right.
So the 2 builds in the West come to Saren. What do you think the builds will be here?
Saren has changed her game in face-to-face or virtual face-to-face. She's a great gunboat player, has great knowledge of tactics. She's got to build armies, but I don't expect EF to turn. I think she's really going to prove that she is an alliance player, and I think that.
How do the armies help her against the East in the short term? They don't help in the short term. I might be tempted not even to build both of the units right now. I don't know.
We will find out. She builds 2 armies.
The armies, yeah.
Ed knows what he's talking about every once in a while.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And how does she use those against the East?
she telegraphs that eventually she wants to be in Moscow. I mean, you convoy to Denmark because Denmark's going to Baltic. I mean, that's understandable. Barents, you get to Barents instead of doing the army Norway to Finland, which would have been another gambit to get your units further east. Jason continues to lose. He's lost Budapest. What else do you see, Ed?
Well, Burgundy moved to Belgium, but almost surely arranged.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then the French in the Ionian. But West not going anywhere.
Yeah, West holding is odd, I think. I know that maybe he's trying to be defensive here and give himself something to defend against if England did something goofy. But that doesn't help. It's not very defensive. You might as well go ahead and push forward. Maybe it gives you another Italian center somehow if you do that.
I think
Italians
he had
helping
to
you
have
in
gone to
Ionian?
Tyrrhenian.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
I think he had to go to Tyrrhenian.
So that's why he's holding. The Italians are helping him in the Ionian. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I did notice that sometimes it's hard to see that on the screen, but yeah.
Yeah, the other thing I thought I saw, I want to see. Yeah, look at this. We've got a hold in Marseille instead of going to Piedmont. And then now we're bouncing here. I wonder if that was arranged.
That had to have been
As a
arranged.
signal,
Yeah.
yeah.
At this point,
that's a good catch.
I think this is maybe somebody has gotten in France's ear and getting, this Italian-French cooperation is a real story here.
Mm-hmm.
It could just be Miles snookering Trevor.
Possible.
Once he gets into position in the Ionian, which he's now in, I mean, that's really good position. You can always go attack the Italians later, maybe.
So look, with the Italian helping, let's just assume for a minute that they stay on side. Does that change the calculus here? Does France now have an upper hand over England and Russia for a chance at the top?
Well, I think we're going to find out how Saren reacts in the fall. It's a spring move, right? So we're going to know if she's going to start protecting dots or puts Edinburgh onto Holland. What really happened. I don't think France has great position here.
Saren sticks with Miles, though. I mean, getting a bunch of builds. That's why I was saying earlier that Matt could build all the units he wanted to, but positionally, eventually, the English fleet power will overwhelm you in the north like that. And that has happened here.
It's a great turn for Saren. She gets into Sweden. She gets into St. Petersburg. Yeah, she lost Belgium. It was arranged. E has just done well. They've eviscerated everything. But that poor Russian fleet in the north that David liked so much, this might be one of the times that Russia doesn't need that northern fleet. We'll find out. And then I don't want to bury the lead again, but where are the French, David?
Yep. Well, let's put it this way. They're in Eastern Med and Western Med.
They got all
and
the men.
Tunis and Marseille, and none of those places are near each other, and that's weird.
And none of them have dots, which if I've got Saren gaining and I am not, like, I love the position here, but man, I've got to be, I mean, this one, I get one, is that right? That's going to have to be my defense.
Jason is
right.
Jason is now thrown in with Matt again, and is going to be a Janissary on the front line against the Italians.
What is Saren? What do they build?
Yeah, these are some big builds.
What, you mean the Turks who just got a build? Is that what you mean?
Well, I was more thinking about poor little France here, the puppy to Saren, but I'm not.
I think you build a fleet.
I think you do, but I don't think he does, and I don't think she does either.
You justify it by saying you're going to need another fleet in the south, which is a possibility. I don't know how you justify the fact that you're not really moving into the Med. I don't know how you justify that to Sarah, but if you figure out a way to do it, either way, you got to build a fleet, Brest, I think.
Is it worse if England builds a fleet or an army if you're Miles?
Well, if you see a fleet Liverpool, by the way, that's bad.
Fleet London, Army London, which one's worse?
I don't think that if Miles sees a fleet, their alliance is over. I agree that an army could also be used against the French, but the fleet can only be used against the French.
We'll find out. Army Liverpool.
It's about as nice as you can get.
That's just about as nice as you can do, yes.
Yeah, and we've got the Army Paris, which doesn't surprise me. The love fest goes on. Springtime is for lovers.
Lots of units moving east, including that Western Med fleet, which now that it has moved now that he's got Eastern Med, he decides, the Italians have got me as far as I can go. So got to go back there and take out the Italians, which, by the way, he's going to do because the Ionian fleet retreats to Albania. Doesn't even retreat to Naples. So this may be some kind of deal.
Love Story 3. Jason's back on side with Matt Krill.
Yeah, well, he was last turn, too. He got supported by Matt into Trieste. So he's the tip of the spear for Matt at this point.
Well, and I continue to just be impressed with Miles keeping Peter on side, or I'm sorry, Trevor on side. Like this retreat to Albania, like I don't know what to say. Like that's just really good diplomatic win. And many times in this type of game, when you're close, I mean, Saren's got somebody that is powerful enough to stop them, and France has a friend that can make the difference.
What did Italy order before the retreat, Brian?
You're gonna make me look. Nothing. It held.
Oh my.
It's a remarkable retreat, actually. It's remarkable. It's. I mean, Trevor, this might be a time to go to school here. I think you're about to get a learning experience.
Well, as I said earlier, this may be a deal where he's just sort of thrown in with the French and said, "I don't care. Come on."
Yeah.
I mean, he wouldn't be the first one that had thrown in with the person that aggressed against them. That's what Jason and Wes are currently doing.
Mm-hmm.
Trevor saying it's intentional. That's what I figured. It was some kind of deal or something that he went there.
We've talked about this a lot of times, like figuring out what is the motivation for the player. If winning the game is not possible, then what is your motivation to keep playing? And Miles and Trevor are on the same page right now.
Well, I would argue that Trevor and Jason and Wes are all on the same page, which is I'm throwing in with the people that attacked me to try to survive. And so far, Jason's surviving.
So nice little rear retreat from Saren. Loses Silesia, but has to retreat into Berlin. Sorry, Miles.
Well, he does. He has Munich of hers, so
Okay.
that may have always been the theory, is that she could retreat there if needed.
The tactics here are pretty delicious. Like you've got some important spaces, like this convoy into Livonia, swapping these units around. I mean, the positioning on both sides. These are players that know what they're doing. They're setting up a line really well, and there's some big like every position counts at this point in the game.
Great comment.
It's really true. And the thing about Matthew, who is a great player in his own right, but he's only got puppets. He doesn't have a true strong alliance with anybody at this point. And as long as the EF sticks together, that's going to be hard for him to deal with, even with his puppets. Because they have an Italian puppet, for that matter.
You're a puppet, Jason.
All right, we've got Army Build in Sev, almost has to be, and Spring of 07.
So the big news is the French are in Silesia. That's about it from the west. I'm not looking down south though. I consider that east.
Yeah, that's cool. The Italian fleet that went to Albania has now killed Jason. Yeah, Jason's making a good point. He does have extra sets of eyes on tactics. This is a point that Chris Martin used to make a lot when he was a small player. Keep me alive. I can help you make better moves. I've got a lot of experience. Sometimes that pitch can work as a player that's on one or two centers. Yeah, the fleets in the south are moving forward as you want them to from the RT point of view. But you've still got 2 Italian fleets and 3 French fleets. So you're still outfleeted. The question becomes, how long does this go on with the French keeping the Italians alive versus taking their stuff? That's going to be a question.
Well, they might take one now, right? Because Italy got into Trieste.
It's a possibility, yeah.
And this game it's exciting. Like a lot of times when you get to this stage of the game, it can tend to bog down, but there's still some fluidity right on the line. It's just really fun to watch this.
It's a stalemate line battle. It's only 07. This game's not, it's got time for things to happen in it. Whoop.
And there goes Warsaw. So critical piece on the stalemate line gone, but it was gone anyways. And Turkey took back Trieste. I don't really see anything major. And I love the move from Kiel to Livonia, by the way. The convoy there.
Oh, yes. That's really good. You can tell somebody who knows their tactics, probably from playing 500 games of Gunboat, knows her tactics.
Anyone listening on the stream or to this broadcast later, Sarah, you can look up Saren's name. She's written a recent article on stalemate lines. Very interesting to read.
Clearly putting on a clinic on that side of the board right now.
Indeed.
We've got a French fleet and an Italian fleet. Both of them still appear to be working together. Where do those fleets go, though? We're running out of water spaces to fill with fleets.
No. We saw Jason's game last week. There's plenty of tiles for fleet.
That's right. He's that third set of eyes telling him there's room for another fleet.
They've lost, but at this point, little tiny positional changes make a lot of difference in these fights. They've lost Bohemia.
They lost Bohemia. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Are they going to be able to hold on to Moscow?
Well, they not
eventually, not in the long run, because eventually there's going to be too much pressure on Galicia, probably. Well, we'll see.
Correct. And Vienna's vacant right now. I mean,
yeah, there could be some guesses here that could work potentially that allow him to rebuild. We'll see. Yep.
Uh-oh.
Yep. See, he's going to rebuild. Austria's going to get a build. Now I know they've lost Galicia.
They've also, by the way, they're going to lose Moscow now.
Yeah, that means you're going to lose Moscow.
Mm-hmm.
Leon to Spain, because you want to keep your options open and make sure Saren realizes that you're not completely all in on Mediterranean. You've got a guy that can be defensive.
Yeah, I don't hate that. Just keep.
I don't hate it, and props to Trevor for making himself useful. That's a hard thing for people to learn, but he learned it.
True.
I was wrong about the lesson. He may still get burned at the end, but he's hung in.
By the way, these are all really good tactics. All the tactics around Vienna and Trieste and all that, both sides really understanding what's going on and playing well, in my opinion.
This is some high-level tactical play. I know a lot of these players are very active in Gunboat and Speedboat. And I did not intend for this to end up being a plug, but I will go ahead and plug real quick. For our next edition of Game Day Live, we are intending to do some Speedboat coverage, probably over the Nexus Speedboat League. It's a great way to learn tactics, and a lot of these players play a lot of that. And it's showing up here. And this is why face-to-face, virtual face-to-face players should play that type of game. You get in reps, you see situations, you learn the tactics, they go by fast, you do it again, and it pays off in situations like this.
In DixieCon next month, we're going to actually have a speedboat tournament as part of our virtual face-to-face version of DixieCon. So we're going to have a speedboat tournament and a regular diplomacy tournament.
All right, winner of 08, Austria ends up with the build at the cost of a Turkish fleet. I think that's probably helpful to the East if they're in alignment. We've got a build from Russia, but they were unable to use it. Am I reading that right?
Yes, I meant to mention earlier, just in case people are trying to follow the tactics, if Italy and France had guessed correctly last turn, they could have taken Trieste. I meant to mention that. They could have taken a 3-shot at Trieste. The army that was in Trieste would have moved to Vienna, and they would have taken Trieste like from Tyrolia or something.
It was a guess, though. I mean,
it was a guess. It was totally a guess. Yes.
One more plug. All right, moving on. Spring of 09.
Moscow. Sayonara.
Yeah.
Moscow falls. So there is a line. I'm not as good on stalemate lines as many, but I know there's a line right around here that involves Sev, Ukraine, Romania, but that typically does require a fleet in the Black Sea. Does anybody know if you can do that without the fleet?
Okay, so last week Adam Siegel said there was a 6-center Turkey line, and I know we've got David and I know we've got Peter here. I have scoured the internet for a 6-center Turkey line, stalemate line, and I could not find it. That's not saying it's not true. It's just saying I couldn't find it, but I don't know what the line is. I don't know how you could have it without black.
I don't think there is a line in this situation. Well, Peter's agreeing with me. I don't think there is a line that can be held in this situation. The line that can be held is we're going to run out. That you run out of time because this is a timed game.
Yeah. I don't like that they took Moscow from Warsaw, by the way.
As opposed to what?
Well, I mean, look at the retreat of Galicia.
I know, but I don't think they could have taken it except from Warsaw. Well, not to be sure about it.
I think they would have taken. I mean, there's vacating, so I think anything would have technically worked.
Well, if you were guessing, yeah, but if you wanted to make sure you did it, it would have had to have been from Warsaw, I think.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Look, he's getting back into Galicia now, so
there you go. Problem solved.
Easy come, easy go. Oh, look what happened. Oh my gosh, they did guess right this time against Jason. Totally guessed right against Jason this time.
There's just some juicy play going on over here. I mean, look at this. You got him in Galicia going into Vienna. This is just gorgeous.
I call this the Brandon Fogel is shooting himself as many times as he can. That a lot of France's dots are just because of Saren's munificence. Take Belgium, take Holland, take Kiel. This is...
That's what Brandon, you do when you're playing in a lot. Brandon doesn't understand this because he doesn't like anybody and nobody likes him. But you could ally with somebody and stick with them for a while.
This is what I do.
You can stick with them towards the end. You could stick with them almost to the end of the game or actually to the end of the game. Some people actually play that way.
Well, that stab's a lot more difficult with 2 French builds of those armies. We get a rebuild of the Turkish fleet in Smyrna. We lose the non-existent missing unit. Man, this game just keeps rolling. Spring of 010. I mean, at this point, somebody's got to be calling for a draw, right?
It's almost over time-wise. It's going to end, I think, at the end of... They've just got to rearrange dots at this point.
Yeah, the question is, are they going to race for the top? Do they have a deal about the top, or are they going to share the top? Those are the questions. It's a completely diplomatic answer, or a question and a diplomatic answer.
I think you've buried the lead, David.
What?
What happened to Mr. Mashbaum in spring 1910?
I don't know. It says the winner of 1909. Oh.
The puppet might be gone. Oh, no, wait.
He retreated to Serbia because that's what you do.
Love stories off.
I mean, yeah. I mean, the position is cracked here. The question is who's going to top of this board, and it doesn't look like Saren is trying to force her way into the top. You can see that from the way she just moved. In other words, moving that fleet to Baltic. She's certainly not turning on France right now, or at least trying to defend against France. I mean, she's giving stuff to France instead.
Yeah, and I moved back here because Miles is also signaling with his builds. If he was looking to make a move on Saren for the top, he could have built differently. Fleet Brest here, maybe even Fleet Marseille, but definitely Fleet Brest. And there's not a lot that Saren could have done to stop that if he was trying to win that way.
The thing is, he can still win by stabbing Trevor.
Yeah,
you know. And that's wide open to him in the time limit. They'll know when the last year is.
I don't think we've used this terminology yet, but this is classic Leviathan destruction. EF Alliance, we could sometimes call the Leviathan. You just blanket people. As long as you can get the jump on the Eastern powers in the mid, which obviously happened here, there's almost no stopping it.
Well, and it wasn't just pure tactics. I mean, the tactics have been beautiful, but this does not happen without Trevor being part of this. France would have been bottled up, and I don't think it ends this way. It definitely doesn't end this way, but I don't think it ends this way for the Leviathan either. Fall of 10, we continue.
Western Mid-Atlantic is tantalizing, though.
Yeah.
Look, the army in Berlin leaves because that was not the deal that he was taking Berlin from her. Because
Are they 11-11 here?
Well, he's growing for Trieste. So isn't he going to 12?
No, but he lost Berlin or Kiel, one of them.
Oh, you're right. So it's a trade on that, but he took. Okay, so that is a tie then, right? She's still behind him by one, right? Let's see. Oh no, it is 11-11. I'm sorry, I can't count. It's late at night. Can't count.
Math is hard.
Yep.
I think we got a draw. I'd bet real money on it, David.
I don't disagree. Or maybe they draw next turn. I don't know, but I think they're going to do a shared board top.
Shared board top 11-11. Do we draw in spring? Yes, we do. Whew. That was intense.
Trevor, if that was a tournament game, you wouldn't be at 3, but way to hang in there, buddy.
Well, you might be if it was an early tournament. It kind of depends on the scoring system and where it is in the tournament. They might have done this in an early round, potentially.
True.
Well, but I think you're certainly right that most of the time that would be a different outcome. Yeah.
Well, let's take a moment here and let's hear from one of the players who participated in this game. Welcome to the stream, Matt Krill.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, what's up, Matt?
Hey, Matt.
You guys hear me all right?
You sound great.
Okay.
Tell us a little bit how did this game play out? Let's just quick high-level summary. What was it like?
Yeah, it was just an unbreakable EF alliance, and like I saw when I joined the stream, they were just able to gradually grind things down, and Italy was at the tip of their spear, and I tried to keep Jason and Wes on my side as much as I could to try and hold them off, but it was just a matter of time for them to knock down that position.
David, any sections of that game stand out to you? Anything you want to learn a little bit more about?
Well, Matt, I am interested. How hard was it to get Wes, for example, to be your fleet power in the mid versus trying to come back and defend himself and that kind of thing?
It was actually very easy. Both Wes and Jason just wanted to survive in that situation. I knew I needed the fleets from Turkey down there to have any shot of slowing them down, and Jason's armies were useful in those positions. So it was very easy to talk both of them into that. They were both very willing to accept that position.
Did you ever think you had a shot of turning Trevor around somehow in Italy?
No, I mean we tried throughout the whole game, right, to try and turn everybody like you do in those situations. But it really was when Trevor supported France into Ionian. That was the point where we realized that that wasn't going to work, and I couldn't keep supporting Italy in that position.
Matt, what happened to the love story between you and Jason? We had a great one. You gave him a tournament win. You didn't get he earned it, but
Yeah,
you were instrumental. You were instrumental. And the man in fall of 01 supports Turkey against you in Romania.
It just shows that Jason doesn't appreciate what he's given in life. I think that's the the bottom line. No, there'll be a diplomacy briefing story about whipping. The short story was I did not know I was giving him a tournament win because we didn't know the scores of the other games. And so I've learned my lesson from that. So Jason survived this game, but as you can see, I came after him pretty hard after he tried to come at me there. So the love story did that.
Show he drew first blood.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm always the innocent party.
All right. Well, Matt, just to wrap things up, who played the best on this board?
I think Saren did. I really felt like her tactics were really what was good, but I think that Miles diplomatically had a huge win with Trevor, with Italy. It was actually my first VDL game. I thought it was a lot of fun and was really impressed by both of them and their play throughout the game.
Well, Matt, thank you so much for joining us. We'll tell you goodnight. That was a really, really fun game. Thank you so much.
All right.
And we are now going to add back to our stream Corey. Corey, welcome back. You're on mute. And we are also going to welcome to our stream our fearless producer who's been working tirelessly behind the screen while also taking care of, I believe, a child's birthday party, if I recall correctly. So, Kevin, congratulations on that and welcome to the stream.
Thank you, and I appreciate DBN's high budget to fly me on the Concorde back from France earlier today. Thank you.
You made it.
Kevin, I really enjoyed the coverage of the French language league. I've got to say, très bon, c'est magnifique.
Merci beaucoup, mes amis.
Well, let's take a look now at our VDL standings after we've seen these games. So for tonight, we are going to look at, tied for ninth, we have West Ketchum. And let me make sure. Nope, that's pre-broadcast. Current standings. Here we go. In 10th place, Andre Janico. In 9th place, Sarah and Kwok. 8th place, Brandon Fogel. 7th, Iskal Sandblom. 6th, Peter LeBeau. Number 5, Tom DeGraff. 4, Morgante Pell. In 3rd, Nick Amantangelo. In 2nd, Miles Holcomb. And in 1st place, Michalis Camaritas. Fantastic game tonight. Had a blast. We'll start with Kevin. Kevin, first of all, thank you so much for those French games. They really were a blast to watch. Any final words about the broadcast and the games you saw tonight?
Yeah, that's my wrap up. Is I'm excited to see the growth of the French league. I know Nicolas, who joined us, was excited. He's talking about playing himself. Didn't top any of those top boards last year, so he's sharpening the knives and getting ready. So beware, French players.
Ed.
On the French league, I was just really impressed that we didn't see 7 countries hold and then draw in spring 1901. That was a very good showing by the French to have it out there. Thought the games were wonderfully entertaining. In terms of VDL, I think we saw great league play. The number one thing was Brandon dropping 6 spots from 2nd to 8th. That's a net positive for the league and the hobby. But I like to see players like Sarah and Michaelis, names that I know, but that aren't well known yet in the hobby, but should be known, coming to the fray. just like last year, had a lot of newcomers, myself included. I think this year you're going to see equally talented group, not including myself, of people do really well at VDL.
Corey.
Just really another night of really great play across the board, which was really fun to watch. And I'm not surprised, all the people here, they're trying, they're doing a pretty good job, and congrats to everyone who has now done better than Brandon Fogel. I think everyone is happy about that.
David.
I am not going to stomp on the carcass of Brandon Fogel because I feel like that's been done. So let me make a different point, which is, and I know I've said this already tonight, isn't it fun to see different stuff? We saw the Great Northern Alliance, the ER. We saw 2 different games with the AR Alliance, the Army Machine Alliance. We saw a triple that, they got turned in, but somebody stabbed and got rid of the triple. We saw an EG. We saw an EF. We saw all kinds of stuff. We saw French play under C Diplo system that ends in 07, which leads to a totally different set of strategic decisions that are made. Not just at the very end of the game, but even from the beginning of the game, the fact that scoring system works differently. There's a different ethic in European play. They don't like to eliminate players. It's just fun to see different things. And for people that come and watch this and say, well, I don't like that. Fine, other people like that. Other people like the way they play. And so let's accept the fact that we all have different ways, different things that we like about the game, different alliances we like, and enjoy the fact and celebrate the differences.
David,
vive les différences.
I agree. But let's not, I didn't give due to Nick. Nick didn't get to finish his game. I was glad to see he was ranked 3rd in VDL. He had the crazy Northern Russian opening. Today he had the crazy German opening. He was in good position with Morgante and got subbed out. I was, things all changed after Sabine took over. It's not saying it's Sabine's fault. It just happens that way. But, he does things differently, and he's getting rewarded for it.
Well, and I will just my observations similar, David, to yours. The Russia success I loved. The Northern Alliance I loved. We saw some German success. It wasn't as spectacular, but Germany's just been getting beat up on in this meta. So it was fun to see some German action tonight. But most of all, I just loved to see such a diversity of play on the boards. So many ways to play this game, so many ways to enjoy this game. And man, what a great night. So thank you all so much for joining us on this broadcast. Thank you all in chat. We'll ask everybody, please like this video if you enjoyed it. If you've not already done so, please subscribe. Doing both of those things really does help our YouTube algorithm and share this game to other people. I've heard not many, but I've heard several people that are new to our community that have discovered this game that we all love through these broadcasts. And that's what's keeping so many of us going and putting these hours into this games. We love it, and we love sharing it, and love the opportunity to watch other people play fun games. They're enjoying themselves. So thank you for all of you. And please, those of you in chat, please keep it up. That's another fun part of this. We love having chat involved on these streams. And we did some experimentation tonight. Some of it worked, some of it we had some technical challenges we'll improve on. But if there was anything you liked or did not like, please post that in the comments. Let us know so we can hear that feedback and adjust for the future. So thank you all very much. And I wish all of you a really good night. I'm going to close this out with a video that I have not tried before. So hopefully this will work and it won't be another technical glitch. But everybody have a good night.